Hey folks, Quilly18 here, and welcome to a different kind of stream today on Wednesday. I mean, not that we haven't played Grim Dawn before, but I mean, starting early, gonna have a different vibe today for the stream. Why is my green screen not green screen? I'm guessing, sorry, that my camera, because I did just reboot my computer last night, I'm guessing my camera went back into some sort of automated setting mode. Yep, auto white balance, auto focus, auto exposure. Why do you do this to me? Why? There we go. That's looking better. Excellent. Let's hope there's not much in the way of visual noise there. Yeah. I want to do a nice long session of Grim Dawn, which means I'll probably have to not just speak nonstop, but we'll see how it goes. I did see that Incident in Galley House came out. I've got it bookmarked. I might have gotten a code for it as well. Because that's the game that is made by the same people who made The Root Trees Are Dead. And so that would be real nice to play with Essentia as well. It seems like it's got a great vibe. That would be lovely to see. No. Auto settings and reboot, gotta love it. Yeah, I don't know. And it's something with the driver for this particular little like Logitech webcam that I use. Is really weird and wonky, and it keeps resetting itself all the time. Potato! It's nice to see all the regulars show up, early. Hey, nice hat. What's the stats on it? I mean, plus 50 charisma, obviously. Come on. Galley House is fun so far. Nice. Do you plan on doing a live version of Songs of Six sometime in the future? Yeah, I think that would be a really good fit as well, because then we could get more interactive. It might be a good one to do a live one of Songs of Six when we do. I still want to do the Talapi run with like the round building kind of vibe, and that might be kind of interesting to do something a little different. Name the noble so I can die. Name people in this game. Anyway, we're gonna be starting out. I've wiped my account. We're starting completely fresh. So there's nothing in my stash. None of the recipes are unlocked. It's going to be completely fresh. Because I debated. One of the things I'd considered. So shout out to Crate for providing me with the code early. Really excited about that. And I did get it like a day or two ago. What I considered is I could have pre-leveled a character, especially on a secondary class even, or something like that. I could have done whatever. But I could have pre-leveled the character so that we could dive into the expansion immediately. But I decided, okay, well, for people who want to experience the expansion content themselves without spoilers, maybe it would be best to not dive into the expansion content right away. And then as a bonus, we could start a from scratch character and do the full leveling as a Berserker right away. So we get to experience all that. So we'll be seeing content we're used to, but in a different way. And I thought that might be better. That way, if anyone's playing the expansion tomorrow, they can just dive into the expansion content spoiler free. And that might be the best. Grim Dawn is my personal favorite action RPG. I'm not saying it's the best action RPG, because that is really hard to quantify. The various Diablos have been very good. Obviously, Diablo 2 is a very special thing. Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2 are a wondrous thing. I really think Last Epoch is quite good, although, I think they keep needing more work. I think it's got so much potential in there. But Grim Dawn is such a little sweet spot for me. I really like the mechanics. Like, I think it goes to show, I played Titan Quest for a really long time. I really like Titan Quest, even though it was janky as heck in a lot of ways, because I liked the base mechanics. And people kept telling me, oh, you got to play Grim Dawn, it's even better. And I was like, yeah, but I really like the mythology setting in Titan Quest. I think that's really cool. Grim Dawn, it's sort of this quasi sort of Victorian sort of, with guns and things like that kind of setting. I don't know exactly how we describe this setting. This sort of grimdark kind of setting. I'm like, I don't know if it's my vibe. And then when I finally started playing it, I got hooked hardcore. The mechanics are smooth, and I really like the story and vibe. Yeah, visually, it's a little dated, but I think it's still very effective as a visual style. Dragar says, not played this in years, loved my cultists throwing out plagues and exploding corpses. And I like the pet classes a lot. I like Primal Strike as a build. There's so much good shit. Oh, over on YouTube's Dragger says, I didn't even know this game existed. I came for the vibes. It's cool to watch a stream live after Slow. I'm happy you could be here. And yeah, Grim Dawn is fantastic. And it comes on sale all the time. It's probably, I don't even know, is it chance it's on sale now, or it might be with like the release of the expansion. Sometimes games do that. There's a discount on the collection bundle and different things. Oh, you can get a bundle of Hellclock plus Grim Dawn. That's interesting. But yeah, and if you've never played before, it's perfectly fine to start with just the base game and then add the expansions later as well. That is a perfectly viable way to do it. Anyway, let's go ahead and get started. We're going to create a new character. So we are going to be running a Berserker, and we're going to be focusing on the shape changing. We're going to start with the Werewolf form because you can get that right away. I was going to say from level 1, but it's actually from level 2. But at some point, what we'll do is we'll respec and play around as the Wereraven. We'll get a feel for both and try to decide what we prefer. I have played a little bit. I played through part of the... I guess I got all the way through Act 1 and into Act 2 to get a little bit of a vibe for the character. And I think both ways are really strong. Who do we want a character to be? Do we... male versus female? Yeah. Do we just call ourselves Petra? Do we go with a more creative name? Like, if we're male, we could go Quill. If we're female, we could go Petra. Those are two things. We could do different things. I'm not going to play hardcore. I'm also going to play normal, like not veteran to start off with, just to burn through the content a little bit faster. Veteran isn't actually harder than normal, just slightly slower. So I'm not sure that's the right way to go. I don't know. Maybe should we play veteran? I'm not sure. Sparkly Twilight, Petra Vampire. Except no, but we're Team Jacob this time because we're going to be werewolves, maybe, or the Raven. Quillette. Why are you wearing a beanie? Are you cold? It's because I didn't take a shower this morning that I normally do, so my hair's a little bit all puffed up all over the place. I haven't done my normal thing. Bird is the word. Yeah, I like the Petronius lupus. I like that. You know, I think I kind of want to be a raven, and I think maybe female route. Well, I don't know. Okay, like Corvus or Corvid. Those are way to go. In which case, you know, Corvus feels like Corvus is a masculine name. Sounds good to me, maybe. Corvette. Corvinia. Ooh, Corvinia's kind of good. All right, Corvinia. Corvinia we go. Although, again, we probably will start Wolfie. So it might be a little, you know, but who cares? You know what? Corvinia is a pretty good name for our Wolfie type character as well. Biggest Bertus. Cornetto. I like that. Okay, Corvinia. I feel like people won't respect me if I don't play veteran, but it is basically the same game. The monsters start with more health, but you very quickly accrue. The bonus experience doesn't matter. The loot quality, everything takes slower, is a little slower to kill. You can always swap back and forth, but you know what? I'm gonna go normal because what I do want to chooch through the content we've seen before a little bit quicker, which is all we're gonna do. That's really the only difference. There's a slight speed difference between the two. So we'll go full normal. Let's do it. Yeah, UI update over here. So some of the UI feels less new to me because you could play on the 1.3 playtest patch for a while. There's so many great quality of life things, and at this point I've played on the 1.3 playtest long enough, because it was public for everyone, that there's going to be some things that I forget are new. The one downside is I don't have my rainbow filters turned on to help colorify tooltips, because I didn't know if it would be properly updated, so I was going to wait for that, and it makes me sad, because I really do like playing with that slight UI twist, and it's weird that it's not in the game. Anyway, let's start. I'll let the cutscene cut out for people who haven't seen it before. I don't know if I should maybe boost the volume for this. It's very loud, isn't it? Maybe it's fine. And then I'll drop the master volume after the cutscene. Hey, that's me!
We paid a heavy price. But the trap worked?
You seem surprised.
It's been a while since we've had a win. How long will it hold?
I've never entrapped a being like this. But the bonds hold. For now.
How do we dispose of it?
I'm just a witch. You're the soldier.
If it bleeds, I can kill it.
How do you kill a spirit, though?
If you kill the mortal vessel while it's bound, the spirit may perish within. If it escapes...
It's listening to us.
What are you?
Others of your kind name us ethereal.
Why have you invaded our world?
Your world. We existed first, but were managed by your corrupt gods. Your part opened the way, and now we return to reclaim what by right should be ours.
I've heard enough of this rubbish. Let's hang it.
Destroy this vessel, and I will find another. I have tasted its desires and emotions. Your kind this war.
Do it.
Captain!
Cut him down.
What? Are you mad? Better safe than sorry.
The spirit has fled!
This is a human now.
The captain is correct. When they awaken, they won't remember a thing.
The ethereal was right. The war is lost. We're a resistance now, and we need every human survivor we can call to our cause. Maybe this one here can still die with some honor. If they ever wake up, send them to me. If they don't, bury him deep with the others.
I haven't watched this opening cutscene in a long time. Hey, it goes pretty hard. Let me bring down the game sounds here. Especially once we start fighting, the game sounds can be pretty overwhelming. Do that and that, not that. Art and vibes are good. No, yeah. And there again. So again, like visually speaking, like the in-game engine, okay, it's not gonna compare to Diablo 3, Diablo 4, Path of Exile 2, you know, those sorts of things. But I mean, the vibe is so strong. Like they've got a really good art style going on. I think it's super good. Okay.
Still drawing breath, I see.
This is a guy who didn't want to cut me down.
Lucky bastard, I'll give you that.
We're not going to go through all the story as we go. We are going to kind of chooch along as much as possible here.
And for you now that we've spared your life.
But yeah, what happened? Where's the captain? I got to go and find him. So here we are. We're gonna get through first the little starting bit as quickly as possible. Actually, I'm going to rotate my camera so that north is properly north. Otherwise, I'm going to get very confused.
Too bad.
There's Bourbon, who's
You will need to fight your
sheriff guy. And he gives us a mission. We got to find out who's reanimating the corpses. What's really funny is the last time we did a video of this, we were playing a necromancer. We're going to play a necromancer, and it's like, who's resurrecting the corpses? Oh no, there's an evil necromancer out there. Also ignore all the skeletons that are around me. You'll notice at this point we haven't chosen a class yet. Oh, we're going to get some free early XP by taking advantage of this weird little interaction by grabbing this lore note. These lore notes are scattered throughout the game. They're amazing. They're so good, but yeah, definitely not going to read those. You get XP for getting them, but they're also good story. And then if we go and chooch through these guys, we should hit level 2 very quick. Oh, we need to kill one more. Have some random leather grips over here. Kill this guy. All right, and now we choose our first class. You actually choose 2 classes in this game, just like if you've played Titan Quest before, and your character is a combination of the 2. We're going to go and start with Berserker immediately. We'll spend 1 point in this, and then we'll drop a couple of points into werewolf form. And then I'm going to put werewolf form over here, toggle into it, and bam! There we go. At some point, we will respec, and we'll play around with the Wereraven, which looks super good. Oh my god, it looks so good. In werewolf form, it gives us 2 basic attacks, a Pharaoh Claws, which is just a basic kind of melee attack, and we also get this charge forward called Rip and Tear. We're going to want a better weapon. I can't remember, where's the 2-hander building? I think the first one here is like the one-handed gun. Is the second one a little higher? The one with the 2-handed sword? This one here might have the 2-handed gun in it? Nope. I mean, it doesn't matter. We can just kill Balgor or whatever his name, and he'll have a decent 2-hander for us. It would just be nice to have grabbed one. There's one corpse. Oh, there we go. Great Sword of Thunder. Maybe that is the 2-handed one. Yeah, good. Excellent. So we'll go and switch to that. It's funny, it's still got our like character portrait over here. We had some attribute points. A lot of times I don't spend them right away because I want to keep a buffer around so that I can raise the attributes to meet the requirement or something. One of the things I don't know for this build is where we're going to end up putting these points for various things. So Physique gives us more health and health regen. It also boosts our defense ability, which keeps us alive. Cunning will give us physical damage, pierce damage, and also will give us more offense ability, which is our hit chance as well as our crit chance. Spirit will give us energy, so our mana. And I don't know what secondary things it impacts, but anyway. Boom. We got this little swipe. Feels great. And then over here will be... Oh, going around this way. Unlike other action RPGs, the maps in here are not randomly generated. Last Epoch's the same way. However, there is some randomness in terms of where various blockers will show up. So even though the map as a whole isn't random, a Barog, not Balrog. Bulgar, whatever I was calling him. That stuff. We'll kill these guys. And then I don't know if this... Oh, it's a one-handed weapon that he drops. I thought he dropped a two-handed weapon. Okay, so we're not going to bother with that. All right. So we just got to basically chooch through. We will try grab a few of these early lore books. Part of me wants to grab them all because, you know, completeness sake. The amount of XP you get from these things, I think, are relatively fixed and aren't that big. We did level again, which I hadn't realized. You can, when you level, you can put points into your base class itself, which mostly gives you a lot of raw stats. That's really important for equipping, like, equipment, plus just giving you general hit points and things like that. I'm probably going to do a lot of, like, 2 base stats and then 1 back in our ability here. So our werewolf form is a little bit stronger. I don't think there's anything we have to do in this section other than if we get towards the portal, and then that's where the cave under Burial Hill will be. There we go. So we get these fast travel points, and then I think if we cut back through here, we'll get that. Yeah, non-randomized maps can certainly hurt replayability. Like, I'm not one... Like, here's the thing. The one thing that this game fails to do is... and it'll be interesting to see if that's changed in the expansion. I said, this game doesn't really have great boss fights. The bosses are mostly regular dudes, but a little bit stronger. They're not necessarily that visually interesting or that creative necessarily. The boss fight's definitely a thing. And then sort of extended endgame is a bit of a thing as well. There is some, like... sort of infinite dungeon sort of stuff that you can do. I mean, there's these roguelike dungeons that you can do where if you die along it, then that cancels your run. You got to restart, and it's kind of a pain in the butt. But there is sort of an endless dungeon mode that you can repeat. All right, here's the guy who's reanimating things, so we got to kill him. What I like is this left-click ability, this melee. This is also one of the only games that, where melee actually feels half decent. It's a huge problem in action RPGs to make melee feel good. And I'm not saying that, like, you know, pure melee walking up to people is still ideal, but the way the mouse selection works is something that I think works better in this game than lots of others. Also, these melee attacks do have cones. So this claws over here have a certain arc to it. And a maximum target. I think it started at 2, but the arc and the number of maximum targets is increasing with our werewolf form, so it actually does sort of do splash damage. Unlock these shrines. We'll pick up a few more of these regular items. I'm actually gonna, or these magic items. I'm gonna filter out common immediately. We'll play with the loot filter a little bit more as we go. But again, I'll put 2 base stat points and then another one. Actually, do I want to unlock? Yeah, I want to unlock. Put up 1 point in Amatok's Pact. So this is a buff. It's going to reserve some of my energy, which is fine. But it's going to add cold damage to my abilities, as well as giving me more defensibility and armor. It's got a radius because I think it's an aura. Yeah, because it blesses you and nearby allies, which isn't going to matter in this, but it would apply to pets as well as any friends you might be playing multiplayer. Ever played Tyranny the game? No. Yes, technically, but not much. I always wanted to play more because I think it had some great potential. But no, I never really played it. Yes, this is preview access. I think the DLC comes out tomorrow. I've had it for a couple of days, but the embargo lifted, well, 19 minutes ago. I did dabble a little with this character. I've got a little bit of a vibe for how they work. Now, the interesting thing with any characters in this game is, like, what are your 2 classes? So a lot of times, one class ends up being kind of your primary, where you're spending most of the points in, and a lot of times your secondary class is more what supports the primary thing that I'm doing. Sometimes you end up with a much more 50-50 mix, or one of your classes usually is where your primary attack comes from. Now, I've beat that side quest. Actually, I could go and port out immediately, but let me grab a few more of these ether crystals, because that's going to be pretty handy. There's nothing stopping us from pressing on some more now. But if we get enough of these ether crystals, then we can go and immediately complete another quest in town. Okay, let me open my little town portal and head back over here. So, a bunch of the UI has changed if you haven't played this in a while. In fact, if you haven't played in a long while, one thing that's very different is there's no potions or inventory anymore. Potions and inventory management, like, from that aspect, is completely gone. You do have still the health potion and the mana potion, the elixir of spirit over here, but they're just on cooldowns. Like, you can just use them whenever they go on cooldown. You don't have to, like, keep stacks of hundreds of potions around. I'd also, like, Diablo 2 is such a good game, but every time I start playing and then I have to deal with the goddamn potions on the belt, is like, right, If we could just have Diablo 2 with not that potion system, I would be so happy.
The dead attacks have slowed and their numbers are thinning. I take that as a sign that you've dealt with the source?
Oh yeah, I could send the devotion point. I mean, with one we can't get much, but we'll have to make a plan for that. Killed the reanimator.
A creature was doing this? Disturbing. Thanks to your efforts, we may yet hold out here a little longer. I've sent word to the gate guard. Speak to him and he should let you in. I need some time.
All right. Yes, I'll speak to you. There is still, I can't remember what the mechanic is called. The Constitution, I guess, is what it's called. Someone says you still have to eat for full health. So out of combat healing, this yellow bar, which is now filling my whole health orb, the way it works is once you're out of combat for a few moments, it uses what I think is called Constitution to refill your health, and that gets filled up from like food drops. It removes the need to manage your healing outside of combat, right? Which is really handy dandy. Generally speaking, unless you've been constantly fighting, constantly taking a lot of damage, you will often find yourself able to just replenish your health between combat, which is really, really, really nice. So now we do have this. So in Grim Dawn, the square icons, these are the actual skills that you get. Some of them are active, some of them are just buffs. It used to be that buffs, you would put them on your toolbar and you have to toggle them on and off. Then they're like, well, why would you never have the buffs on? So one of the things I think with 1.2 they changed is when you unlock a buff, it's just always running. I don't have to go and put it on the toolbar. I don't have to toggle this on. It's just always on because it's the only thing that makes any sense, which is great. And then in addition to the active stuff, they've got these like secondary little modifier things in circles that modify some skill. Some of them, these offset ones, are particularly transformative. So this would convert all my piercing damage to chaos damage. This sort of thing becomes really important, I would suggest, later on when you've got more maybe synergy between two different classes, where like if we paired this with a second class that was also good with chaos damage, then we want to go and change our werewolf form to have the blood of Chthon so that it would do chaos damage. And I think especially this becomes more relevant when you get into your end game items, and then you'll be doing things like, okay, I'm gonna also get an item that converts all, whatever to do more chaos damage, and I'm gonna maximize, and I'm gonna build around this kind of concept. As well. That's even the thing with the Wereraven, which does piercing and cold. It does have a thing to modify the cold damage to chaos damage as well. So there's a couple of different routes if we did want to go chaos. The thing is, I'm thinking of using Nightblade as a secondary class, because if we stay with Werewolf, which does piercing and does a lot of bleed effects over here, Nightblade combos with piercing and with bleed. But also, if we go Wereraven, which does piercing and cold, Nightblade still works because it also has cold boosting stuff. So we've got a couple of routes to go and do our build with a few things. And in fact, we could do even something more exotic depending on what kind of gear we find to unlock stuff. Yeah, there's now 45 different class combos in the game, which is kind of amazing. I may as well put a point in Battle Surge. This activates when I crit. I don't think we're going to have a lot of crit right now, but we may as well put one token point in that. Because that's fine. I'm not going to use Onslaught, because this is used as my default weapon attack, but I've got default weapon attacks from Werewolf. It is very important to note that things like Blood Fangs over here, these are... I can't remember the acronym for this, but these are things that can trigger from default weapon attacks. It's important to note that with Werewolf form, it explicitly says, weapon pool skills. I was like, what was the acronym? WPS, weapon pool skills. So Bloodfang is an example of weapon pool skill. The Werewolf attacks specifically do not trigger weapon pool skills. So Bloodfangs is really sweet, but not what we want to do with the Werewolf build. But the thing is, as a Berserker, I could ignore Werewolf and Wereraven. I could use Onslaught as my primary attack instead, and this would proc things like the weapon pool skills. But we'll do that. Anyway, I'll keep putting a point in here. And then, yeah, I'll just keep slowly chooching up the base class tree over here, because I want to get the stats. They're very important. But also I want to unlock some higher end stuff. Like I'm looking forward to putting a point in Veracity here. Veracity to add bleed to my attacks, but also 10% of attack damage converted to health. Excellent. We're going to get some nice little leech damage. So we'll come over here. He's going to tell me he wants me to kill 3 dudes. That sounds fine. We're going to come over here, and we're going to find out that somebody poisoned the water hole. And yeah, I don't have enough scrap, unfortunately, to go and immediately complete that. That's too bad. We'll come over here and find out that he needs some ethereal crystals. I've got enough of those, so I'm going to instantly complete that quest. And then he wants me to find his apprentice, which isn't going to happen until the end of the act. We're coming over here. Rook is going to open the door for us. Thank you very much. We're going to go to a vendor here. Let me double check to see if I want to swap. This has got more armor, but I think we'll keep the flat health. Actually, the physique might be useful. We'll equip some things. We're not going to do this offhander. I think, yeah, just right-click to quick sell is going to be fine. Well, that's interesting. Hold on. If I did switch to this one-hander, apparently it would increase my damage. That's very interesting. Sell you, sell you, sell you. Oh, here's another great quality of life. There's a move reagents. So we'll move all these reagents to our storage immediately, which is amazing. Really, really good. We could go a dual wielding build. All right, Sybil wants me to kill her. Well, find her brother who's got an amulet. Spoiler alert, he's already dead. Anyway, and then send the reagents to the stash. If we go over here to our stash, so the main tab over here is our personal storage for this character. And then if we go here, we get the shared stash between our characters. I've reset my account completely, so this is completely blank. But we've got new currency tabs. This is new. It feels like playing Path of Exile all of a sudden. So it self-organizes the tab for us, which is so nice. Anyway, this currency here, this early currency, comes like fast and cheap. Vonwin, thank you very much for joining the Sprouts. Make sure to join the Discord. We're gonna go and slap the chipped claw. Well, am I gonna switch to this sword? That is amazing that it's gonna increase my damage. Hold on a second. So this hits. Let's see if this is true. So this is based on our main hand damage. 29 to 105. 47 to 60. So it's a shorter range, but the DPS 214. Yeah, it is going to go up. This DPS is based on the attack on your left click, or if your left click isn't an attack, it'll go to your right click and calculate from there, and then otherwise that's it. So this damage per second rating isn't necessarily the full picture of your character, except for now it kind of is. I'm shocked that this is better. It also gives us +3 in Implements of War, which is an actual skill that we have. Because it's highlighted, so I'm assuming that's something on our character. But unless we have 1 point in it, we don't actually benefit from it. I don't know where Implements of War is. Oh, it's right over here. Which is something that... this isn't a weapon pool skill. That's interesting. So this is a dual weapon bonus. This only works if you're dual wielding, but it does give you the ability to dual wield weapons. Does it just add a bunch of bleed damage? Chance to not consume onslaught stacks, which doesn't matter. Huh. Are we gonna go dual wielding? I put a point in here. In theory, our situation's gonna be better. I do need a second weapon to enable that, but we'll just pick up a random one-handed weapon. I don't know, we'll play around with this for a little bit. There's respecking as well. So this is the sort of game where you don't actually, especially for leveling, it's perfectly fine for you to not use a build guide or anything like that. There's respecking over here. It costs a little bit of the money, but it's pretty irrelevant. And if you didn't do it earlier, pick up the lore book that's over here. All right. So let's head back out into the world. Oh, yes, and devotion points. So I did cleanse the shrine, so I've got devotion points and constellations. I don't think there's new constellations. Some of the bonuses may have changed. I'm not entirely sure. And this is the one area that's a little bit trickier to navigate. Let's say if we were to focus on bleeds early on, I mean, there's literally well, that's a falcon, not a raven. There's that. There's the bat tree has bleeding damage, and then the twin fang attack, which is pierce. I don't know, kind of think we'll probably end up going we might go for an early bat. Usually I go for early jackal. Even though the first tick, like all of them seem to have pet bonuses, but energy regeneration is nice. Mostly we do it for the offensive ability and total speed. So that's attack speed, cast speed, and movement speed, which is really nice. And then the final cap is just even more damage, which is quite nice. I don't know, maybe I should still just start with the jackal. We could respec out of it later. In fact, I don't think the bleed damage, I think, is going to be mostly relevant when we're fighting bosses right now. I think regular minions are going to die before the bleed ticks really do anything notable. So I'll probably just go Jackal just for some early game convenience. So we have to grab a little bit of purple affinity over here. And then when I get another point, we can start working on the Jackal. So this is just giving me plus 5% health, which isn't bad, but that's fine. Yeah, the devotion tab adds a lot of creativity, and it's more complex than it seems. Because what happens when you finish a lot of these? So the jackal's not a good example of this. The bat is. This gives us an ability called Twin Fang. You actually link that to a skill you have, and it procs off of that skill. And some of them work on all your skills. Some of them work on things like attack specifically. Some of them work on things that are auras and buffs, and they can radically change how your character feels. And then you combine that with the itemization. And I mean, it's not like Path of Exile has like infinite character builds. This still has really good build variation, and it's very satisfying to work around. Anyway, right now we're just looking to move north. There you go. That's my personal rift, actually. I guess I could have saved a little bit of time doing this. And what we want to do is we want to mostly hang to the right, because the 3 dudes we have to kill, plus Milton, are going to be over on kind of the right-hand side over here. Let's go and just clear a few ads just to make sure we don't really get pulled into anything. Go. If you haven't played in a long time, the spacebar sort of dodge command is new. The boss fights are more interesting now because most bosses do have something that you want to dodge, because if it hits you with it, it'll give you a debuff that dramatically increases the amount of damage you're going to take for a little while. You don't want to stand in that. Oh, I should make my mini-map a little bit bigger. There we go. Excellent. So that's one. I think we can just keep pushing up now and then find the next of the 3 dudes we have to kill pretty quickly. The old dump will have somewhere in it a dungeon entrance. I think there's 3 different places it can spawn. I don't think there's any reason for us to go into it currently. It'll be a little bit above our level. I think it gives you a good item if you're doing poison damage. But yeah, I think on like normal difficulty. So this does follow the old like Diablo 2 style of you beat the game on normal difficulty, then you beat it on I can't remember what it's called, but middle difficulty and then final difficulty when you're doing most of your play. I think the middle difficulty is called Elite. These totems are something that were added in one of the expansions. And even though we're not in the expansion content for that one, these totems show up all over the place, and they're fantastic because they're a good source of killing some nice little named dudes, and they tend to drop sweet stuff. This is a little low level, so it wasn't guaranteed. It didn't give us a unique item. The totems, when you get a little higher level, and it's not much. Like, I think by the time you're in your teens or something like that, the totems are all guaranteed to always drop at least one unique item. They're a good source of recipes as well, because there's crafting in this game. We want to kill a bunch of these Nagas here, because they're going to drop some necklaces that we're going to need for a quest, and they can drop even before we've got the quest. I don't have the map memorized, but I've got a pretty good vibe about things. So we've killed Pharos. Julius is going to be next, and he's going to be really close to Milton. Oh, here's a... check this cave real simple. Oh, right here. Cavern. Oh, this is just find a dude to talk to. I think he's the one who tells us about his shoulder pads, which is not terribly relevant, but sure. We're gonna tweak some. You know what? I'm not gonna pick up that. Oh, did I pick up a good offhand weapon yet? Two-handed. No, I don't think I've picked up a one-handed item. That could add my bleed damage. Not that I have that much. Okay. Oh, gotta go around this way. This is shapeshifting. Well, it feels pretty cool. What I like about it is that it is a permanent form change. There's not sort of like this management of going back and forth between forms. There we go. We got a gate for you. We've done that. Level up to 9. Oh, shit. I got tons of points. I hadn't realized how much I was leveling. We'll do this. We could go into Wereraven right now, but we'll just wait. We're going to keep going with the Werewolf right now, and at some point we'll respec and try Wereraven. Rallying Cry, I think, is going to be a really good ability to use. So every 12 seconds we can use it to restore some health and give us a boost. But I think right now I'll just go for some raw stats. I'll put a tick in Veracity immediately, adding some bleed. But I think I'm mostly just going to focus on getting the werewolf form up a punch. I'll put 3 more points in my base level, and then I'll put 3 points over here for the base attack. I don't think there's anything else in this cavern. I think it was just that. And a lot of times I think I skip it. You get a little bit more rep and a tiny bit of XP. I guess there's a book over here for a little bit of XP. And if you want the lore, that's also pretty important. I should probably... one of the things they did at some point, I think as part of the 1.2 redo, they dropped how much loot is dropped. Like, they reduced how much loot drops, although you can see there's still a good amount of it. They... made the loot generally more potent, so you don't need as much of it to drop anymore. And I think they lowered Or they did something with the money balance, because what they didn't want you to feel like is you had to constantly loot and sell to raise money. So now I think there's more money drops, and I think the items aren't worth quite as much, which is not bad. I hope I didn't skip over one of the dudes I had to kill. We'll find out at some point if we have to backtrack. I can't remember each one of these little zones where something is. Like if we run into Negan, we'll know we'll have to backtrack for Julius, and presumably Milton as well. There's some scrap. Still need to get 5 in total. Scrap and the ethereal shards, the crystals that we were collecting for the other one, they're actually just normal currency. It's sort of oh, there you go. We need 3 of these necklaces. It's actually a nice way to get people to recognize the currency items. Yeah, I love the splash damage and the attack. I mean, I'm not sure if it's going to replace, you know, the auto attack modifiers. Oh, there we go. Here's Julius. Perfect. The green items are... It's hard to talk about the rarity of the items. Hold on a second. Fill Milton here. Can't remember what his sister's name is, but... Sorry, we're gonna have to tell you, your brother is no more. Oh, he's quite tough. No, I'm not forgetting to level my attributes. I usually just kind of wait and keep some amount banked to meet item requirements. And I don't know where I'm gonna commit a bunch of the attributes to. Presumably, there's probably gonna be a bunch in physique because physique keeps you alive, and that's what you want. But I don't know if this is gonna need a bunch of points in the cunning. There does seem to be, if you stick with the werewolf side especially, it feels like there's a lot of integration with crit rate, which means to me, I would think I would want to put a lot of cunning in there. So again, the way cunning works, cunning gives you some offensive ability. Offensive ability is your chance to hit and chance to crit, and you can always mouse over just to see the latest one. So yeah, a lot of times, one of the reasons I level my base class so much is you get so many attribute points from that I don't feel as bad about not spending the ones I have banked otherwise. Die. Okay, so we can just push forward now to the next zone. So Foggy Bank, and over on the right side of Foggy Bank we should find Negan. Then Luther's gonna be somewhere, right? In the next main area. There's all my scrap. We'll keep collecting it though, because yeah, it's just a currency. Same thing with these ether shards. Use them a bunch of stuff. You used to have to pick them up a lot. Oh, there we go. There's Negan. Perfect. That'll complete that quest. I'm not going to feel the need to return immediately. I'll probably just wait until I find the next waypoint. I mean, you can always personal rift whenever you want, but I'm always worried that like I'll forget to grab the correct personal rift to come home. Oh! Wow, that's unusual to drop a strange key that way. Huh. Oh, it did auto-equip a second weapon. All right, so yeah, we're two-handing. Yeah, like the two-hand damage attack seems good. Oh, that's interesting. This sword here... Huh. Slightly faster. They both had physical, but if I add it to my offhand, damage is going to go up. All right. Okay, let's tweak the loot filter over here. So I will keep the magic on for now. So all items can have a prefix and a suffix, and the prefixes and suffixes come in magic level and rare level. If at least one of the affixes, prefix or affix, is a rare, or suffix, I should say, is a rare, then it'll highlight as green, even though, like, ideally you'd want both of them to be rare, which is the double rare over here. Then we can filter. I mean, the funny thing is, I think our attacks also work with these ranged weapons, like, because obviously it's a physical attack, but this physical attack is just based on our damage, main hand or main hand plus offhand. Theoretically, I think we could equip guns and then just use they're just being used as stat sticks. I think. I'm not sure. We'll have to maybe test that at some point. But I'm going to say I don't want the daggers and scepters, which are just spellcaster items, caster offhands, shields. We're either going to use a two-hander or we're going to dual wield, so we're not going to be doing anything like that. And for now, I could be like, listen, let's show me things that have damage or bleed on them. We could consider, I'm going to include cold because well, not yet. Later on, I'll probably turn on cold because when we do the Wereraven switch and play around with that for a bit, we're going to want to use cold damage. Show me items that's got my masteries, which is just going to be Berserker for now, which is going to be fine. Speed items is good. Offensive ability, we're going to like, and then things with resistances. And I mean, we're not excluding the others, but it's only going to highlight things that have one of those things on them. And I think that's going to be quite nice. And yeah, we'll have to go to town. Okay, there's a portal here. I'll just unlock that. I'll go to town. I'll turn in these 2 quests. I'll set off some items and double check to see where we're at. And that's going to be good. You're right. We are adding a little bit of cold damage already because of the Emma Twux pack. Not much, but some. And yeah, when you hit level 10, you can choose a second class. There's no reason for me to do that right now because I'm going to keep leveling Berserker, but I think I'm probably going to go Nightblade. Yeah, strongly suspect. Anyway, we'll put 2 more base points over here. That did unlock the next tier, Untamed Rage. We'll put a point in this. When health drops below 50%, then we'll get some damage absorption and a bit more ability, offensive ability. That's going to be nice. And then, yeah, we'll go back to our main form. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to turn in the scrap.
Did you get the scrap?
So this, I think, is to rebuild the water pump. And this is actually when we find out that the well, or the source of water has been polluted. We're going to tell him that we killed all those dudes. And he's going to say, well, if you like that, go and kill some more. Like, sure, that sounds nice. And we're going to come over here to Sybil and say Milton was one of the dead. I'm sorry. And she's going to give me a ring. All right, let's come over here. We're going to sell these offhands. I think these chest pieces we're just going to get rid of. These 2-handers would be downgrades for now. So let's do that and that and that. That's a 1-hander that's not as good. And you. So if we had more spirit, we could equip this. And this would be pretty nice. But the spirit-based ones are mostly going to be caster-oriented. I think they'll have less armor. And we're going to spend points in here at some point, but I don't think now's the time. I mean, these gloves, we're going to mostly use them for the offensive ability over here. A little bit more armor and some pierce, which is good for us. We're going to sell that book. Let me go and just put my reagents in there. Oh, I think that'll be better. We're not going to stress too much because we're going to be cycling through these items real fast. We will equip that. We're going to keep our bag of salt for later. And the silver band of... It might still be worth wearing. It's going to be better than the shrewd silver band, I'd say. Resistances are always nice. Let's do that. You... I guess I could right-click. You... So we need level 12. Mystic Cask of the Psyche. Damage to Aether Corruptions, Ethereals, Spirit. I mean, it's fine, but no, I don't think we'll... it's unlikely that we'd be wearing that long term. Okay, I need 1 more necklace for that side quest. And we're going to come over here, and with the reagents that I've stored, we're going to go and drop some boosts on our things. So Chipped Claw for more physical damage. The Corpse Dust is really nice. Like, we're gonna throw things on everything. Ectoplasm early on is really nice for energy regen. Not that we're having energy problems. So that would add fire damage to our attacks. Which, you know what? We're going to replace this item anyway, so we're just going to do this just to add a little bit of flat fire damage. It's not going to live for very long. Put the armor on the belt. Polished Emerald is great early for +8 to each stat. Oh, we could use Chilled Steel to add cold damage, but we'll hold on to that for now. Let's just do this. That's lightning damage on our weapons. And then fire for our weapons. Okay, so there we go. Kitted ourselves out a little bit, and let's head back out. As a werewolf, shouldn't you not wear silver? I think the other game, Farthest Frontier, I think it's lovely. We haven't played a ton of it, but I think it's great. I guess I could go down for Barnabas right now. You know what? Sure. We'll help old Bernie here with his water pump problem, so we're going to have to go down under the city, find out what's poisoned the water hole. We played new areas too. We will. I was torn, so I could have pre-leveled a character to start on the expansion immediately. I talked about this at the beginning of the stream, so sorry to anyone who's already heard this, but for the people who are just joining now, I thought about doing that, and I thought, well, some people might not want to watch, they might not want to be spoiled on the story. So if I started with a fresh character, we'd also show the leveling experience as a Berserker immediately, which would be cool. So that's why I did that. So the content right now is going to seem fairly familiar to people. You can zoom in as well, which looks great. When we unlock the Wereraven form, where am I going this way? It is so sick looking. I'm going to be so tempted to play just zoomed in all the time. It's really nice. Things along the way. We could, like, if we were looking to speed level, like, whatever. Okay, yeah, this is all below our level. So we might be really inclined to do things. Oh, I was going to talk about something. I interrupted myself at some point. So there's lots of little currency items, those reagents and stuff like that. You used to have to pick them up manually. In fact, it used to be worse, just like in Titan Quest. There used to be, like, you'd have to pick up, like, component 1 of 3 and then merge them later and do all that. One of the very early things they did in Grim Dawn is change it so that the, like, partial component system, they got rid of that. But then at some point they did add the auto pickup mechanic as well, and it's so nice. And you can even adjust the range of the auto loot radius, which I put to the max, because why not, right? So it just picks up money and reagents, crafting reagents for you without you having to click it, which is so gorgeous. The expansion content starts at the main story. First expansion. I think story-wise it happens after, I think Ashes. After Ashes. But I think you can play it in any order. You might have to finish the story, because you can go into Forgotten Gods. I might be getting my expansion names converted. You can finish Forgotten God, or go into Forgotten Gods as soon as you finished Act 1. But someone else might be able to answer when you can access the expansion if you beat the main game first. So there's been a lot of loot. We're not seeing as much loot anymore because I did set the filter here, but this one's got something that is good. In this case, it's because I did set a filter for offensive ability, so that shows up. And in fact, it's much, much, much better pants. In fact, I'm just going to go trash those old ones. You can see they don't meet my filter, so they don't even show up on the ground. There's no... Oh, okay. That's... I ran up to here using my dash. Okay, so that yellow glow... There's one attack that this guy does, and it's slightly telegraphed there with the yellow thing. You want to dodge that. I'm going to be so bad at that. Anyone who's watched my videos know I have 0% reflexes. But each of these, like, bosses have these extra, like, there you go. These moves that make you vulnerable. And if they hit you, you'll get that yellow glow on your screen. You're going to take, like, I don't know, double damage or something for a little while. All right, so that guy's responsible for poisoning the water hole. While we're here, we can also get this ruined shrine to get ourselves another devotion point, which, yeah, I had decided I was going to go into the Jackal just because the early movement speed is good. So more energy regeneration, which doesn't matter here, but I did notice the Wereraven form really seemed to soak up the mana like crazy. Very different vibe. And I think in Wereraven form, you'd almost maybe be forced to go down the spirit route just to get more energy regen. I don't know.
Not those sliths.
I think that more of a problem early on. Looks like Quill's having a howling good time. Boo! The game does support controller play. I don't play that way, so I don't know.
Well done.
But yeah, as far as I understand, it's got that. Alright, so we've cleared out the water hole. We can meet this guy here, which I think gives us the end of Act 1 quest.
Good, you're back. You follow the road.
And again, with like most action RPGs, you don't have to do things strictly in order. Because, like if you complete a quest along the way, it just happens regardless. I think I missed the portal for Whitemire, which is fine, and yet does annoy me a little bit. Carnage looks recent. Yes, so somewhere on here, and Luther, there's got 2 spots over on the right side of the map you can spawn, and then one spot on the left. So we're going to go right first, because there's... Oh, there it is. We found him in literally the first spot he could be. I'm going to free you. Devil's Crossing. I can open a rift. Go there. Lovely. Okay, now we can keep pushing forward. Luther's completely optional to save. He does give you an extra vendor, which can sell ribbons, which becomes useful once you hit level 15. I think you can equip them. They give you a few extra stats. Like, that's an extra slot on your character sheet, so you want to put an item in there as soon as possible. And I think most of them give you bonus XP, which is nice too. Oh, I went past it before clearing all the waves. Yeah, okay. This cavern here, I don't think is a devotion shrine, although it does have a... What are these things called again? The totem. So we may as well just blast that for some loot. But yeah, this is a total optional cavern. sort of when you enter into like the sort of endish game, maybe not literally the end game, farming these totems becomes very, very valuable because they can drop a lot of good items. I think there's going to be a secondary way out over here, so we may as well just do that. Why you shouldn't go for full charisma build? Wait, what did I say that prompted that response? Dang it. Yeah, the UI got a nice revamp. There's so much more quality of life stuff that was added as well. So the only thing that surprises me, and I don't know what their reasoning for it is they didn't add... I kept expecting that at some point, in fact, I strongly expected this for the last big update, 1.2, that they'd incorporate what is effectively rainbow filters into the game. So rainbow filters is a very popular... It's a mod, but in a very different way. When you mouse over here... so here's a good example. This Stormcaller's Circlet, first of all, this is a unique item. It increases cold damage and lightning damage. The Rainbow Filters mods colors those lines. So that cold damage will be in, I think, blue, and lightning damage will be in yellow or green or some sort of thing. So that it makes it a lot easier when you're mousing over here to quickly see at a glance the type of damage things affect. Ooh, this we're definitely going to wear. Bonus to all damage? Yeah, give me that bad boy. And it is nice. It does highlight items that you've picked up but haven't looked at. So this belt at the bottom is highlighted. And if I mouse over, the highlight goes away, but it's a good way to know, like, what's the new stuff I grab? Okay, it's got a couple of different resistances. We're going to grab that, even if it doesn't add damage. And I'm going to try to mostly, like, part of me wants to just really carefully read everything here, but I'm going to try to be mostly speedy. And yeah, at some point, we're going to take a look to see if, like, we can equip ranged weapons and still use them. And I think the answer might be yes. But see, these are uniques. And part of me wants to go and hoard all these things. So... epic items are unique. Later on, you get legendary items. They're just uniques that are higher tier, is what it is. There's still some randomness to what these things can spawn in terms of the numbers, but the third company's revolver will basically always look like this. Since I'm playing this one like really with like a fresh start, fresh account, I'm probably not gonna like hoard these for other characters. This blood seal is quite interesting. Bleeding, like that's actually something we could consider wearing while we're still, if we're going in the bleed build direction. This physical amulet's not bad either. So the +2 to Blitz, +3 to Shattering Smash, those are bonuses to skills that we don't have on our class. So, like, we'd just be using it for the other stats. Oh yeah, I need one more freaking necklace from you guys. Right? I'm still at 2? Yeah. Okay, let's go east first. The fact those are yellow, that means they only have magic quality affixes, no rare quality ones. I may be past the Naga spawning area. Or I could go to the place where you turn in the Naga spawning quest, because there are some Naga nests over there. It's just really annoying if you get there and you're still short on items. Is the drop-off for that? Someone probably knows in chat or can look it up. Do I have to go back to Whitemire for it? Or is it on the left of Foggy Bank or the left of Whitemire? I think I do have to backtrack because I was leaving the Naga area. Yeah, I think I'd see the star on the map if it was here. I think I gotta backtrack. So, you know what? I'm just gonna do this. Open the portal. Drop back down to this portal. Just save me a little bit of walking around. Oh, also, I was gonna say, there's also a Naga cave that we missed that does have a devotion shrine, I think? Okay, what's the guy gotta do to get another necklace here? I think it can drop from any of these dudes. Might have a slightly higher drop rate on the shaman. I'm not certain. There we go, finally, thank you. Alright. Now, we move over to the left side of the screen here. Now we're probably going to get some extra necklaces, which you can keep for the next act. There's no way it reaches that way. It's going to be around the bottom. There, we're in Whitemire, and I can see the merchant tag. Alright, so that's an inefficient little pathing. There we go. That's where I'm going. Those little blue dots on the minimap. mean, I still want to kill dudes when they're stacked up because good XP. Hello, you. What was that? Oops. What might that be? Oh, what, these 3 necklaces suffice? Great, thank you. Lovely. While I'm here, I'm going to sell you, sell this, sell that, sell these guys. Not that. What about this chest piece? I like that it's got a couple of resistances, actually. We lose some damage, but no, we get a lot tankier, so I think that's going to be okay. Sell this. Green ring. Nah. Adds acid damage. That's probably better than our left ring. I don't know. We're not going to be... Oh, right. The Slith Primal Ring, which is what we got for this, got a lot of resistances, actually. So that is going to be... Oops. That is going to be really good. This one has Aether Resistance, which isn't going to be mattering in Act 1, so that's okay. Distribution Element. This has more elemental resist. Are we going to replace the Sister's Amulet of Life-Giving immediately? I think the answer is yes. Sure. Oh, yeah, and I got to make sure to bank this silver thing. And that can stay there. Okay. All right, good. So now, we're going to pop back over here. And push forward a good bit. Oh, I didn't actually go into that snake cave, did I? So what's a good second class for the Berserker? So, obviously, the theory crafting is still coming out. And a lot of it, with the second class, a lot of it is like, well, what are the endgame builds? And a lot of that comes down to what are the either monster infrequents or the unique items that interact with the build and do various things. And usually that'll be part of the thing. Nightblade seems to be a pretty obvious one. Like, even without looking at the item synergies and things like that, Nightblade seems like a really good combo if you're going Werewolf or Wereraven. A lot of people talk about Shaman. I was looking at, there seems to be a really good potential for an occultist build, which looks quite cool. In theory, if you're going cold, you might be able to do something with Necromancer as your second class as well. So a lot of times, okay, so this is an example of some of the variation you'll see here. Even though the maps are fixed, these blockers are randomized every time you play. So you do have to take a different route. So yeah, a lot of times your builds, how you're looking at things in Grim Dawn, is you are looking primarily to base yourself around like 1 or 2 key abilities that are usually going to be designed around 1 or 2 key like elements of some kind. Could be physical, could be cold, could be chaos, could be whatever. And then what you're looking for your second class, like that kind of synergy, is usually for your second class, you're looking for something that either buffs those damage sources or debuffs enemies' resistances to them. Because at some point, you can't increase your raw damage output more. Oh. Hero type dudes. It's a nice little lucky catch. It's random. Right? At some point, you've added all the amount of like raw damage you possibly can. At which point, the best way to increase your damage output is to strip away enemy defenses instead. And so, a lot of times, one of the terms you'll see in Grim Dawn a lot is RR, resistance reduction. There's actually, I think, 3 different types of resistance reduction. They stack in slightly different ways. That's mostly something that you're concerned about optimizing in the extreme late game. Not something you're really worried about leveling, especially since while you're leveling, again, the resistance reduction is still nice, but might not be quite as critical as just increasing your raw damage in the first place. / survivability. Spoiler alert, it's hard to do damage when you're dead or running away and worried about your life. Okay, another devotion point. So we'll put another point in Jackal. And yeah, that 6% total speed is really nice because it's movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed all in one. Also gives us more offensive ability, which is important for our hit accuracy and critting. After we kill this guy, we'll double check what our hit chance against him is to get a sense about things. He is tough. Oh, I should have dodged that, so now I'm vulnerable. I took my hand off to grab my my cup of coffee for a second, which means I couldn't spacebar. So that was dumb, because I spacebarred to close the distance here, which means it's going to be on cooldown. So these guys here with the little symbol, that's an addition that I think might have been part of 1.3, might have been 1.2, I don't remember. These indicate monster infrequents, which are not all that infrequent. Oh, we got a first recipe here. Blueprint for Guardsman Defender, so we'll just learn that. Monster infrequents are almost like a third tier rarity. They'll still have a prefix and an affix, or suffix, I should say. 2 affixes, but they'll also have something built into themselves. I don't know. Yeah, this one over here. So this has always got a base value. The Shambler's Heart will always have some of those stats on them, and this happens to be a mighty one of Scorching. So I don't know what mighty is and what Scorching is. Presumably Scorching is probably what's adding the fire damage. Maybe the mighty is what's adding the percentage physical damage over here. But a lot of time the monster infrequent will modify like a skill. So Force Wave is a key soldier skill. Such a good way to level as a pure soldier with Force Wave. It's so good, so that kind of item would be really good for that. Oh, let's throw this helmet on. More resistances, more physical damage, bleed damage, offensive ability. That's a really good helmet for us. I like it. But for me, one of the reasons I like this game so much is that we had to go through that tunnel because the bridge is out. You actually have the ability to repair the bridge as well, but it's way too much currency that we have at this stage in the game. It's mostly for the next act. The next act, you can kind of skip that tunnel. All right, this guy here is a blacksmith, or he's an apprentice blacksmith. He wants me to find his master and take his hammer from him. So yeah, I think there's like a Goldilocks zone for me with this game of like, there's enough complex mechanics that it keeps it interesting and keeps me thinking about different ways to like build the character, equip things, enough interactions that it stops it from feeling sort of like boring and vanilla. But it's not so complex that, like, the problem with Path of Exile, Path of Exile is so freaking good, but it's so hard to just play ad hoc. It feels like what you need is other people who have got PhDs in action RPG mechanics, who have, like, used a supercomputer / the Path of Building tool to, like, figure out exactly how, like, character builds are supposed to work and this and that. I mean, you end up with so much build diversity. It's so strong, but, you know, I've got well over 1,000 hours in Path of Exile, and I have no idea. All right, I'm here for the hammer. Needs it for the refugees. Oh, you could join us. So you can choose to decide which of the 2 blacksmiths to side with. And you can actually choose a different one in each act. So they have microscopically different variations in what they can create for you. I usually side with Angram because he seems nicer. And slightly more likely, I think, with most of my characters to have something I can do with. You can always just side with the other one in Act 2, and then you can choose, or not Act 2, in Difficulty 2. And then you can choose which of the 2 variants to go for. So now, I would like to find, what's his name? Is his name Duncan? It's totally optional. It feels good to find him in this act. And I can never, half the time I run into him by accident. He's like on a little bit, sort of in the middle of the map. I don't know if this cavern's anything. Ulgrim, thank you. Oh, there's a devotion shrine in this. There you go, perfect. Now, the devotion shrines give you devotion points that you spend on those constellations. There are more devotion shrines across all the difficulties than your cap, so it's actually not the end of the world if you don't find them all, but obviously, the sooner you get as many devotion points as possible, the better. Just pop out of here and then I'll spend it. So we'll finish up Jackal. So this is going to be 15% damage, 2% physical resistance. The bonus to pets doesn't matter. It also gives me 3 more affinity points in Chaos, which enables me to reach even more constellations. And so there's one of the complex places is there's this interesting chaining you can do where you can complete it. So to get to the Jackal, I needed at least 1 point in Chaos Affinity, which I got from spending here in the Crossroads. Now that the Jackal is providing me with 3 Chaos Affinity, I can respec and remove my point over here, and this will be a self-sustaining thing. And there's an interesting sort of like, there's some build orders, like some order that you can get to like completing the constellations and then respecing a little bit to get a few points back to complete the next thing. That can be slightly tricky to sort out just on the fly. It's like one of the rare cases of, oh, this is a little too hard to understand right off the bat. The nice thing is there's actually some really nice little tools that people have built to be like, okay, type in the constellations you want to end up with. Oh, there's a blocker there, so I can't go through that way. Type in the constellations you want to end up with, and it'll calculate a way that you can get there in an efficient way. It's not impossible to figure out on your own, but that's a really nice little quality of life addition sometimes when you're trying to squeeze out every last point. Again, really only matters in the absolute end game. I feel like Ulgrim's in the Burwich. Oh, there he is. Burwich outskirts, and yeah, he's on this little thing that's really easy to miss. Hello. Oh, you cook? Yeah, we could use a cook at the prison. Good. Go over there. A simple cook. Excellent. All right, now we want to go back to the left-hand side of the screen because we want to find Balros and Hagra. I love that this the werewolf is the built-in charge ability. I mean, it does good damage, but one of the big things is just like it just speeds things along, which is nice. Okay, so I gotta remember that Ulgrim is basically in line with these two. Move back a little, kill a few of these things to reduce the incoming damage a little bit. Take a bunch of damage, Jeebus. Heal, heal, heal. Oh, it froze. I don't think my damage output is quite where I want it here. This is taking longer than expected, but... Although I haven't spent some points in a little bit. Right, I've got... My god. Okay, let's just finish our werewolf form. And I'm going to spend some more raw points in here. Froze again. Getting some freeze resistance is pretty good. And yeah. Oh, hey, another recipe. Nice. And I think already what I'm going to do is I'm going to filter out just magic items. I want items to have at least one rare affix on it. I probably won't be getting double rares. And even then, the magic of a double rare is usually with 2 useful affixes more than anything else. Okay, so this rare mutant Bludgeon of Fervor would dramatically increase my my damage output, especially if I put it on the second hand. But I am short. Oh, it's Flare 18. Okay, so first of all, that's 4 levels from now. Jesus. Okay. And I did get 2 of those, so that's quite cool. We'll also need some more physique, which, again, I'm going to spend the attribute points. I usually keep around 10. I should probably start spending around now. And I don't think anyone ever doesn't put a bunch of points in the physique because it keeps you alive. So I'll go... You know what? I'll keep like 5 points around. I'll put a bunch in the physique over here, which technically solves that, too. Boots with movement speed. And some resistance. Sure, we'll equip those. Shoulder pads of a couple of different resistance, including poison, which is actually really nice in this act. Although the vitality as well. Don't do lightning. Yeah, lose a little bit of armor. Lose a ton of health. Actually, I like that my current shoulder pads have so much health on them. We do pierce. This has got more movement speed. Resistance about the same. Offensive. Okay, actually, I will swap to those boots. This chest piece here, so this is a caster one, needs a bunch of spirit, which we don't have right now. Any other weapons? Oh, I could equip this weapon now and get some more offhand damage. So that seems worthwhile. And these pants, lightning, aether, spirit. Well, they're still going to be better than what we've got. And then I'm just going to use, sure, this one here. We're going to add some random fire damage to that. And some raw stats here and here. I'm really not worried about saving these components for anything right now. Just spend them. Oh, I should have looked to put this on, you know, for freeze reduction. We may as well just blast that, but now we can push forward. I don't think this cave has anything. Oh, dangerous domain. Okay. So those are places that have extra modifiers. And you know, some rare dude to kill in there, some like mini boss type thing. So they can be worth farming because they might have a specific monster infrequent that they can drop. But not going to be worth it for us. Pushing. Oh, there's a bottleneck here. I got to backtrack to here. Werewolf can get fire claws from fire class. So, okay. So one thing, again, if you're playing the werewolf, the attacks that the werewolf has built in cannot benefit from weapon pool skills. So it can benefit from things that are auras. I can't remember. Fire Strike is like replaced, like you would use Fire Strike directly, right? So like there might still be some synergy. Like maybe werewolf plus say primal strike from shaman. Maybe that works. So instead of using the, what is this called? Feral Claws, I could use Primal Strike or something like that. And there might be some really cool builds based around that. I'm not sure. Okay, we're going to come over here. From this portal, we come over here. A little bit hidden. We're going to click on this, get this Cultist Orders, and we've got this little book over here. And this implies that there's someone in the town. And I'm going to go back and sell and tech a couple things and turn in a few quests for some XP. Implies there's someone in this town that is kind of sketchy. All right, we killed this guy. We just killed those 2 dudes. It was awesome. Thanks to the level up. And over here, Luther, right? We brought you to town, and we are level 15, which is great. Let me sell. Okay, so I'm going to sell these blue items because, again, part of me is like, oh, we'll store them all for some other character, but we're going to focus purely on this character, and it's going to mean I'm going to do a lot less inventory management. Oh, that's an offhand increase. Wow, we've got quite a few offhand increases. Assume that's nothing. There's a decent chance that I'm going to just be glancing at one of these items and then selling something that might be a marginal upgrade somewhere along the way. Oh, Final March is quite nice. So Final March has the movement speed, the slow resistance, which is good. Lots of physique, lots of armor. I technically losing 1% movement speed over here. I would lose the pierce and bleed damage and the elemental resist. You know what? I don't think I'm going to wear the Final March. Usually that's a gimme on a lot of the characters. You're like, yeah, I'll put this on for a little while and it's going to be great. You can sort of count on it existing. But let me get rid of the reagents so that it clears up my view here. Shambler's Heart. Yeah, I don't think it's worth saving for that. Or you. Defense, health regen, pierce resist. I'm going to say no. Here's poison, vitality. Do I replace the silver band of Scorched Ruins with this? Lose a little bit of health. Gain resistance overall, I would say, plus the offensive and defensive ability. Yeah, I'm going to say that's an upgrade over what I had on my right. Sell you. Acolyte's Cord. We're not going to save this, although if we were running... See, if we're running a Necromancer build, of course, we'd never run into the Acolyte's Cord. Because why would we? Because that never happens that way. Am I going to wear the Blood Seal? No. So it's nice that it adds bleed damage, but again, I think that's only going to be really relevant when we're fighting bosses, which, yeah, I think that's fine. And then this necklace, the Provoke needs a shield anyway, which I don't have. So it's just physical damage, which is great. Nah. And then, well, hold on. Oh, actually, see, this one's already less damage. This one's here would still be a damage upgrade. I think it's because there's the flat physical damage added, but it's not until level 18. You know what? This is gonna be outclassed by the time we get there. Let's not bother with that. Okay, but we're gonna come over here and we're gonna buy one of these ribbons. This one, why can't I wear it? Oh, because it needs level 16. Health. So I think all these will have the 3% experience gain, which is nice. Health defensive ability is great. We're not doing ether damage. Lots of health regen. Physical damage. Internal trauma damage is like bleed, but for bludgeoning stuff. The 8% physical damage, 8% physique is kind of nice, versus 10% health, 26% defensive ability. Physique is a defensive thing. Is pierce physical damage, or is that separate? Because our attacks over here, main hand, and then flat piercing. So a lot of our damage is physical. You know what? I think I'm just going to take this just for not dying purposes. All right. Now we're going to talk to this guy and be like, hey, we found this book that implies that you're a nasty person. We could just kill him instantly. We can have him explain himself, get a bit of backstory, blah, 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 blah. He'll make us a deal. The deal is he's going to give me a key, which I happen to actually already have from a drop. A lot of times it can be a pain in the ass to find a strange key. It's just really lucky that we've got it. So usually you want to say a deal with this. Also, it's kind of a better story if you make a deal here because he's going to betray you later on. And I feel like it leads to a better story. So we're going to say yes, which now we have 2 strange keys, which we don't need. But so be it. This is Ulgrim. Hey, the cook. Hey, great. He can tell you lots of stories. Oh, there we go. And we get friendly over here, which is actually handy. The blacksmith is here. So we can craft, and there's a few different categories of stuff we can craft. These would just make random items for you. So let's say we were really looking for a one-handed mace. I could try to craft a bunch of these and hope we get one with a good mod that's useful. Same thing with the armor. I don't think I usually bother this, but you can find recipe for these unique items, which is a nice thing to do, especially since some of these are set items. The guardsman is a 5-piece set, so you can find some that you can craft, which is lovely. We could have crafted a ribbon. Like, this ranger's ribbon's pretty sweet, but I think I'll just keep this one. That's fine. These components, we can craft these for our items to put on things. These relics are going to be really good. So once we get to level 18, we want something for our relic slot, and we actually do have the materials for them. So we'll be eager to go and get one of those once we get to level 18. Anyway, let me go and stash my salt bag. I'll put this as my personal stash. Doesn't have to be in the shared one. You can always, unless you're playing strictly solo self-found, you can always get another salt bag just by making a new character and putting your shared stash. That's fine. Now that we're friendly, she should give us a quest, which is just convenient. The sooner you get this, the sooner something will show up on your mini-map. Rallying Cry. I will want this, but I think I'm just going to be lazy and not take it right now. Do I want to put a bunch of points in ferocity? Maybe. The leap will be a nice secondary movement option. Unlock 20. We could try the Raven form right now, but I think I'm going to keep going werewolf for the moment. Oh, I could level up. Okay, Amatox Pact. What is your second one? Reserves more energy, gives us more pierce damage. Chaos, which we don't do, more bleed damage. Attack speed. Yes. Yes. In fact, do I want to go and dump a bunch of points in the pack just because it keeps adding more flat cold damage? We're not multiplying cold damage, but it's still nice. It still gives us defensibility and armor. I suspect we're going to be maxing this out. This is maybe arguably more valuable if we're going Wereraven because it does do cold damage, but it's still fine. Or, you know what? Maybe I should just put more points in the Blood Frenzy. More attack speed, the pierce damage, the bleeding damage. Fuck it. Let's do that. Does using your non-werewolf skills put you out of it? That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I don't think so. I think you can put the werewolf skills on here, and it'll be okay. And then, yeah, I got the attribute points, but I'm also going to save those. Okay, I got to report back to John Bourbon. I think it's just going to give me the end game quest properly here. There we go. Warden's Life. That's the end boss. There we go. So, the Depraved Sanctuary, you can go to these outskirts, and it's over here. It's very close to where we found Angrim. It's a really good place to go and farm if you are playing a Necromancer, because you can drop an item that's really good for your skeletal summons. I might not bother on this. I'm going to push, and I'm going to stay on the left here, because what I'm looking to do is get to the docks. Because we want the fabric. There is it over here that there's the shoulder pads? Is it in this rift? No, the shoulder pads I missed. Yeah, I think this is another dangerous domain. Yeah, which we could farm for some sort of item, but I don't know if it matters. A lot of times I will end up here and I haven't gotten friendly with the town yet, which that's the reason, like rescuing Luther and rescuing Ulgrim both give you rep to the town, which makes you friendly. Sometimes you can get here without being friendly yet, which means you can't pick up the fabric quest. You can still loot the fabric because there's still these little chests over here that have it, but they don't show up as stars on your minimap, so it's a lot harder to find because there's like 6 or 8 different spawn spots for them. And so it's really easy to not actually just blindly find the fabric, which is annoying. So it's always nice to be friendly already by the time you get here. Raising and rep also gives you access to like vendor stuff, which is great. I can't remember if there's any lore books in here. There's some over there. Yeah, I'm not going to obsess about finding all the lore books because I don't feel like I need to do the lore completion run here. And the amount of XP it gives you starts to become less relevant over time. But you may as well still grab them while they're there. Not going to say no to the XP. Okay, shrine. We'll just clear the area because it's going to be a monster one. Some of the shrines require you to sacrifice an item to cleanse them, and some of them require you to kill all the baddies around it. Baddie one. And yeah, I might just start working towards the bat thing. And we're coming down into the cellar because that's where we're going to find the apprentice. That one dude. He's very smartly standing inside of a salt circle. You know, he may be an idiot, but he's a smart idiot. All right. Now we can just keep pushing forward. We've got a couple of quests to turn in town. But mostly we're looking to get to the end of Act 1 spot. There's some things there. There's some more furniture we can pop for a few more lore books. And we may as well click on them while we're here. Isn't there stuff we can smash down here for stuff? I thought there was, but maybe I'm wrong. I thought there was maybe a little bit more lore books. Read. Pop down. Hey, level 16. Rescued by a werewolf. Yeah, people have no reaction to the werewolf form, which is kind of funny. So yeah, putting more points in here does reserve more, but I think that's okay. I think I'm still going to go 2 points in the main class and then there. Just getting a lot of raw stats there, especially since I'm keep saving there. Look at this. I guess I may as well go and just turn in these quests for the XP. Clean up the quest log. Hey, I found your apprentice. Lovely. Okay, he's going to have more stuff for us later. What's the other thing? Oh, I can return the fabric. What I like is that every little town hub seems to have one quest that slightly changes the look of the town. So look at the way it looks now. As soon as I turn this in, there you go. They got nice little surface stuff. Huzzah. And I said you can buy new stuff with like the faction stuff. Here's the quartermaster for this town. So this is what I can buy at friendly. So now I have the ability to buy these tinctures or these oils over here. And then later on, we'll get more and more. One of the big things is you get recipes. So it's really nice to unlock these recipes. And then you can get, so you get the writs here for, I think, yourself to boost the rep. And then you can get the mandates, which can be placed in the transfer stash. So you can send that to other characters. So when you're running alts, you can have all these mandates ahead of time in your stash that your alts can run, and then you get the rep a lot faster than that, which is, I think, a really nice idea. I had Bob pizza, very popular in Sweden. No, I haven't. I also haven't had, you guys do like a curry banana pizza, which I've never tried. Maybe this time. So in August, I'm going to be going to Sweden. Again, I can say it's for Paradox thing. I don't know what it's for yet, but I can say that it's not a sequel, apparently. It's apparently a new game. So have no idea what it is beyond that. Those are the only things I know, and those are the things I can tell you. Paradox is flying me out to Stockholm for a thing, which is going to be a new game. I'm going to guess another grand strategy, but maybe now they're finally making that dating sim. Could happen. Health. Yeah, you see that yellow went down? That's that constitution. Blueprints, nice. That's one of the big things with doing these totems is they drop some unique items, the blue items, but they also drop these blueprints. The game will never drop a blueprint that you already have, which is nice. It's always guaranteed to be something new. I think there's a rare chance that if something drops 2 blueprints, it might technically be possible to drop 2 copies of the same blueprint as a duplicate. But if it is possible, I don't think I've ever seen it. I think it would just be incredibly bad luck. But yeah, because normally the way the game works is it doesn't drop a blueprint that you already have. It rolls a blueprint from the pool that you don't have already. I just don't know what happens when there's a simultaneous drop. This is another example of like random design. The main layout of this is fixed, but the way the connections between rooms are is shaken up. Descend. Then do blueprints due to forgotten Due to forgetting to learn the ones I'd picked up. Oh, yeah, if you didn't right-click on them to consume them, then you haven't learned them yet, so the game might give you a duplicate at that point. Yeah, that's possible. I don't think there's anything to do in this zone other than there are a bunch of lore books. Like if you're playing for the first time and you want to complete all the lore, then you can hunt for that in this zone. There's a totem up there, but totems are totally random. They're always worth grabbing if they're around, but mostly we're just trying to move to the boss as quickly as possible. But I will go up. I don't know, like at this point in the game, I'm not sure if there's a particular unique that would be like necessarily useful to my character. You know, it might just happen to have some like stats that work, but I don't think there's any particular combo we're going for. But unlocking more recipes is going to be really good, especially since some of the recipes are going to be prerequisites for other items. Like this item needs these things. You need to have these things in your inventory to be able to craft this item, and some of those things are things that you can craft. Oh, I guess I'm supposed to connect up that way. Am I not on the level I thought I was? I think I was maneuvering, yeah. I'm one level ahead of or one level behind where I thought it was. Yeah, crumbling wall, back door. Okay. On the next floor, we're moving basically up and to the left. No one has a problem with spiders, right? I like how that area was unmarked. There are a bunch of secrets and stuff on the map in this game. We've probably already like skipped like a dozen of them. There's a lot of environmental storytelling in this game as well, which I really like. That's one of the things you do win with a fixed map is environmental storytelling. That's another shrine. Yeah, I think we'll probably go bat for bleeding. I mean, some things are quite constant. The Sailor's Guide is really useful for a lot of people because it's just got generic a bunch of defenses, and then it does give you a bunch of, say, blue affinity, for example, right? And that can be used to unlock something else. But, like, we could also search for Pierce, because Pierce and Bleeds is where a lot of our damage is going to come from. I suppose, at some point, I think you're not worried about killing minions. Like, early on, I think minion clear is, like, your number one thing. But I think as you go forward, the big thing is, can I kill bosses before they kill me? In which case, the Bleed will be the most useful. Piercing, vitality, attack damage converted to health is kind of nice. Zeke, oh, that's bleed resistance, which isn't necessarily what I'm going for. Axe or spear? I mean, there's literally a Berserker constellation, and I am a Berserker. There's literally the wolf one somewhere too. All right, tell you what. So this just needs the this. What is this affinity called? Give me a tooltip. Oh, there. Eldritch affinity. Sure, we'll just do that. It's fine. You can respec that. It's slightly more annoying than respecking the skills. Well, and later on it can get really annoying, but one of the expansions did add these respec potions. Just if you do the very complicated thing, so respecking a way out of a constellation, if it would remove the amount of affinity you need to be able to access another constellation, it prevents you from doing that. And sometimes it's going to be really awkward to figure out how to like undo your constellation setup so that you can refund all your points. But there are potions you can get that give you a full respec in the constellation. There's also some for attributes, because attributes aren't something you can respec naturally. But one of the expansions did add potions to respec your attributes. There's also, I think, a potion to respec your skill points, but respecking your skills was never particularly tricky. So I'm actually not entirely sure if they've got that, and even if they do, it's not really required. It might just be a slightly cheaper way of doing it, but because it does get progressively more expensive to respec, like to refund your skill points, but it's kind of waypoint. And yeah, I'll put 2 points in my base class and then do that. So I'm probably going to want to pick up Form of the Beast, regardless of if we're a werewolf or wereraven. This is going to be super, super useful. I like how it chants on hit to refresh duration of Untamed Rage, which is this one. We'll probably also pick up Bloodborne. So you can only have one exclusive skill. It's worth noting the Form of the Beast is not an exclusive skill. So Bloodborne would be one, dramatically increasing our bleed, our pierce, our chaos damage as well. If we convert our pierce to chaos, it still applies there, which is good. It is worth noting this doesn't have any combo with cold, though. There's also Heart of the Asterkarn, which is the one that buffs your cold a whole bunch. And so I think if we go Wereraven, we're going to want to really lean into cold. If we stick with Werewolf, we're going to probably lean into pierce and bleed, or possibly chaos and bleed. This is the level I was thinking of that has tons of books. And that we just generally want to go up and to the left. I was wondering we go for corpse explosion build and bosses and spawn mobs for you to blow up. Yeah! I mean, what I liked in Path of Exile is you could get, was it called like desecration or whatever? And you could like spawn your own area of corpses. That was always really useful. Oh, more lore books. And the story from these books is crazy. Like the lore, the world building in this game is actually nuts, but you have to go looking for it. Right? When you play a Diablo game, what you're gonna get is all these cutscenes of here, let us lore at you. Although they do have to balance that because they don't want to, they don't want to overwhelm you with too many boring cutscenes and things like that for people who aren't looking for the lore and aren't replay and things like that. Here you have to go looking for it. You have to take a look at the environmental storytelling. You've got to find these lore books, but it means they can put a lot more of the lore drops in there if that's the sort of thing you're interested in. That's a dead end. Now, I don't think I've been killing quite consistently enough, because I think at this point I would get you were hated by the ethereals, but it'll probably happen soon. Usually happens around now. I'm level 18 now. I don't think I'd saved something that I need to be 18 for. Points in the raw stats. Yeah, I'm not going to take that. I could take Leap. You know what? I'll put a point in Leap just to give me another little movement option, mostly. Yeah, that seems good. We can grab another one from the Forgotten Gods as well. Well, that's actually not too bad damage. Play nice with controller. So I've never played this with control. Oh, there we go. I'm hated by the ethereals. Woo! As every contestant on every reality show ever has said, I'm not here to make friends. So if we hit, I thought it was you for the factions. I can't remember what the. Oh, this looks different than it used to. Faction window is J apparently. So these are the factions. These are the only factions we've run into. This list will grow quite big. So there's the ones you're friendly with. So Devil's Crossing and the Rovers, we're going to be building reputation towards them. And then we've got enemy factions over here. You know, why do I care about the enemy faction reputation? They can never get positive, but they can get worse. And as you keep attacking a particular group of factions, you'll unlock these little notches. So now we're going to get bigger ethereal spawns, which is actually good because we can kill them more faster, right? In bigger groups. And then over here, then you get extra hero spawns, the guys with the little stars over their heads, which drop better loot. And then finally, you can get these nemesis spawns that can drop some crazy amounts of stuff. So, I mean, you don't really have to think about that. It's just going to happen. I suppose the other thing is, like Devil's Crossing, gain reputation, killing Cronley's gang, and then quests and bounties. And then Rovers like it if you kill Arcovian undead. Plus do all their quests and shit like that. You know, I really like that pounce, actually. I guess they call it leap. But it feels really appropriate. Tell you what, how about... We're going to finish Act 1 shortly, all as a werewolf. Well, let's clear Act 2 as a were-raven, and then compare the two and see how we feel about them. Yes? Which might mean I'm not going to go bat, because the bleed's not going to matter for the bat build. Or for the raven build. Yeah, I kind of like that plan. Let's make sure my filter over here, we're going to look for cold. Start collecting some cold boosting items. Psycho Tronico, thank you very much for joining the Sprouts over on YouTube, the YouTube membership. And remember, you go into Discord, link your Discord to your YouTube, or if you're a Twitch subscriber. And then you can join the Discord. If you support through Patreon, you can also join the Discord that way. For that one, you do through Patreon. In Patreon, you set up the connection, as opposed to setting it up from Discord. It's weird. I don't know why it's like that, but it's like that. I'll wait until my cooldowns come up. Yeah, so these dudes with stars over there, those are the hero units. They got better drop, they give you more rep. So spawning more is quite nice. Alright, and here's going to be the boss. So, these points are there. Oh, let me eat these. Kill you. Again, mostly piling these. What is this weapon? Massacre. Epic two-handed. Good for fire damage, which we're not doing. Soul's Touch. Some flat Aether damage. Some Energy Leech. More Aether damage. Yeah, that's not really relevant to what we're doing. Okay, Night Hunter's Chest Guard does increase cold damage. Night's Chill, Chilling Rounds. I think those might be Nightblade stuff, but I don't think it's going to be relevant for us. It's got a bunch of armor. We could consider wearing this if we go into our Wereraven form. I could put on the Berserker's Cowl. Physical damage, bleeding damage, cunning. +2 to leap is nice. It's got a little bit more armor. And then it gives us a skill called Berserk. Enter Berserker state of mind, lashing out with increased ferocity at the cost of survivability. Sounds like fun. Let's go ahead and slap that guy on. We could consider maybe equipping that later. I don't know. I think this guy might hit us for Aether damage. Like, we might want these pants with a little bit of Aether resistance. Those are worth upgrading. Those gloves. I don't know if there's going to be anything else that's particularly exciting. I mean, there might be, but again, we're going to limit how much clicking and looking we're doing over here. So resistances, there is a cap on these guys. What is the cap? Is it 85% in this game? I can't remember. But yeah, you generally want to keep, its top row of resistances is particularly key and easier to get. These three, by the way, fire, cold, and lightning are all elementals. So you can get things that increase elemental resist or increase elemental damage. It's doing all three of these elements at once.
I've been expecting.
Few ads, pop back over. Yeah, I don't think you can see the debuffs. Like, presumably this guy is bleeding. There's a pool of blood on the ground. But yeah, I don't think the debuffs get listed. Like, you know, it's not on the toolbar on the top. I don't know if there's an option for that or just something this game doesn't have. Boy, that boss was easy. I'm sure that was his one and only form, right? He's doing green. I'm pretty sure that's the ethereal damage, so it's nice to have a little bit of resistance on that. Oh yeah, there should be a Songs of Six video today. Schedule it like for earlier this morning. I'll try to remember to make one live after this stream whenever we stop. There we go. I think he can drop an item that is good for some classes. Converts physical damage to acid damage is quite interesting. Oh, right. And then it gives you a bunch of Ray Skeleton. Yeah, Ray Skeleton is a Necromancer one. Blight Fiend, Occultist? And Iskandra's Elemental Exchange is from... What's the other class? Arcanist? Is that what it's called? Arcanist over here? I haven't chosen a second class yet because I don't need it. All right, that is Act 1 complete. We might want to consider stockpiling a couple more cold boosting items before we make the swap over to Wereraven. I don't know. You know what? We should just do it.
Is it fit? The Warden's defeat is a great... So
him, speak to Mornay. Excellent. Thank that. Yeah, let's just respec. All right, let's try the Wereraven. There we go. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take points out of the werewolf. There we are. And I if I do this, I can't dual wield anymore. Well, I'm just going to leave it in there for the moment. I'll keep the leap in because it's nice for mobility. This and this can stay as well. That can stay. Although we might not be doing the same bleed. We do still do pierce. I'll keep 1 point in because we might get an item that boosts it, and it's nice to have the base. Okay, having done that, what we're going to do is we're going to dump points into Wereraven. So, Wereraven form has its own basic attack, cannot trigger weapon pool skills, so it's the same as with the Werewolf. The difference is this is going to be a ranged AoE attack that does piercing and cold as opposed to piercing and bleed. It also, we don't get a charge ability. Our second ability, Cold Snap, is a point-blank AoE centered around us. So we'll do that. We could convert the cold to chaos, but we're not boosting chaos right now, so there's no reason for us to do that. We also can get Glacial Talons, which will give a little bit more range, more flat cold damage. Frostburn, which is the damage over time for cold. We may as well put a point in that. And then I think what we probably want to do is max out Wereraven. Now, this is considerably more energy expensive. But for the sake of argument, let's max out Wereraven. And then... Here, I'll put a few more points in the Glacial Talon. And then what I'm going to do is just put Wereraven here. And prepare yourself. I look awesome! I mean... I kind of want to be a Wereraven just because of how epic I look. Holy shit. And then we've got the... Let me put the leap over here because it's bar-based. Wow. And now, so here's our primary attack, is that. Look how quickly it drains the energy. That might be the one downside, is we really haven't gone and done an energy boosting builds. And then on my right click, I've got this over here. Now, I think what I probably actually want to do is, for this character, I'm going to make my left click just be a move, make my right click be the Ice Talons, and do the Cold Snap on 2. That way, click to move, right click for the force attack, that seems okay. So stored those. Let me sell these items after we confirm whether or not we're keeping them. You are really nice. If level 20 though, and that's another potential level 20. Oh! If I equip this in my main hand, it's going to be considerably more damage boost. Falcon's Claw is great for lightning. I think this would be a great primal strike weapon, which we're not running. Elemental damage, just cold. Actually, a lot of good buffs on this. That's going to be worth throwing that one on. Resistances, elemental damage, more energy, crossburn. I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Consider keeping this stuff around. As you complete some more side quests, you'll get more of these secondary stockpiles, which is going to be handy. What I kind of want is maximum energy. So if I can go to the ectoplasm and drop some of those on here, that'll be very nice. And then just some more raw stats over here is going to be good. And if you mouse over, it'll show you whether or not there's an enchantment. So this one here, if I mouse over, you can see nothing in the stats just highlighting because it's already enchanted and you can't put a second one on. But if I mouse over here, it'll highlight everything that is viable. I'm going to go and use the Chilled Seal here for more cold damage. I think I could hold shift, keep it locked. The pants need a boost. They're pretty crap pants. Well, they're not crap pants. Crap pants are something else. But we'll use the bristly fur, which is nice overall. The armor and the belt is quite good because it applies to all incoming damage. Because when you take damage, it actually does roll a random spot for it. But the belt isn't a spot, so the belt damage always applies. Okay, so everything's got... Oh, no, I can put something on the ribbon. I can put either Roiling Blood for physical damage or... Oh, Corpse Dust. That's nice. More health and the Vitality Resistance is going to be pretty good. All right. We'll do this. Is this less complex than Point 2? It looks more complex than Diablo 4. I think that's a good way to talk about it, a larger life. I mean, Path of Exile, 1 or 2, is like peak complexity. For good or for ill, it's peak complexity. And then Diablo 2 is like here-ish. And Diablo 3 and 4 is like down here, right? Like, yes, there's a lot of endgame stuff still, but it's not the same, right? Blizzard was looking for something more accessible, and that's not bad. And I would say that Grim Dawn sits in that middle, same level as maybe like a Diablo 2 level, but with higher quality of life and things like that. Okay, so now we're a burb. Oh, we should go. So this is for the Forgotten Gods expansion. We're gonna pop in here. We're just gonna do a few conversations to join a faction, and then we'll bail back to the main quest. You can absolutely do this expansion now. There's nothing stopping you. And in fact, for some builds, there's some key monster infrequents that you'd want to pick up at this stage, and you might go and do this act. But all I'm gonna go is come here. We'll do this little thing.
The emissary
I
warned
think we
me
leveled
of
for
your
that. We'll begin the trial, and we'll explode, and then we'll ice you up. Ice, ice, baby. Bam. Hey, Eldritch Hordes hate us. Good. Excellent. Okay. So now we come back over here to the emissary. And then it'll ask us which of the 3 factions we're going to join. Now, I don't know which of the 3 factions is potentially the best. The thing is, you will, like for this character, you will eventually, you'll get rep with all of them. What you're choosing here is just choosing which of these 3 factions you're going to get the first little kickstart for. Can we not check like the quartermaster? Isn't there a way to check the quartermaster of each faction? I don't remember.
Promise. Salile does not need your help, but that does not mean we cannot benefit one another.
I think you're kind of an ass. Ron, can you not check the... Oh, there's a quartermaster. Maybe I just didn't know where that quartermaster was. So this is Dreeg's quartermaster. And like what we're mostly looking for is maybe early on, what just has the best little extra movement thing. I think the one that's got the leap one tends to be the nicest, but it doesn't really matter. Ultimately, all these are going to level up. You're just going to get a kickstart on one of them.
The weeping spines do not lie.
Spider web, Guardian's Eyes, play with Eldritch Toys. I don't know. Maybe Biss? Where's your quartermaster?
See anything you like?
Shadowy Assassin. Right, teleport, the leap. Leap is just, I think this has got one of the better mobility ones, so I'll probably just go and join Biss right now.
You've been quite a sight since.
Plus, you know, who doesn't love Bissilla?
My dear.
Sure,
Who
we'll join your
wants
cult,
to
it's
see
fine.
the future when you
Every hound, every raven. Raven, you say? Excellent. I'm sold. That's so Raven. All right, and then I'll just buy the leap. In fact, I'll get a couple of them so that we don't have to worry about coming back over here. We'll bank a few. Grab that skill book. And I didn't take that quest because I'm not going to be working on this expansion content right now. We're going to right back to the start. You need to start over the expansion? No, you don't have to start over the expansion at all. I went and wiped my whole account to start completely from fresh. So this applies to medals. So we're going to do that. And it is an augment, not a component. Each item you have can have both a component and an augment. The augments mostly come from rep faction stuff, and ultimately you want both. Anyway, we're going to have a new skill over here. I suppose what I should... Where am I going to put the cold snap versus the 2 leaps that I've got? Now I have 2 leaps. Leap from my skill, leap from the augment. I guess I'll put the cold snap on 3. All right, sounds fine. There's the rich. And enter Act 2. Whee! And at the end of Act 2, we'll have to make a decision. Werewolf versus Wereraven. And how we're going to focus our efforts. I feel like the Werewolf is a lot easier for early leveling, but it would not surprise me if the Wereraven turned out to be superior for some other scaling. I'm not sure. Alright, yeah, talk to Shanks, that's fine. Leap into here. Relic Squall. Squall sounds like a... Oh, it's lightning. Damn it. Okay. Because it's going to be relevant, because we're really going to want to choose a relic, like, either we're adding, like, cold gear, cold relics, doing that kind of crafting or not. Now, we can go back for the quest, but we may as well just keep pushing forward right now to get to the next waypoint. Oh, that's the Burning House. I always forget about that one. A lot of times I skip over it. I think if you're playing a fire-based class, you can get something nice from here. And he's crazy. He's locked his family in there. There's a... Nope, not dealing with crazy. There's a way to, like, deal with this. Okay, choosing 2. There we go. Saves the family. I don't know how much. I don't think it makes a big difference. Most of these things where there's a little bit of a choice, there's not a hugely meaningful difference between the two. You don't have to stress about like locking yourself out of content or anything like that is what I mean, right? It matters from a personal storytelling perspective, but you don't have to worry from a maximizing content perspective, which is nice. So you're free to choose what feels best rather than what you're supposed to do to min-max a story. Oh, Drew's gonna tell this partner about a story about his partner who backstabbed him and stole the money. He wants me to kill him. Oh, sure, we'll totally go and do that. That's exactly what's gonna happen here in a second. And then here we could kill him. Oh, hold on. Say your story. Wait. Oh, wow. You killed him because he was trying to do some inappropriate things. All right. Sorry to rush judgment. You can kill him. You can do whatever. There's an interesting. If you kill this guy, then there's a really interesting thing that happens later. If you're just playing the game for the first time, you might want to compare and contrast what happens if you kill that guy, and what happens to again. It's a little microscopic side story that doesn't have any impact on the gameplay. I mean, the werewolf abilities were so good, but this Raven is it's so Raven! Crazy. Called me crazy once. Really, Carrot? Did it drive you nuts? That's possible that I missed a little side area. Oh, is it over here to the right that there's a little cave that gives you, that has another, shrine to cleanse? I'm not sure.
Well, you work Darius. We have.
Oh, and if you want to farm rep with a faction, after you reach a certain point, you gain access to the bounty table. So once you get to respected, you can give that. No, there's just a random thing to go and do a thing. Why do you have a star here? Oh, that's Skinner. We saved you and your family. Yep. Cool. Thanks for the ring. Probably will never use you, but that's fine. Pop back over here. Raven might be better for clear speed. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe because of all the AoE, it's better for pure clear speed. That is entirely possible. All right, what do you want me to do? You want me to get a relic from your elder. Right. I meant to say yes. And then right, if we want to go forward, we have to blow up a blockade. Roger, roger. Will do. So we're going to come over this way and use all my mobility abilities. Sure. Blow up some bugs. Get into the mine. We want to find ourselves some dynamite. Did not very efficiently dig through that or jump through that. Okay, when I was doing my test, I don't know, because I sort of did this when I was doing my little test run. It's okay, I'll play a little bit with the wolf, and then a little bit with here, then try to decide which way I might want to go. I was having huge mana problems. That's one of the reasons I hesitated actually maxing out the Wereraven skill right away, because it does increase the cost of these abilities a lot. But I might have gotten a little bit more regen, or my points might be a little higher. I think I might have switched to the Wereraven a little sooner before. What does this one do? More pierce, more cold, more chaos, more frostburn. Chance to do that. All right, we keep going the thing. 2 points into the base thing, and then I'll put 1 point in Glacial Talon, which does keep increasing the range of my ability, which is nice. I mean, at some point I might prefer more width to it, but... All right, so we just picked up dynamite. I know that happened real quick, but there was some dynamite on the ground there. And dynamite is actually just one of many consumables we're going to be picking up tons of. I don't know if it's worth in a single target situation. I don't know if it's worth using my my point blank AoE. Oh, and then we are running into mana problems. Come on, mana potion, come up, come up. So, okay, my ice talent hits for, let's say 1,200 damage. It's actually nearly 1,300. This one here can do more, especially with the big frost burn. Although it scales, the ice deals 25% reduced damage before going outward. So it does more damage further away. And the energy costs 125. Okay, this is much, much cheaper. So when I'm fighting a single target, I really probably shouldn't cold snap. If I'm energy limited. If I'm no longer energy limited, then I think it's worth it just to put big stacks of frostburn. But yeah, right now that's going to be okay. So we could go back now because we got the explosives, but it's going to be a lot better for us. We just keep pushing on over here, go out this door, then head north. Cooldown on those abilities is pretty short. This guy, even though it's a grayed out question mark. Okay, we found the Elder. Unfortunately, he's dead, but we'll get his amulet. Okay, level 20. That is opening up a few things for us. So I'm just going to TP back to here. Does the Raven and Wolf have non-mana based basic attacks? No, the Wolf one though is the main attack from the Wolf is really cheap. Like I found it used basically nothing. So we have an interesting decision here. We can say we found the Elder. Did we get the amulet? We can say yes or no. If you give the amulet, I think you get more rep. If we lie, we get to keep it, and we're gonna keep it on our first go here. The reason is, it's this bone talisman here, right? I'm not wrong. I didn't already have something in that slot, right? I think... Yeah, spiritual importance to the rovers. So this thing here is not worth it on future runs because we're going to be crafting our own little talismans later. But on this first go, it's really nice because we just get a bunch of basic stats. We also could trigger the mana infusion, which might actually be nice for here. Normally I don't bother, but it does increase energy regeneration and all damage. Like 10-second cooldown, or 10-second duration, 25-second cooldown. But you pop it, and we might make use of it. We'll see. Anyway, for now, we're going to come up here. So we hit the lie. What am I looking for the door? It is this way, right? Oh, no! I did that wrong. Oh, no! Hang on. If I come over here, I still have a personal portal open. I did that wrong. Go to the personal portal. I forget. You don't go back here immediately. From where you killed the Elder, you backtrack to here. I wonder if I can leap down. No. Sometimes there's invisible walls, sometimes there's not. If you take the teleport versus the leap, there might be some areas that you can sort of cheese. Yeah, we come over here to blow it up. Saves us a little bit of water. Yeah, and dynamite is just an item. We're going to be picking up more as we go. You can stash it. This way, that way, that way. Blow up these guys. That is quite effective. We don't have to go in here, but it will let us farm something that we will use a little bit later. Oh. You've been filming here on Twitch or just YouTube? YouTube since the days of co-optional podcasts at TB. Oh, man. Always hurts. Think about Total Biscuit and what we lost. Always hurts. I was on the podcast. I think I was on this podcast twice, and I was going to be on it a third time, and then it got canceled. And then there was no other podcast again after that. Whoa, shit, the damage. And that was it. When I play StarCraft, I still have his voice pack. Every time I load up StarCraft, I get to hear him. It's lovely. Sad, but lovely. You know what I mean? Another formula. That's great. Okay. And yeah, these guys can just drop a few material components that are used for crafting, but I think are also used to complete a quest that we want later. So it's worth doing a little pit stop here. Alright. This. Relics. Oops. Ooh. That is actually quite the Great Ribbon. I mean, we're not really doing... Well, No, because the cold damage... Hold on. Now there's... Okay, so this is a key difference, which I hadn't quite realized. The Wereraven's damage is based purely on the skill itself. It does not scale with weapon damage. The Werewolf scales with weapon damage. So the Wereraven's DPS isn't going to change the same way based on the pure weapon damage, but it'll be about the riders of like plus pierce damage percentage, plus cold damage percentage. Anyway, Because we don't do physical, lightning, or electrocute damage, but it's got the health, which is nice, the physique, still got the experience gain. It's got resistances, which the other metal doesn't, although the metal metal has health in this. I might not bother upgrading to this, because I'd also spend another one of my emblems, which may not matter. Bonus elemental damage, more armor. We lose the health. That's probably worth doing, though. We are doing Pierce, yes? Yeah, Pierce and Cold. So I'm going to swap to this helmet here. We're going to lose the physical and bleeding, which doesn't matter because we're not doing it anymore. It's got a shit ton of resistances. Oh, and the Ring of Steel when hit. Yeah, I think that's going to be good for us. We check the damage per second. Yeah, it went up by about 100. You only get the DPS preview on weapons, not on the other gear, but you can do this. And this is the damage of this Ice Talons. It's not factoring in the damage from my other abilities, but that's probably still a good hint. So actually, instead of going bat, maybe I should just be taking generic things that will work regardless. So with that in mind, actually, rather than going down Crossroads, I should probably just pick up Sailor's Guide, which is hardly ever a mistake. I'm going to go Crossroads here, and then I'm going to start spending in Sailor's Guide. Just a bunch of defensive stuff that I almost always take anyway. Yeah, attribute points. Yeah, I guess I could spend a few more. But here's another case. We aren't going to get the ability to respec the attribute points until the expansion. And where we're going to put the attribute points might be a little different depending on whether we're deciding on going with the Werewolf or Raven. Yeah, before I do this... Yeah, I think I did miss a side dungeon. Is it at the other waypoint? So yeah, you guys are being harassed by this gang. I'll take care of it for you. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to pay you $2,500 to fuck off and leave these people alone. You're welcome. There's at least 3 different ways you can solve this. You can attack these guys. You can do whatever. If we had dynamite going to the right would be quite nice right now. Yeah, hold on. Let me go back to the Footholds Rift. Is this where I missed a little side dungeon with the Devotion Shrine? Because I historically have always forgotten this one or missed this one. Maybe I'm wrong. Is it somewhere else? Oh, there's some sort of dungeon-y thing over here. Ah, there it is. I think there's a Devotion Shrine in here. Yeah, you can just see it on the map. Full of spooky ghosts! Oh, ectoplasm. That's going to be nice for our mana problems if we run into some. There's a boss up there, which isn't required for us to do. We're mostly here for the devotion, the shrine, but I may as well go and kill that guy. 1 point here. Points there. Oh, 1-1. 1 point here. Points there. Now, there may be some rare or some class of monsters or something that would be good to farm for a particular monster infrequent. So monster infrequent, explained before, is sort of a variant base of an item. It'll still have a random pair of affixes, a prefix and a suffix that is random. But the infrequent itself has a fixed benefit. And a lot of times that's where you'll find stuff that boosts, let's boost our mana regen here, that boosts a particular skill. So usually there's some monster infrequents that are worth farming. In fact, there's lots of endgame builds that don't even use legendary items necessarily, but might be reliant on a particular key infrequent. And they're called infrequent because they don't always drop, like, they drop infrequently from normal monsters, but they're not actually that infrequent because how come I can't click this Grand Spoils? You have to destroy it? Oh, why don't you just click it? Oh, it's because I don't have an attack on my left click. Okay, I think that's why. Anyway, we're done with here, so now we'll go back to Old Arcurvia. Actually, do I have to go back to town? Clearing the way. Oh! I do have to turn in the I've gone and blown up the barricade quest. What can I say except for welcome? Oh, we get some things for bag slot too, so that's nice. Alright, salvage dealer. So, okay, hold on. Store all my reagents. eat that. I don't want to accidentally sell the reagents is the deal here. Even if we switch back to being a werewolf, I think the Berserker's Cal is going to be obsolete by then. So I'm not going to bother holding on to it. The trickiest thing for the werewolf thing might be keeping an out for a couple of really strong weapons, which might not be obvious what's strong. These boots have a lot more armor, a lot more resistances. They still have a little bit of movement speed, sure. So there's a monster infrequent. Double rare, actually. Maybe it's not a monster infrequent. So it has a rare prefix and suffix, but it is not helpful for us in this case. Pierce Blade, again, those might be examples of things to hold on to, but... Physical damage. So this, actually, that might be a really good ring if we go back to our werewolf build. Maybe what I'll do is I'll use the second bag slot for maybe, like, werewolf potential items. Oh, I can sell that. We're not going to use this. Blood Reaper's coat is bleeding this. It gives a boost to veracity, which I'm never going to say right for some reason, which would be good for a werewolf build. Nightblade and Berserker. +1 skill to all things in Nightblade and Berserker. Okay, well, I don't think we'll be completing the set while, you know, in a time that's still relevant. Oh, I'm going to wear this chest piece here for our cold builds. Because the only elemental damage we're doing is cold. So we'll do that. I'll drop you, drop you. Oh, yeah. No, I should wear those. This blue chest. Physical bleed. I'll keep you banked, but hopefully we'll replace you by the time it's useful. Fast speed, attack speed, chaos, this. Well, where are the Zealot's gloves? We're not really using Battle Surge. No, I'll keep my current gloves of bonus damage to everything. Around for when I replace the ribbon. Okay, he sells some more ribbons too, but we're just gonna ignore that. All right. Still amazing real spiritual secrets for Titan Quest. Yeah, and there's a Titan Quest 2 in development, which I've dabbled with a little bit. Still excited about that. I start the stream and immediately hear Werewolf or Raven sold them DLC. Yep. And I mean, this Raven look is so good.
Keep your weapons.
Mornay sent me. What do you need? You have a deal? Yes. I'm gonna go and kill everything that's walked or crawled on God's green earth. Don't worry about it, guys. Oh, wait. Isn't there a dude for me to kill? Right here? No, it's right here. Am I thinking the wrong place? I'm thinking the wrong place. Go through the mine, dude? I think that's a way to go. I don't recall. Mine probably has an increased chance of finding some more dynamite, which is good. Can I leap up there? Nope. Alien the Rat. Yeah, just an optional. We don't have to kill you. Yeah, I think if we stay Raven, we're going to want a fair bit more spirit. But I think if we go werewolf, we're going to want more cunning and not really need spirit. Both of them do need physique, and I could go and spend some more here. I'll round it up to an equal 10 point spend physique. We're going to sit on a lot of that for now until we commit. There's some more dynamite. Lovely. There's 2 pieces of dynamite. There's a little optional side area we could do already. Alright, so, kill Cronley, destroy forges. Yeah, we're going to destroy forges over here. Going this way, we can avoid a sort of a tough optional fight. I don't know if they drop loot from that. Is there not something over here? Here, and we're looking for forges. There's more dynamite. Good. I mean, think about these guys, right? These are bandits. They're not good people. But, you know, they're just mostly normals. Trying to get by in a world that's been pretty off. They've made some bad choices about how they're going to get by. And then suddenly this giant fucking bird monster comes into their base and murders them all. Yes, they're all really bad people. But from their point of view, they entered a horror movie and they didn't quite realize that that's where they were existing. Caca, motherfuckers. Caca. One more forge. There should be one over here, though. Yeah. They're in random positions, but there's quite a few that can spawn. Okay. I could go and turn this in right away. He'll give me a side quest to kill, is it Martin Moneybags or something? But we should just run into him as is, and then when we can just turn in both at the same time. I think sometimes he can be over here, although I think we would have seen him already if he was. Incendiary Cask we're probably not interested in, but take a look. Come up over here. So who are we going to eat today? Caw! Yeah. Bad day to be a bad guy. Or maybe here's one of the places that he can spawn. Usually, I don't know how many places he can spawn. Like, maybe it's just 3 different places, but I feel like usually you do run into him afterwards. So it might be 1 here and then 2 a little bit later. Or it might be even more varied than that. Down here. Shit spawns. Explode. Clear the shrine. Get this book, which leads to another quest thing. Loot, loot, loot. Caca. Yeah, we can turn that into someone, which is nice. And lore. And I think we come up this way, yeah? Yeah. You just come down there for the shrine. And the lore book. Can I jump up there? Probably. And I think the teleport one gives you a few more ways to skip content, but it doesn't have the same range. And I think it's a slower cooldown, / maybe also slower cast animation. But I think the leap is considered to be the best mobility one. A lot of times I do get lazy about maintaining that on my gear, but it does make the leveling a lot faster. See, so you could have killed this guy in town, but you come here and you're like, what? I trusted you. What? No. I'm just going to murder you now. It's fine. Standing in some goop, but by standing here, I get to keep doing damage. There we go. Boom. You can actually play a fairly not nice guy to the story. Like, you can make a lot of decisions that are pretty questionable. Ooh. Nice. I think sometimes... Oh, yeah, there's maybe some more of the bug things over here. Oh, little side area. And there's so many of these all over the map. Again, we've probably skipped over so many of them. But this game really does have a lot of exploration content. And a lot of times it's part of the environmental storytelling. So definitely take your time on your first run. Really absorb things. Yes, more dynamite. Thank you. Oh, can I still get to that shrine? That looks like yes. That's just a random pure sub-boss. Violent slasher. Wait, where's the money bags? There's no way I've missed them. Okay, the damage. Soiled trousers! We can do a soiled trousers build! Hang on a second. And this is where, okay, let me just clear this because I need a little bit of space to talk about the wonders that this is. All right, soiled trousers. We're going to equip these. The previous owner seems to have left a little surprise in the seat of these trousers. So this gives us a new ability that we can use called Throw Feces. Oh, and the thing is, Especially if you happen to have things that were building around like the poison, acid, and stuff like that. It just actually can carry you pretty hard for a while. And there's upgraded versions. One of the things I love about this game is sometimes there's like cool uniques that you get at low levels. They're like interesting, but eventually you grow out of them. In Grim Dawn, what their solution is there's the base Soiled Trousers, then I think there's an empowered one, which is a higher level epic, and I don't know if there's a legendary version of Soiled Trousers, but a lot of times there's 3 different iterations of the same unique. And there might be something else now in the expansion, some new mechanic to boost stuff. I'm not sure how it works yet. I think there's also mechanics for re-rolling the affixes on stuff, so I'm eager to see how that works. So that's kind of cool. Last Epoch's the other one that I thought did a really good job on uniques, because you get a unique and then you get some with legendary potential that you can then upgrade with extra affixes on them. And so, and the higher level uniques, it's harder to get the legendary potential on them, and usually at most you might get 1, right? Because they're basically at the appropriate level already. But the low level ones can get a lot of legendary potential, up to 4, and they can become like a low level unique with the 4 legendary potential that you then go and craft in exactly the right way, can become a build defining build. I really like Last Epoch for that. I think it's really, really strong. And we're not actually going to use the Soiled Trousers in this game, or in this build. Did I just randomly kill Moneybags somewhere along the way? And not notice? Yeah, I'm gonna turn in the forge. I've destroyed the forges. What do you have in mind? Kill Moneybag Martins. I'll find him. Where the frack was he? Found some books for you.
See anything you like?
Some decent shit. Oh! So, okay, this would be a damage upgrade because this weapon has elemental damage bonus. Here's the thing. You know what? If I stay Raven, I'm just realizing I should have enabled... I don't know what the dagger and scepters have, but the caster offhand, maybe even a shield, because I don't think the dual weapon build is a thing. I guess we'll equip this. Oh, I can't offhand a melee weapon with that. Can I offhand another gun? With more cold damage? Okay. Save that in case we do the Raven build again. So sell the Soiled Trousers. Sell the... I mean, Hermit's Pants are kind of generally fine. Oh, wait. I accidentally equipped the Soiled Trousers. Oh, I'm not in vendor mode. I thought I was talking to a vendor.
See anything you like?
Sell those. I might keep the Hermits. I might have accidentally swapped some gear around, but that's fine. This is pretty good defense. Those shoulders on. Cold and elements. That's 18% cold damage, plus the frost burn. More resistance, more... No, we'll just sell that. That's fine. These incendiary casts, they're great if you're going a fire build, which we are not. The sides are super sick, but that one's not helpful to us. That's no good. That's no good. No. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. Actually, I should really enchant some of my gear, but I'm just going to go and throw this all in a bin. Get rid of those. Okay, we can go with this. You have to do a wield, ranged, or melee. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, and they're friendly. We could buy some of these oils and things like that for temporary boosts. They are very nice. Oh, that's really quite frustrating. But we're here. We're going to kill Cronley. And then we'll do a little bit of backtracking. Hello. You suck. Die. Potion immediately to get that cooldown going. Drink a health pot. Get out of the green shit. Explode everyone. Get out of the green shit. Run away a little bit until our potion cooldown comes up. he has a secondary form. And you can see my one item occasionally proccing that AoE thing around me. There we go. Blood and pop the loot orb. So the reason the loot orbs work, and I think Titan Quest did the same thing, it's because the boss itself might have like a little drop pool, like, you know, there's a particular item you might be able to farm a boss for, and then it drops the orb, and the orb is the random loot part of it. They sort of broke it up into two. We'll do this, keep some crystals. I think it's exactly the same answer regardless. I think you get the crystals regardless, but read. What's this blue item? Astral Mantles. That's a lot of elemental damage and Frostburn. Well, we could consider that when we get to level 23. We got a couple of different options going on. Lead, implements from war. So that could be another example if we go back to the werewolf build. If you take the path when those people who are being extorted for money, and we just paid the villain off to leave. If you instead choose to attack him, when you get to this area, you'll get some special stuff. And it's a really interesting story. Like, the first time through, I was like, F these guys, I'm gonna go and kill them. And it leads to a really interesting story. Usually what I do now is I just go and do the payoff. I actually don't know if that's better or worse for anything. I think it's just story. I don't think there's any character benefit in any way whatsoever. All right, so we're gonna come through here. We're gonna get a new waypoint. And then I'm going to backtrack and see if I can find Moneybags Martin. Oh, there is... Okay, I don't know where it is because I can't reach that. Okay. Just get this waypoint, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the Four Hills Rift. He must be outside. Because I think he can spawn outside as well, can't he? Did someone answer? Does someone know where I can find... Because I just want to go and check off the quest. It's like, it's not important in any way. Oh, it is leading me in here. Well, I say that because, again, I think he can spawn in there. But maybe I'm wrong about that. Oh, recipe. Always nice to grab those. Thank you. Where is this asshole? At least having the quest now, he will show up as a star. Probably shouldn't bother, but it's bothering me. Did I not go far enough somewhere? I don't think I've ever missed him. Wonder if you can't spawn if you don't have... No, you can definitely spawn if you don't have the quest. For sure. Because that's always what I do, is I just run through here, I randomly kill a named dude along the way, and then I turn in the... There he is. And then I turn in the I destroyed the fireplaces, or the forges, and then he said, okay, next kill Martin. I'm like, oh, by the way, he's already dead. Oh, okay, convenient. Like with most action RPGs, generally speaking, you don't need to have the quest to do the thing. Pre-collect items, generally speaking. So now I'm gonna come over here, turn that in. It's just in a slight side area that I hadn't realized. Hunt done. And mostly it's actually the rep more than anything else. All right, so we're back in Twin Falls. So where we want to go from here is actually north, but we can't because the bridge is out. So we're gonna have to go south now. Is there... I don't know about this. I always go directly south. I know you can loop around here. Actually, what is... You're trying to execute Helen Fletcher. What's going on here, Julius? Well, there, traveler. Wouldn't want this pretty lady's brain spilled all over the ground. Here, I'm just gonna say attack. I don't know if this is gonna save her. Nope, I don't think I did. Maybe I could have paid him off and then saved this person. Oh, well, that's going to be for another playthrough. But yeah, over here, there's sort of like a little Coliseum-y area. I think it's just a name dude that you can maybe farm if it's relevant. Oh, there's an entrance over here, too. Is this something, or is this just a dangerous terrain? Oh, hello, level 23. That opens up the ability to wear these astral mantles, which I think is going to be good. DPS went up, and then if I go with the Hermit's Legguards, I think our DPS will go down, but our survivability will go up. Yeah, DPS is about the same. Okay. And then we could re-enchant them with components as well. Oh yeah, for this one, I'm fine with full back seating. Okay, Swarming Hive, so it's not a dangerous terrain. And it doesn't have a shrine. I think it might just be we can farm this for more of the drops you can get from the bugs, which are good for a recipe later. I'm not sure. Normally, yeah, some more royal jelly. I think there's a little boss here, but yeah, I don't think there's ever a quest for this. But this isn't even the thing I'm thinking of with the little Colosseum. But yeah, you can definitely let me know. I'm not worried about spoilers or backseating for this because I have played through things a million times, but part of the issue is I've played it through a good number of times that a lot of it gets muddled in my head. And it's not like it's the only game I play. Stormcaller's Gem. Probably more lightning. Want more lightning. Want more cold shit. We got the Squall Relic, which again is lightning. Yeah, that was all that is. I don't know if I've got a cold-based relic yet. But yeah, at the end of Act 2, we're going to have to decide Raven versus Werewolf. And of course, we could. You can also go Berserker without any shape change. That doesn't appeal to me the same way. I need the scar. Nice bone back. Your dog? That's a rat. Made you mad. Who the fuck are you? I don't know. I'll just go... I guess we can go around this way. But what I want to do is I want to go and get this. Right, and I want to talk to the quest guides to the south here as well. See, I never come around this way. I always go from here, I come straight down here and over here. A lot of times there's a monster shrine too. Yeah, so I think this was probably less efficient pathing because I'm ending up having to like backtrack the way I would have normally came, but I'm sure I missed something. Crucible, Raven looks better. Raven does look better. Oh, Crucible. I didn't do any Crucible runs for this. It actually is a pretty good way to kickstart some things on your characters. So, okay, of all the DLC for this game, all of it is amazing. If you can only have some of it, I would say, like, if you want the more linear story, you go Ashes of Malmuth, I think, because that's the more direct story continuation. But I think Forgotten Gods is what adds the those little totems, which are kind of amazing, like extra content that shows up all throughout the game. Ultimately, you want both. And now, presumably, you're also going to want the Asterkarn thing, too. This is a bit of a maze that changes every time. Just like some of the other things. But there's also a DLC called The Crucible, which is absolutely 100% optional, because all it does is add an extra little arena-type game mode. That is an interesting place to just sort of rando farm. The advantage to it that I'm trying to think of is that, does it kickstart your devotion? Like, is it a quick way to get a few initial devotion points? There's something like that. There was something like, oh, well, I run this and get like 10 levels out of this before starting the main story. I don't remember. There was like a tiny little thing that you could sort of do. Anyway, this Undercity is awesome. First thing we want to do, though, is we do want to make sure to find one of those things that, like one of those little lectern things that looks like it holds something you can read, because it'll give us a quest, which will then put other things on the minimap for us. If you don't get one early, then you tend to, like, at least for me, then I tend to like miss them and not spot them. If you see one of those little lectern-y things that I go that I miss, please let me know. There's one. There you go. So we got a Forgotten Passage. Hang on a sec. I should have moved out of there. Yeah, I suspect I'm packing fewer ectoplasms than I was for a little while. Do I have to read the Forgotten Passage to kickstart it? Or is it on? Oh, no, there it is. 1 of 3. There. So now those lecterns will be highlighted with the stars on the minimap. But yeah, if you don't click the first one, like if you never start the quest, it can be a very easy to miss. Anyway, talking to those the undead ghost guy, one of the reasons I did the little side path, unlocks a quest to kill 3 dudes in here. Which again, I think you can, you can just kill them and then talk to them later. But another quest chest over there. Man, I keep getting frozen. I really got to get some immunity. So here's the first one. There's Nomos, first of those dudes I got to kill. Maybe I should have waited for some mana before I came here. I wonder if I have any ectoplasms in my inventory that I could go and equip without having to go back to town. Not that it would hurt too much to go back to town. At some point, it's like, okay, it's going to take time to get to town, but it's going to save me time from leveling. So I could go and equip this shield. Because the interesting thing is, like, I'm not using the weapon damage as is. I'm only using these as stat sticks right now. And one thing I'm curious about is, like, in my Raven form, do I benefit from the shield? Do I get the block? Like, if I equip this, my DPS goes down by about 200. Because the shield's not really giving me anything that helps that way. But I do get the block. 27% chance to block a bunch of damage. I think I'll put the gun back for now. But... and this shield, this cunning, resistances. I mean, that is plenty good. Oh, shit. Look at this guy. Look at all the extra cold. It'll be better in the offhand. Again, they got to match main hand versus not. And then it becomes a question of what's it worth doing one versus the other. But I could keep it here and consider it for maybe a change. Or I could equip this plus the shield. That's actually interesting to consider. So we're at 4,600. If I put this in, 4,700. Okay, so that by itself is better. And then, yeah, I'll slap a shield on here for defense. Physical damage converted to vitality, doesn't matter, more vitality damage. Yeah, neither one of these is ideal. This one has better innate block, so I'll do that. Just cuz. Alright. Yeah, and I'm sorry I'm not, like, going through and reading all the lore in this one. Obviously, it would slow down the game. But it's super worthwhile doing. And again, like, when you're on play, especially if it's your first time through, every little lore packet you pick up, read the shit out of it. And every conversation. It is so good. I think the storytelling in this game is fantastic. Again, Diablo and things do it really impressively via, like, fancy cutscenes. And the global story is pretty good in Diablo. Like, the world building in Diablo is pretty interesting, but you're only getting, like, little slice. Okay, we want to pop out here. We're going to come right back, but we want to pop out here for 2 reasons. Well, mostly 1 reason. Because we're going to get a quest here, but she's not giving us a quest that is, that is based on anything in here. But I want to come out here just to get the fast travel point. And then we'll go right back in. So we have more business in there. We have to find one more of those lost packages, or passages, forgotten passages. We got 2 more dudes to kill. How do you think, should I try this game if I didn't like Potu? Well, I mean, it is an action RPG, right? So some people just aren't into action RPGs. However, if the general appeal of the concept of action RPGs, kill a bunch of stuff, collect loot, get strong, kill tougher stuff, that sort of loop. This is way less grindy. This won't feel as painful. And you can level up. You don't have to look up a build guide or anything. It'd still be useful, like, once you get started. Sometimes you can go to the Reddit or something like that, or the forums, and be like, all right, I'm playing this kind of character and just trying to level, like, what should I maybe look out for? Because it's so easy to respec, a lot of times with the classes, what'll happen... Oh, I think I already have this. Yep, I already have this blueprint. There's a reward from this quest, but it must have been a random drop somewhere else. A lot of times what'll happen is you'll level with 1 skill. And it's good to... You don't want to spread out. You want to put a bunch of points into 1 skill, make it super strong, use that. But use that for a little while, and then every, like, 5 to 10 levels, go respec. Try a completely different skill. Especially, like, there'll be skills you get from the start, but then later skills you can only get, once you're a few levels in. So do that and respec and give them a feel. And you can do that and then figure out what weapon, what attack really feels the best for you. This is good with the percentage, but this keeps adding more flat damage, so I think we still want to max out Glacial Talons. But mana is a problem. This increases mana cost, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put points into my base class just for more raw stat points for now, which will increase our energy, which is going to be a good thing. So yeah, I think this is, if the Path of Exile didn't appeal to you, this is a really good choice because it's less crunchy. Path of Exile is really complex, which is its strong point, but also the weak point. Is it in here that there's like a torch secret lever? These dungeons are full of secret shit all over the place. And it's a shame not to showcase all of it, but mostly I'm going to be like, I'm just burning through this as much as possible. So all I'm doing here is trying to push through. There's 2 more dudes to kill in this zone. There'll also be another shrine at the end of it. We're going to want to pick up. I think this is... What's that did it? I don't think it's possible for me to miss the guys on this one. Mana potion real quick, start to cool down. Is there not someone in this zone? Is it literally just go to the next one? Oh, I hope that's the case. I would hate to have to backtrack. It looks like we basically covered it. And there's a little gray, like blacked in area over there, but I think we would have seen the star if we got close. Po2 at least doesn't feel as follow guide or lose as one did. Not as much, but still, I mean, the passive tree is pretty heady, but I think it is better. I think Path of Exile 2 is better than 1, like in terms of potential. You know, things are still tweaking. There's still a lot of people who played some Po2 and go back to 1, and plus Po2 isn't finished yet, right? You have all the content. And I like the design of Last Epoch a lot. I do feel, and you know, who am I to talk or whatever. I feel like the programmers on Last Epoch aren't quite as strong. There's like, it took longer to get like the multiplayer to be consistent, for things to be less buggy. I felt like there was a lot of like technical issues on Last Epoch that the vision for the game doesn't necessarily match the implementation for the game. And it still lacks a really good end game as far as I know, but it is really good. I think the way the skills work in Last Epoch and the sort of looting crafting system, I think is really excellent. And I'm a little bit worried that maybe if they didn't get enough momentum, and it's going to mean it's never really going to quite get to the point that it should. Oh, it's in Crafton? Crafton has Last Epoch? Oh. That's interesting. Huh. Ah, why are you so tough? Jesus. Maybe they have some innate like cold resistance or something. Secret tunnel. Well, actually, this one's not a tunnel. I guess I missed my opportunity to say secret tunnel in that one spider lair that we ran into that one time. Last Epoch Dev sold its company to Crafton last year. Because I think with some investment and some development time, I think Last Epoch has really huge potential to be amazing. Really massive. I think their design concept is so strong. But I'm worried that because their initial release, especially their multiplayer, was hella glitched. Lots of desyncing, lots of movement glitches, and like getting stuck in terrain, lots of rubber banding. And I worry that hurt them a lot. That's been fixed now. The experience of playing online feels really smooth now. But I'm worried that it hurt their momentum. They didn't get enough buy-in. But I don't know. Maybe Crafton will invest in this. I don't know. I don't know everything Crafton does. I know the Drama Llama with Subnautica. But who knows? I like having this point blank AoE for these areas. Like, I don't have to kill these guys, but it is a nice little extra XP injection done in a very satisfying way. But yeah, the mana is definitely Chuchin. So again, I don't want to lock in on these attributes right now, other than we did put the 10 points in physique for a little bit of extra defense. I don't want to lock in on this until we make a decision about what our subclass is going to be. We're also getting quite full on loot. I think the builds you make in Last Epoch are really interesting. I love the way the skills work. Like I like almost everything. I like everything about the design. I love the way crafting works, the fact that it's random and deterministic at the same time. I think is really fascinating. But yeah. All right, so we have to kill this guy, which, first of all, this is Kilrian. Oh, well, okay. I did kill everyone I needed for that one quest, which is good. I need to kill this guy to be able to get out of this area, but he's also locked this shrine. These guys have to. This guy has to die for me to be able to access. Am I still? Jesus Christ. What is he doing? Is this a vitality damage area? I'm betting I have like no vitality resistance, and this guy is just kicking my ass with a little ground effect. Oop. Get the hell out of there. Purple. Oh, that's not the purple. Well, that's just me doing this roll. There you go. Okay, thank you for dying and giving me another recipe. And at some point, you just stop picking up the shit, and we can set more strict filters. Rare one-handed mace with a bunch of bleed. Not our stat stuff. I think I won't bother. Okay. Anyway, we can interact with the shrine now and get ourselves another devotion point. Oh, I've got 4 points. I didn't realize I collected so much. So I'll finish Sailor's Guide, because it's just generically good. And then after that, I don't know. What else is a generically good one that we'll probably respec out of once we make our decision about where we're going? I don't know if it's one I can get to right now or spend. I mean, Turtle's not bad for just keeping your ass alive. I could just go and put some points towards Tortoise, just until we figure out what we're doing. There's one called Quill, which feels pretty good. It's really good for elemental damage. I think if we're staying Raven, we'll probably end up going down the Quill route. I feel like I have to just because. Although here, specifically a Raven here. Spirit, offense ability, energy regen, offensive ability. You know what? I'm going to put points in the Raven for now because I think it makes a lot of sense just topically. Yeah, almost certainly would do a big thing. Ghoul for Life Leech. That probably would be really good if we went Werewolf, right? So if we do this, it actually loops us back to the start of the dungeon, where we've already been. But what we can do is we can just now exit out to the Broken Hills Rift and continue from there. This whole area is one of my favorites as a melee build. Yeah, I mean, it is good. And the thing is, I really like the Werewolf melee feels really good. And again, I feel like Grim Dawn does auto attack and melee better than most of the action RPGs. And one of the reasons is the targeting works so much better for things. It just... You can just keep holding down the click of moving, and as soon as you mouse over things, it immediately goes an attack. You don't have to release and then click to convert to an attack, which for someone with like shaky ass hands like me, just turns out to, it just feels, it's a lot easier to land, but it also feels just a lot better and smoother. All right, so one of the things we need to do is find Lutra the Abandoned in the Broken Hills somewhere, and I don't always find her on my first go. Couple of different ways you can go. You can go this way, which is something, I don't know if that leads to Lutra. Actually, it might lead to... Does it lead to a shrine and then Lutra? All birds over here. I was gonna say, why can't we get along? And then I remembered, like, no, birds are the things that, like, harass each other the most aggressively. Always yelling at each other, chasing each other. You get the little birds that will go and chase out the big birds. Hello, recipe. We're now despised with beasts, so beasts will spawn in bigger packs. Sounds pretty good for combat efficiency. Yeah, melee and Grim Dawn's for the stats line. Yeah, because it's always tricky. So there's always so this is, we don't have to go this way, but I can't remember. I think there's just there's a chance of a totem, and there happens to be a totem here. Oh, well, we can loop around. It's always a problem because action RPGs are based on having like lots of dudes on the screen all doing stuff, right? So like splash damage and stuff wins out, Also, like, you got to stay alive by not being hit. It's a lot easier to do that if you're at range. So how does it work? In most games, your melee ends up effectively being an AoE at some point. Vitality, Chaos. Yeah, we're not going that build. Here's Chaos. I mean, we might end up going Chaos build later, but we're not now. Over here, we can run into this undead guy. We're not going to go that way. So this is one of the ways to get into one of the roguelike dungeons. And what they mean by roguelike in this case is that if you die, like, you can't get back in. So you have to complete it in one run. Wait, you can get back in if you reload the game and use another item. So I'm going to do this. I'll do as you ask, but we're not coming down here right now. I mean, there's other stuff to do. You don't have to go into the dungeon immediately. There's a thing to kill, but usually I don't bother going down there. Maybe that's a mistake. Maybe someone who's played the game is like, actually, you should go down there because you'll get, like, food, which is going to be helpful for your leveling, but I think it's mostly not the case. And Lutra's going to be somewhere back. Maybe I can follow this all the way to the south until it curls back, and maybe that's where Lutra will be. I don't remember because I also get a little bit confused with where you find the secret area for that hidden path quest. But Lutra might be this way. Birds and dinosaurs. Makes sense, they fight each other all the time. Yep, sure. I like that logic. Take the left branch here. It's something like there's some branch and then she's just off to the right of it. That is optional. Oh, there she is. It is optional, but, you know. 6 XP. Rewards. Not get hit. Some interesting line of sight blockers that happen sometimes. There. When I get to the next waypoint, I'll go and turn that in. Should be one... I was gonna say there should be one soon, but actually what I'm thinking of is the shrine. I guess I can just do the fast travel. Use my personal waypoint. I know I'm inconsistent as to whether I decide to pick up the loot or not. Oh, and I did get a level up over here. If I keep putting points in here, it increases the mana cost, but at the same time we do more damage, which will use less mana. Means, do I want to pop this? Oh, yeah. Let's add some static frostburn. The first tick gets so much of a bonus. We're going to do that. Do I want to get the fault line? Projectiles pass through. This is my leap. No. And then, yeah, we're kind of going to be working our way to either Bloodborne or Heart of Asterkarn. Just deciding if we're going Werewolf, it's going to be this, probably. If it's going to be Raven, will be this. But either way, we're going to take form of the beast for sure. Doesn't mean necessarily that's the priority versus some of these other things. I think I'll keep dumping points into the Glacial Talon for more flat, cold, and frostburn. And that seems okay. All right, let's come over here. We're going to go back to the Broken Hills Rift. Turn in the quest. Yeah, this ghost lady, she wanted us to kill her daughter who got turned into a harpy. Well, very sad tale. Done and done. And get a free attribute point. Those are the ones that are really worth doing. And then go back to my personal wrist. No matter which of the two loading screens you get, there's a lot of boobage going on. One way or another. All right. Now we can just follow this trail. And we've been skipping over it, but one of the characters was really concerned about something really terrible happening to Elsa. Turns out she's fine. She's a death machine. She can handle her own. That guy was worried for absolutely no reason. I think there's anything critically important to hit along the way over here. Mostly I just follow the path to the next cave entrance, I think. Can I jump in there? Nice. What I'll probably do actually is I'll probably drop this and I'll say, okay, anything with a mastery, certainly. And then anything with either physical cold or bleed, because they're going to have these other things on there, because I'm, limiting to rare or above. They're going to have speed, they're going to have resistance, they're going to have all those things. So this is going to dramatically reduce the amount of stuff we have, and it's going to guarantee that it's at least got one thing we're interested in. Let's see. Let's pop back over here. We'll tell Mornay about Elsa, get that out of there. I don't know if he gives us a follow-up quest, but he gets us off of this. Oh, you got to let him know about two different things, actually. Boom, boom, boom. I found her. She's still alive. She wants nothing to do with you. Don't be a creeper. I'll speak to Barney. Excellent. I'm now respected, which does give us access to the respected things over here, including a bunch of recipes. How much do these cost? 9,200. Okay, I've got enough I could buy all these, which actually seems like... I don't think these can drop. So I don't... Because part of what I was thinking is like, oh, maybe I should buy them to remove them from the pool. But I don't think they can actually drop. Okay, so this is my second tab. So some of these things I was considering maybe keeping for my werewolf build if we swap back to that. So I just have to clear up things that were being dropped in here because we were out of space. So this is interesting. This is a weapon that converts piercing and physical damage to cold. So you see this stuff a lot. And a lot of times with your build, you're usually one of the things you do in the end game. Leveling this is less of a thing. But in the end game, you're often going to end up in a situation where you're converting your damage. Because a lot of times you're getting a variety of abilities that do a variety of different damage types. You'll get things... Ooh, hello. That's a huge DPS boost, thanks to plus 63% cold damage. All right. Yeah. And so usually what you want to do is organize things in such a way that all your damage ends up being the same type as much as possible, and then boosting the shit out of that damage type / stripping away resistances that enemies might have to that damage type. So those conversion items become super useful. It's less of a thing when you're leveling, because usually you don't have all like the boost in one thing, and you're just some raw stats is gonna be okay. Bleeding damage physique, is this something we want to save for the next one? Bloodborne we can't benefit from, right? Because Bloodborne is this thing. Oh no, there's Blood Fangs. Bloodborne. No search over here. I don't know what Bloodborne is, but maybe it's something we can benefit from. I don't know. Do this. That. Right, so this one had a bunch of cold damage, but it's less good than the one we've got. Also, wait. Oh, this is giving us +2 to Wereraven. So we're at, what, 18 of 16? Nice. So there's a cap, like the natural cap of a skill. So in this case is 16. That's how much we can invest in. That also acts as the soft cap. You can go above that with the skills. You tend to get diminishing returns. The points after your soft cap don't tend to give you as many points as before, but they're still better. There's a hard cap of 10 over the skill. So 26 is as high as you can get in the Wereraven. For some skills, depending on, like, if you're having to save skill points, obviously you want as many, if you could have every skill maxed out, you would, but you ultimately will have a skill point budget. Some skills you end up intentionally not exceeding the soft cap with. So in this case, if this was one where, like, I don't really want to put all my points in Wereraven because I need my points somewhere else, I could go here and respec away a couple of points to stay at 16 of 16. I'd be at 14 naturally, then the +2. Usually your primary skill, you bring it all the way up to the hard cap, is what you want to do. And then you might only refund points if you happen to be over the hard cap, because then they really don't do anything. Yeah, so that's usually the breakdown here, but in this case, we're fine. Anyway, I'm going to put a couple more into Glacial Talons. That seems good. And then sell you Pierce Bleed Pants. I don't know, maybe we can consider that in case we go back to Werewolf. Elemental Frostburn. This would increase my DPS, but I think the Hermit's Leggings are really good on keeping us alive. Oh, I should switch this helmet. I'm currently wearing one that does Pierce. They're the exact same helmet, so I couldn't really tell that it was going on. Stormcallers, yeah. Lightning. Yeah, we're not doing that build, so we're not going to do that. Chaos pet stuff. The pet games in this build are great, too, by the way. If you're someone who likes to play pet builds... Oh. Is this not a resource? Aether Cluster. Oh! Right. We can consume this, and then for 8 seconds we get a boost. I think this might still be part of a recipe. Blade Sworn. Like, we might build this for our other build. Elemental, we might build it for this one. Physical pierce, +1 to soldier, which we're not. Aether damage we don't do. Vitality damage we're not doing. Piercing all damage. Silver core bolts. Could also be something for our other character, like if we go werewolf. Damage. Spirit and reduced skill energy. Oh, that's used for component. Oh yeah, so some of these are components and some of these are relics. Okay, so we actually want everything that unlocks a component. Because there's a chance, yeah, that's a component. That's a relic. That's a component. Yeah, because there we might need it as a recipe for something else. And then for us, we might build the Gunslinger's Talisman for ourselves. We don't use attack speed, though.
See you around.
I don't suppose... Do we have anything else? Calamity is physical. Corruption, equilibrium. I guess, oh, we could just build equilibrium for us. So that would replace this relic, which is just some stats. Equilibrium. Bunch of elemental resist, which is great. We're nearly capped. Some spirit, elemental damage, and then when hit, tranquility can fire. I don't know what it does, but it sounds pretty good. Fire, ruination is piercing. Yeah, let's build equilibrium. So it's going to use a few resources we've got. Boom. Plot that in over there. Even if you upgrade these, a lot of times these will then be an ingredient component for something else. You can see our resistances are, well, we're overcapped on cold and fire and lightning. So we could actually, when we are messing around with our gear, we could intentionally swap gear that has less elemental resist in favor of something else. Yeah, there's no, the second class thing, there's no reason to pick it early because we wouldn't be investing points into it right now anyway. I'm almost certainly going Nightblade because I think whether I go Werewolf or Raven, Nightblade is going to work well with that because we can either stack more piercing and bleed or we can stack more cold / piercing from Nightblade. So either way, it's going to be good. But I did take a look around. There's some cool shit with Occultist. There's some cool shit with Necromancer. Oathbreaker is just like some of these, like the Oathbreaker / I think would be, we'd invest very little in Oathbreaker. And some of these we'd invest more. Soldier's got all kinds of good passive shit depending on what you're building as well. But I think I'm probably going to go Nightblade because I think regardless of which one I go, but I'm still spending class. I haven't maxed my primary class here. I haven't finished all the skills that I want to invest in my primary class. So there's no reason to split our effort into our secondary class right now anyway. Okay, we've been streaming for about 3 hours. I'm going to go and take a short break.
Right to business.
I'm going to go pee. And I'm going to get a club soda probably. Something like that. So we're going to take just a short little break. Everyone get up, stretch, hydrate yourself as well. And we're going to keep smashing through Act 2. We're going to keep playing as the Wereraven until we finish Act 2. And then we're going to decide, we'll do a community vote if we're going Werewolf or Wereraven. So I'll be right back. Alrighty. Hopefully everyone has gotten up and stretched. Oh, I gotta remember. I hate that I can take away the no back seating tag from this game. I'll have to remember to put it back on next time I get back to Oxygen Not Included. Back seating is perfectly fine for this one, because I've got about 1,000 hours in this game. I think I'm just shy of 1,000, which means I still have fewer hours in this than Path of Exile 1, but still the game I understand better. Cross, slay. Right, so the Descendant Torment we're not going to be doing. Strange Key we're not going to be doing in the short term. I don't know if I can remove that from the tracker. Yeah, there you go. There, we can just ignore those for the moment. Wrap them up later. And yeah, we're trying to get to Homestead because Devil's Crossing, they have no food. Homestead's got a lot of farming. So they're like, could you maybe go over there? I don't know if the Personal Rift is where I want to be going here. No, I think... No, we're past that. We want to go to Smuggler's Pass. Okay. Early stream. Yeah, so, Emmerich, just for today, I started early because I knew I wanted to put in a bunch of hours in this game. This is my day off. This is my day off. You know, I'm not working today. I'm just playing a game for fun today. One of my favorites. All right, you don't want to stand on that green shit. So it's ethereal damage, and yes, if you stack ethereal resistance, you can sit on it for a little while, but I think it literally gets worse over time. Now, there is some mob in this area that does drop an item that's really good for some of the builds. I think if you went Soldier, and you're using Force Wave, I think these trolls here can drop something really useful. I don't know if there's a key to override the drop filter. Because some of them are also good for, there's a crafting item too. I don't know if it's these guys that drop it. Personal, Riftgate, Evade, Show Items, No Filter, Alt. Really? Did you just not drop anything, or is that not working the way I thought it does? Alt. Okay, I think these trolls can drop shit, and it might not be showing for my filter. What the hell are you? Manifestorius. So there are a lot of new items in the expansion as well, and presumably some of the epic items are just world drops, and they could literally drop anywhere. And I mean, for all I know, these are things I've seen a million times. But I don't recognize that name. It's probably not new. There's so many goddamn unique items in this game, it's ridiculous. Okay, there you go. We can confirm that the Alt key does in fact show everything. And yeah, I don't remember if it's these guys that can drop something that is used for crafting. More dynamite, that's gonna be nice. I think this guy can also, this can drop the unique, or the monster infrequent. I think he's much more likely to do it. I guess the thing with this AoE is it's not omnidirectional. Well, I mean, it sort of is, but it's not a circle. It's 8 different directionally blasts. Come on, mana potion. You're slowing me down here. There, Voltox Crusher. A boost deadly momentum, Heart of the Wild. No, I guess it's not this guy that drops the big thing. Plus 5,500 damage per second if equipped. Why? Hang on, this is it. Now it's saying I would lose DPS. Yeah. Okay. Something was not showing right there. It was like, there's no way that that would boost my damage in this form. It makes no sense. Okay. So something was glitched with that. Math is hard, yeah. These pants are not going to be useful for me at all. Yeah, none of that. I mean, I could... At some point, you just start leaving this shit on the ground. Because again, they did make sure to redesign the game at some point where you shouldn't feel like you're having to pick up stuff just to sell it for money. They increased the amount of just money drops and decreased the value, the sell value of items, so that you don't have to do that. So you can just play faster. You can still make more money by selling it, but there's also not a tremendous amount of need for cash. It's not normally how I felt. Say that, and every now and again there is something that costs like all the money. Can't remember what it is. All right, hey Ulgrim, what are you doing here? That's weird. You're getting quite far for just a chef. How can I help? There you go. There you go. Find a way to homestead, and then you want me to find someone. That sounds good. All right. Don't they understand the torture of leaving loot? Gotta hoard it all. Yeah, I love item assistant. So in my normal play, a lot of times I would use item assistant. So that's an external tool that lets you transfer things out of your stash into like a global, like not a global database, but like a database on your computer. Because why are you such an asshole? What do you? Die, Trog. Because one of the things, like, you have limited stash space. They didn't increase the space for this expansion. Then people would you'd make alts, right? And you'd make, or like with these mules. So this is the mule that's to carry all the one-handed weapons or this, that. Like, because some people really want to hoard everything. And so there's a great external tool that you can use to just do that. And I love it because I want to be able to check off that I've gotten every unique in the game. My favorite tab in Path of Exile is the one for uniques. That you just shove all the uniques in there because it's like, it's a great checklist of what you've done. But I don't think I'm going to use it for this run because this run here is like inherently like solo self-bound kind of vibe. Now we got two things to do in here. I think there's a shrine that we want to take care of. We want to find the body of someone who we're supposed to come looking for. I mean, the person who's giving us the quest doesn't know we're looking for a body, but it is going to be a body. I think there's also a lore book or something over here, which is why I'm starting in this area. There's like a little dead body somewhere. I don't think it's critical, but it always feels... I feel like it's here. Like there's some... Like there was something here with the lore book, but maybe I'm wrong. Is it oh, these human remains. I don't know. Oh, well, we're going to have to backtrack on the left here. It is a little random where the things that we're looking for are. Bone Scythe of Alacrity. Nope. I mean, it would be cool going around with Scythe, but we don't actually get to see the Scythe on this character. You say Scythe or Scythe? And if so, where? Oh, here we go. Where are you from? Boom. There's more blueprints. And wherever we fight, and it's always so easy to miss. There's this corpse. Where you fight this boss is also the corpse that you need to find. There we go. We just want to make sure to get the shrine before we leave here. And the shrine is always in the same place. And usually I beeline towards the shrine. And it's the other thing that's easy to miss because it's in different places. Go, another devotion point. I keep putting points in the Raven for now. I guess, sure. We'll have to give it a proper think later on. Oh, we've still got more points. Offensive ability is always good because your spells also have the 2-hit chance and crit chance. So if we take a look at this, so the last person we were fighting, yeah, we had those spiderlings, which makes sense. They'd be easy, 100% chance to hit. This is more meaningful if you're like checking against a boss. This is all a dead end, so I think I gotta go this way. You know, you want to maintain, I mean, ideally 100%. Sometimes it's not worth hunting the full 100%. It's like, okay, well, if I'm 98% chance to hit, that's good. But the more offensive ability you have, the increased crit chance. And I feel like the werewolf build is very crit-based. I think there's a lot of potential there. What do I pass? That. Now, there's a kind of a little optional, I don't know, there's a side area we can go to. So one thing is, If we go down here, we're going to find the other side of that blocked path. We could actually unblock it if we want to spend material. I don't know that it's worth it. Yeah, down over here. We could detonate this and clear that route. There's no reason to do that. Like, I don't know. Maybe it helps with, like... Maybe on ultimate difficulty, maybe it helps with, like, pathing for various, like, shrine hunts. Or something of that nature. Because that's not... Wait. Oh, hold on. I'm wrong. I'm wrong about what this is. This isn't the other side of the broken bridge. This is the way you get to the optional side area, isn't it? Yeah, that Pine Barrens. That's what I'm thinking of. Tell you what, since I'm here, I'm going to go and get the waypoint. But I don't think I'm going to do this area right now. Like, you don't need to do this to complete the main story. I don't know if it turns out to have, like... Oh, if it gives you attribute points or something as a reward. Maybe it does. But I don't have to do it now, is the point. There's a couple of shrines over here. Okay, you might be worth for that. Again, there are more shrines across all 3 difficulties than the cap. So if you don't get all the shrines, you're fine. But, again, the earlier you get them, the better. I don't know, fuck it. Do we just do this now? Would it be better to... Is it better to go to Homestead first, join your main faction, and start getting points that way? I feel like it might be. What I'm going to do is I'm going to accept these quests, so they're in my log so we don't forget about them. But I think I'm going to go to Homestead first. I'm going to go back to the Prospector's Trail. A lot of text on that. Moving. I'm just like smashing all of my hotkeys for my movement boosters over and over. An optimal right here. Clear this. Die, Herath the Slaughterer. Good name, though. Alright, activate this. Now, so first you speak to Douglas. This is a little funny. You can get in this weird situation where you're not sure how to progress. You get a couple of quests here, but I think some of the doors don't necessarily open. Looking for a friend, got that. Because now what we need to do is it just Dead Man's Gulch? Well, maybe we do this part and then return to the first area? Because we won't have quests here until we've gone back to the original town. What is it called? The one that was the prison. Anyway. Right, that's the portal to the expansion. But let's go ahead and at least go to Ulgrim in Dead Man's Gulch. So we can turn in a couple of things here. Talk to you. Sorry, she's dead. Talk to you. You can now weigh your rift over to Homestead. Good. Come back over here. Yeah, level 100 max. There's a, in a sense, is it 94? That's sort of, in a way, the soft max, because when you get to, I don't think I actually clicked on this. When you get to level 94, I think all the items, the highest level items in the game need level 94. So once you hit level 94, you can basically have your build done, because you can have access to all the items you might need. But technically, yeah, you can get up to 100 and get a few extra skill points. Collect you. I don't remember if there's a... quest to pick up over here? No, we're just gonna have to come back here later after we do a thing. Okay. And then Captain Summer, what do you need? I'll track down this abomination. Sounds good. Okay, I think I've scooped up all the quests. Now we can go through here. At some point, like, you hit here and this door is still closed, I think, until you do a particular thing. These fellers, what we want to do is we want to start... Oh, is it not this way? Okay. We are going to want to stick to the north side. Pick up a diary. Optional, but cool. So, we want to do that. We're here to break up these little eggs. You... You pull this up. Crafting item. In here? I probably could have gone in from the top. Dayla's diary, which we can choose to read or not. Actually, I guess you can't. Oh, you can read the lore note. Okay. And then all we're doing here is we're going to find the rest of these nests, which takes 2 seconds. Bugs. One more egg to pop. Excellent. So, we've got a few different things to turn in Homestead now. Yes, this one's not free to play. Although it's fairly cheap because it's been around a while. It also does come on a deep sale a lot. I don't know if the base game might have like a sale tomorrow when this expansion comes out. Like for you guys, I hope it does because that would be swell. Hello, I found your diary. Oh no, I totally did not read it. I don't think it matters what you say. I guess I can go back to my personal waypoint. It's not going to save much walking one way or another. That's not what I want to click. Little maneuver is going to cost us 7 years. This is also not a seasonal game. It's not, although there is a community-driven seasonal like league mechanic that runs from time to time. And what's amazing about it, and I don't know what it's called. Is it just called like Grim League or something, I want to say? And some of the people on it are some like big-time streamers for this game. They also like, they had their own like expansion. They had a whole other content, new uniques, mechanics. I mean, it only works with like, they had a custom mod for the league. And it's brilliant. I've played in it a couple of times. It's so good. I assume it's going to be a while before they get another one because they'll probably have to adapt to the new content here. And people are going to be busy playing new stuff. But, you know, the community for this game is second to none. I think the reason this game has, like, continued to go and, like, you know, this game has been out forever. And they're, well, we're stopped. Oh, we'll put out another patch. Oh, we'll put out an expansion. Well, I think a big part of it is because of the active community. Is it this way to get to the weird-ass cave from here? This is totally optional, but it's a fun little side story. Yeah, we do need a dynamite, but I think I've got some. Yep. Dynamite is something you can stash and share with all your characters, so it's nice. We'll come in here and find a lost little girl. Yeah, it's totally normal that you're here. Wait, why are you all here by yourself? Find it odd that you survived by yourself. So, we can offer to get her back home to the village we just walked through. But I'm going to say something seems off here. Oh my god! It's a horrible demon! So again, quite funny if you do just rescue this person. I mean, funny to me. I'll leave you to discover that on your own. Maybe I should have gone for the funnier route. I don't know. All right, little bow and bath kill, and I think that's it. Ooh, and we leveled. Oh shit, I got tons. So capped on that. Do I put points in here? And that's percentage boost, which is still good. Or do I just push up to the end and start investing in Form of the Beast? I think the Bone Chilling Cry is going to be an important part of the build as a resistant reduction, whether we go Pierce or Cold build. This doesn't add mana cost. I should probably just do the percentage boost here. Let's just do that. Okay. On DLC? I don't know. But the DLC, apparently it's their largest one by far. The area, I want to say something like the area of the DLC is about it was something like 1/3 the area of the base game plus all the other DLC put together. So like the DLC is bigger than the base game by itself. Okay, that's a little awkward because I definitely want to get that. There you go. I'll have to take a long roll. This way. This way. Do. We got a few different quests. I don't think going down here is needed for anything. Although, do I feel like there's some little optional side bit? Maybe there's just like little discoverable camps like this. I don't know. I don't think this is leading to anything that is needed. Dead end over here. Oh, we got a note. There you go. I guess it's needed for lore completion if you're doing that. Oh, wow. Good drops from those hero units. And again, if you're playing for your first time, read all those notes. The lore is so good. And it starts to build in a way that is hard to predict. Pants of cold damage. I think I'm going to put those on. Whee! Lore notes are good and sometimes creepy, yeah. And they always start so, like, positive. Oh, we've just made it to this new area. You know, ran away from all our problems. Our life's going to be better now. And everyone we know and love is dead. Okay. And we may have had to eat them. Or they turned into zombies, so we had to kill them. You know. It's great. More blueprints. Chunk. Asthma robes. Probably not what we're looking for. Yeah, these are showing up because they got pierce and bleeding, which is part of our filter. Those gloves are a heck of an upgrade. Wait, where did they go? Right. Oh, I think I right-clicked. I think I cast my spell. Because I'm thinking of right-clicking to equip the gloves. That's what's going on there. Of Death's Chill, offhand. Oh, hold on a second. Okay, I need more spirit, which I haven't really invested in. You know what? If on the last level I'd gone and put the points over here, I'd have enough spirit for it. Yeah, because I think if we stay caster, I don't think we're going to use a shield. I think we're going to use stuff like this. I could put points in the spirit, and it wouldn't hurt to have some points in spirit, even if I end up going the werewolf route, but I kind of want to leave my options fully flexible here. So that's what's going to happen. Now, what I'm looking for here is, I think, a little nest, ultimately, and I don't know where the bug nest is, and I think I've had the problem before, where I've had a hard time finding it, but I think if I just keep pushing this way and get to the point that looks like a U-bend, I think it's a good way to find it. Right? That's what I'm looking for now, right? Lost Cannons, Slay Magora. Yes, Culling the Swarm. I'm looking for a nest to go and do the Culling the Swarm bit. That actually, is part of the problem that it doesn't get star marked? It's not always obvious. And it can spawn in more than one place. I feel like it's a combination of these things. I don't think I'm going in the direction for it right now, but I think they're... Oh, I think over here is one of the lost path, like secret path areas. Yeah, I don't think this is where I need to go for this quest. Is it in here? If you know and want a hint, that is perfectly fine here. Again, I'm not worried about backseating or spoilers for this game. Well, I mean, demanding backseating is something. Like, play this way, play that way. That's no good, but... I can't leap over these walls! Here's the U-bend I was saying. Ah, there it is. Okay. Right here. Yeah, U-bend, and I think there's more than one spawn spot for it. But usually they're around here. That's how I know I'm in the right place. All right. So, yo, dog, I heard you liked holes in the ground, so we're going to put holes in the holes in the holes, is what this zone is all about. Well, mostly, okay, we're here to kill There's another sub-hole. I think this is not the one I want to go down. I don't remember. I think this isn't the one that leads to a shrine. This is just a dummy area, right? Yeah, this is not the layout. I don't think there's anything in this hole. Other than, you know, kill more stuff, get more XP. Okay, this, I'm stuck, alright. Oh, I think the Maven's lens, this thing can be fun. Yeah, look at that, elemental damage and shit. Yeah. But yeah, this one here, yeah, it's just a chance to kill more stuff. I was pretty sure about that one. I was pretty sure about it when I was on the surface. I'm like, I think it's the one on the right. I think there's two here, and the one on the right is the one that we definitely don't want to miss because it's got a shrine. Oh yeah, little side area. See, not on the map. Little extra corpses to click. All damage, elemental damage. Yeah. Oh, 32? I mean, I guess it's only 3 levels away, but jeez. We haven't found one of the viziers yet. Gittering Den. Yes, this looks like the layout I was expecting. So, we were in a hole. Now we're in another hole. But just wait, we're not done yet. Is it here that there's the wall to blow up? I need another hole! Dangerous domain. We haven't done one of these before. So here, monsters deal bonus physical damage. That's great. And they tend to be higher level. And we're getting our ass... We haven't died yet this run, right? Now, we're not playing on hardcore mode. But it would be nice to not die. Bone Slicer of Alacrity. Physical bleed. Yeah, this could be another one for if we switch back to Werewolf. Okay, don't click the shrine yet, because it's going to be a monster fighting shrine. Because there's a jerk-ass boss over here that will make your life a lot... Oh, he's level 30! He's 6 levels above me! Just worried he's going to hit me and he's just going to chunk huge amounts of health off me, but so far it's... Oh, there you go. You know what? We got to let our potion cooldowns come back up anyway. And then, yeah, he goes invisible. Cooldown. Potion cooldowns. Oh, are you leashing? Oh, I didn't know you'd do that. Oh, freebie shots. Hello. There you go. Golus's ring. This one ring. He really liked that ring. Golus's ring. I'm sure it's cold damage. Oh, what a precious ring we can wear. All right, it's level 35. It's got bonuses to a bunch of skills we don't have. Although we could, depending on what our second class is going to be. Although I still think it's going to be the Nightblade. Anyway, we want to go and pop this. Oops, I forgot that it doesn't start instantly. It's not a totem. Spiders, rah, rah, rah. Hello, level 30. Okay, I'm definitely going to put my points in here. So will give me a little extra spirit. Although I'm still a little shy over there. Regardless when I build this, I might end up with a little bit of spirit, but I don't know. Sangviner blood item. Bloodborne bonus. We can probably use that as a stat stick if we go back to the werewolf stuff. Damage, pierce, bleed. Again, very werewolfy. Untamed Rage is one of our abilities. Okay. Is the game telling us it wants us to go werewolf? The problem is the Raven looks so good. I mean, the concept of being werewolf and like shredding people with claws is super cool. But this Raven is so good. Oh, there was a chest over there? I think chests aren't necessarily special, though. I think it was just a chance for a little bit more loot. Hope I didn't miss anything of value. I don't think so. Well, my apologies. I ain't going back. One of the things to remember, too, with these action RPGs, when you're leveling, the loot is so transient. Obviously, you want to pick up items that are going to accelerate your leveling, but you do tend to outlevel it pretty quick. That don't stress too badly. All right, looking for viziers. We need 2 of them. Oh, I expected one up there. There's one. The pathing here. There's the other. Pathing here is being a little awkward today. Actually, I don't. No, that wasn't a vizier. That was just a random hero unit, wasn't it? There's one. Okay, are they both here? Yeah, these are two viziers. Okay. Mana. Whoa! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Okay. Oh, it's poison bad. I'm gonna die here while running away. I don't think we have enough poison resistance. Our elemental resistance is amazing. Alright, we need these pheromone glands. 1 and 2. Slicer of piercing bleed. And a bunch of secondary stuff, but again, we might end up using it. I don't think we'll use that one. I'm trying to remember, how close am I to the end of Act 2? I think it's not that close. So we need those scent glands to get through here. Wouldn't have been able to do this. Clear out some of these ads. Over here. I don't want to engage the boss yet. Clear. Heroic chest of iron bits. Well, almost certainly there's more stuff in there, but it was picked up by our loot filter. All right. Want to make sure my energy is full before we start the actual boss fight. So what is my... Yeah, only 37% poison and acid. If I had some even to equip just temporarily. I think these guys might be spawning from the boss. Some creepy ass sounds. Poison acid. Oh, let me switch to these pants here. Where are we at? 51%. Okay, that's gonna help, because I think this one does a lot of that. Charge! Yeah! Shit, don't stand in the green stuff! Oh my god, I'm still going down, I'm still going down. Okay, I'm going up, I'm going up, I'm going up. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! It's fine. Damn, you are annoying. No! No! First death. Yep. Okay, I don't know how much I'm going to save. I'm going to go and put 10 more points in physique, because I think there's no way we're not doing physique. That'll help with our hit points a little bit, defensive ability a little bit. 51% ass. It's not enough, but let's access our stash, because we're going to have some consumables we can use to max out our gear, because we haven't really poked around our gear too much here. Let's jump our reagents. Let's go and sell some crap that we've got on us that we're not using here. Sell you. Bleed. Or we'll put that as potential ability for later. No, we're not using you. And leave off the pants. Scythe is super cool, but we're not using it. I think we're not going to end up using a shield. We're going to use some of these spellcaster books, but we are using a shield for now. Any chance? Health regen, health. I like the flat health. Retaliation damage. Actually, I might go and equip that one. Physical armor, health, physical damage. Kind of looks pretty samey. This offhand is... Well, it does have 43% elemental damage. I could use this just to increase my damage output. But no. This book, Acid Vitality. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. Don't need elemental resist. Don't need that. Don't need this. Don't need that. Don't need you. That's a lot of elemental damage. Not a heck of a lot else. I don't... I suspect we're not going to use that, but I'll keep it aside for the moment. Okay. And then a bunch of our items don't have components anymore. So what we need to do is come over here and, out of curiosity, how many of these have some poison resistance on them? Not that one. That's all poison damage. None of these are for resistance. Oh, that's a shame. Let's go and add some frost damage to you. I might want... Oh, I only have one ectoplasm. That's too bad. Because for more mana regen, but we'll throw it on anyway. Chest armor... Just armor or a bunch of stats. We could just do some flat health. Actually, maybe I'll do that. But if we do the stats, we'll be able to equip these books. Mostly this one's just about the cold damage. And a little bit of energy regen. I don't... Let's do bristly fur on as many things as can take it. Just get a bunch more hit points. Well, the armor... Oh, and this is a lot of health. Throw that on. And the boots... do I have the movement speed thing yet? Mark of the Traveler. And we want this on the boots. And nothing else is highlighting, so I think everything's got a component. Oh, no, the shield doesn't have a component yet. I can put the Mark of Dreeg. Probably not. Oh yeah, could add damage to like the shield attack. I think. Here, just when in doubt, early game we'll put the stats on. This is such a the polished emeralds don't get used at all later on. Few more base stats. Okay, let's try that again. Let me play EU5 again. Oh yeah, and someone asked about Portugal. Well, the Portugal game I don't think is going to be continued. That was just I wasn't happy with it. If I'm going to go back to EU5, it's going to be... Well, it could be Portugal again as a restart. We'll have to check as the patches come out and things like that. I wasn't really feeling the start of the last EU5 run. There will be more EU5 because I love EU. But I don't know when. Might want to max out poison. You don't say. Well, it's almost like I was looking for items of that and looking for components to do exactly that. Because it would be great. Would love to have the resistances stacked for this. But having more health is going to help, and we did boost some of that, so that's going to be something. I wonder how much, like, the self-healing from the werewolf build. I wonder how much, like, you notice it in situations like that. How much can you just, like, out-tank the incoming stuff? I tweak my loot filter too to make sure to bring up anything in resistance, but most things have some resistance, so I find it becomes too noisy to put that on. All right, let's try this again. Just spam that poison constantly. Can I reach you from back here? Oh, and I can't go back there. Okay, that's actually quite important. Okay, pull back, let the health regen, let the cooldowns come up, because I also need it for the potions. Oh, there you go, we popped her out of that form, so now she can move around. I think she's going to be less dangerous now. I think she's way worse than the first form. Because the poison spit is actually brutal. I think now it's more physical damage, and we're much more set up to deal with that. Oops. Bursting through that first fade makes such a difference. And don't you have, maybe you don't have extra loot containers. Maybe you are kind of disappointing on that. There was a little side things, but that's about it. My grave, I can take that and get my XP back. Huzzah. And always nice to see the little happy face on the map over here. Here, we can make a nose. A little off center. Here? There you go. Yay! Never knows the happy face. Oh, it's a key part of the game. What are you talking about? All right, so we could go back and turn that in. I don't think that one has a follow-up. We're going to keep pushing this direction because we do have a quest in this direction to do. But for the next bit, what I would like is maxed out ether resistance, which we don't have. I guess I could have taken some consumables. Actually, that might have been the thing to do. I can't remember where we find those and if they're faction specific, but I think there is a consumable you can do to temporarily boost your ether resistance, which would actually be super mega relevant for this next bit. We actually might get a second death here. Now, that bottom row of resistances over here, they are a lot harder to max out than the top row. The assumption is the top row, you do max it out basically as soon as you can. I mean, normal difficulty, you don't have to stress too much. It's nice to pick up, but a lot of times on normal, it's just like, no, just keep getting like more damage. Kill things faster, you're fine. But then by the time you finish normal difficulty, you really want that top row maxed in every category. All right, so we're going to go and fight in this area. Go and get this up. Pick up anything. Level 35. Okay. Pop this. Explode that. Clear this little area. We gotta stay out of the green goop. Now, one of my favorite builds ever is this like laser beaming build. I can't remember what it's called. It's one of the Arcanist class abilities. It's like this disintegration beam. And this guy becomes a super key part to farm for that. Because he drops a monster infrequent that you absolutely want for that ability. And often you'll want to farm him until you get a one with an affix on it that gives you increased ether damage as well. I think. Or chaos? Something. Oh, shit. You know what? I haven't fought him since this whole mechanic has come in. So we are currently debuffed. We take extra damage. There we go. I don't know what ability he does. It'll be something that sort of glows a little yellow. If I can spot that and dodge it, I would be much better off. But this actually turned out fine. It was scary because, again, we didn't have the ether resistance, so we could have taken a crap ton of damage from this. Amalgamation. We got a chaos damage. Well, this actually would be really interesting if we go and say, we go the werewolf form, and then we take the blood of Chthon to convert to chaos damage. That would be useful. We could also convert our ice to chaos damage. Is it these pulsing shards? These pulsing shards do give you +2 to Alberic's Aether Ray. Is that the thing I was thinking of? But it's also, is it also modifying the Aether Ray with the convert to health and reduced energy cost? Is this the thing I'm thinking of? I feel it must be, right? I don't know. I think there's a couple of little loot boxes over here, although they're a little relevant to get to. It's not terribly relevant. All right, done. Yeah, I really thought I was going to die a second time there. But yeah, I had a character that was really fun with that build. All right, turning in some quests. New. The cycle has been disrupted. Excellent. Thank you. And then we killed the abomination. Good. I'll rescue some prisoners in the next zone. And then we're going to try to come up here. It's not marked on the map. It's easy to miss the fact that there's a follow-up quest from Ulgrim here. That's really annoying. I don't know why it's like that. But we got to talk to the emissary. So there's two factions we can choose.
The one you call Ulgrim.
There's the Order of Death's Vigil, which are necromancers. And there's the Chosen of Kamon, which are like goodly priests. These are the evil fuckers. Sort of. They're misguided. I kind of feel like I just want to go with necromancer. Now, the two different factions have slightly different items that they can give you. There's ways to do some cross-faction stuff and weird things like that, and like with some of the characters. But there's technically, with your build, they'll be like, you want to go faction A because you can get this item from there. Although if you go faction B, then you can get this item. So, you know, sometimes there's one that's stronger for you. I don't know what they would be for this one. I'm just going to go with the Order of Death's Vigil because, I mean, come on. I'm Gothbird. We're gonna go with this team, obviously, right? Gothbird! So the other guys are gonna hate me now. Tough patooties. Can I talk to you from up here? I can. Nice. Honor your dead. And I can't remember if there's another one. There is another one over here. Boom, boom. Clear out the lumber mill. Perfect. So many quests. Good. Am I a bird? I am a bird. I'm a beautiful raven. Look at me. Caca! And what we're going to do at the end of this act is we're going to decide if we're staying Wereraven or if we're switching back to Werewolf. Late joiners may not have seen the werewolf because we did all of Act 1 as a werewolf. Unsworn. No, that's not going to be for us. Wait, hold on. Werewolf. Chaos damage, rip and tear chaos damage. Oh. Theoretically, this is something that we could want if we went the chaos build for the werewolf. And again, we can go chaos with the raven as well. Now that sort of thing is probably more of a late game decision. Hold on. We want to stick to the right side over here. Is it right side on across this bridge? Where do we find the lady? It must be right side across this bridge. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Was it back there? There's that lady who's going to be like executed for being a witch. Yeah, I may have missed it. Oh, maybe it's after the bastion here. So this is the Order of Khamon side. Kaiman. And then over here is the cool guy side. By cool guy, I mean the team we're on. If we'd gone on the other side, they would have actually attacked us. Range just one section off. Blood Grove next area, thank you.
May the...
Speak with me, what do you want me to do? Gather some rains, yada, yada, yada. I think that's all the quests being offered now. So we could take a look at, like, some of the stuff that they would sell. And this would be the thing where if you're min-maxing, you can take a look at the different kind of items that the quartermasters sell. There might be like an enchantment that's slightly better for you. A lot of times that's what it is. It's an augment that you can slap on like your shoulders or something of like, oh, if I go with this faction, I could get an augment of like, say, bonus cold that I can't get with the other faction. And so that's the sort of marginal difference I'm going to take. I think you can change in the next act, like if you're not happy with it. But I think you would have lost some of your rep grind maybe by doing the reset. I'm not sure. So there's some Order of Khamon people. So then we just kill them now. Is it across this bridge? And then to the right. There we are. Okay. So again, when you're playing, read all this, make some decisions. I want to talk to the Taken. So they're saying that she's been taken by a spirit just like I was. No, it turns out she's full of shit. I could still burn her. I could attack Nathaniel right away. I'd be like, listen, I'll try to talk him down. I'm not convinced she's taken. There's no proof. And then they're assholes and attack me anyway. So you know what? I've named you Too Dumb to Live. So we're going to go ahead and side with you. There's pros and cons to both. Boom, boom, boom. Thank you. There you go. Witch's effigy. Cool. Where did it go? Is it not an item? Did you teach me a recipe? Oh, there. Oh, it's bigger than I thought. I thought it was gonna be a ribbon. It's an offhand thing. Yeah, the bonus pets isn't gonna do anything. Plus 30%. I don't think I care about equipping this. Plus, we need a shit ton more spirit. Which again, if we end up going the Raven build, I think we are gonna go heavy on the spirit. So the Blood Grove can be kind of a pain in the ass to find all the things you need. It doesn't help that these dead bodies, you loot them, they give you these insignia, and even after you've collected all the insignia that you need for them, they still show up as stars until you turn in the quest. So it can be a little hard for you to like trust the stars as a bit of a guidance. And navigating is like semi-random because things keep getting blocked like this. Like normally I might be able to walk through there, but not this time. Can't walk through there. Come over this way. We gotta rescue these people. Oh, I can't go through there this time, but we'll come this way. We'll loot the insignia. And you don't want to miss out on the shrine. But yeah, it's kind of an annoying area to go through. And you've got quite... Oh my... I don't... God damn, the map generation this time is annoying. Oh, ouch! shitballs! What the fudge? Oh, I think these guys are the guns. I think they're doing a lot of pierce damage, aren't they? And I probably don't have, Jesus, that much pierce resistance, do I? Jeebus! Whoop, 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 whoop. Hold on. Holy crap! Okay, yes, just you alone. That might be better. I think you're still going to do a huge amount of damage. Jesus Christ. I mean, he's optional. I don't think I have to kill him. I think he leashed back. What is my pierce resistance? 0? 17%. Yeah, okay, that's not good. Just trying to apply a little bit of frostburn to him and then pulling back. Jesus. Ay. I could just dodge you, but there's some shit that I need to do over here. Unless I'm wrong, maybe I even do need to kill him, but I don't think so. He is nearly dead. Full health, that's good. Die. I'm not full health, my cooldowns aren't up, so let's go back. Okay, back to full health. Jeez. So yeah, all these have they're the monster intrinsics. Nos guns. A lot of poison and acid resistance. I don't need the cold. Replace this amulet. Vitality, bleed, physical damage combined. No. I think I'll pass. I guess I really didn't need to kill him. It was just this behind him. But I do need to come over this way. Remains. Pick that up. That was for my faction quest. Free these guys for a little bonus. Okay. Oh yeah, you're still lit up because you still get the insignia. And then we'll go and blow this. What? Oh, are you like one of those nullifier guys, which will like turn off my buffs and disable my spells? Iconic. I don't know what that symbol over your head was. I don't like it. Am I wrong? There we go. These war cleavers are the things that are super god tier if you're doing a soldier with the force wave build, because it's +4 ranks of force wave and reduces the cooldown. And it's really nice. Is this also one of the ones that's an ingredient, or it's a different kind of troll club, isn't it? I don't think this is a crafting ingredient. I don't remember what it is. Royal jelly essence? I think we can get that from a quest, but sure, okay. So I have one more of the badges to collect. I think otherwise I might have done everything I need to do in this area. Did I pop this? Yes, it's restored. So I'm going to turn in the insignias right away, because if I don't, they will stay on the map, and they will make me think there's more quests than there is. Whew! My bike peeking a lot? Sorry. That was scary.
I am told that I could not win the Legion.
Stop. Must be done. Okay. And then, yeah, this guy over here. Insignia's done. There we go. Thank you for level 32 as well. And I put, let's go, just almost finish that. Nothing else for me to turn in right now. No. And then I do have to return to, no, that's not the portal. You have to return to Sorrow's Bastion, but before I do that, I'm going to take my personal portal, because I want to find the portal in the Blood Grove. Otherwise, I'll be backtracking a lot. Get the Troll Club from vendors under the bridge. Oh, yes. Which is not far from where we are. It might be random, whether it's there or not. But yeah, I remember having farm a bunch of those Troll Clubs in the past, and it was a pain in the butt. Not interested in anything over here. Just trying to navigate through this map. This is my least favorite area, because the amount of times that I've come here and couldn't find the shrine and couldn't find the remains. This is not where I want to be. Was I supposed to go over there? Maybe I may have missed something that I needed, actually. Is it over here? Did I not go quite west enough? No. I was going to say, that looks like a loop. Or... Never mind. And I can see the portal now on my mini-map. Okay. So we're going to go to Sorrow's Bastion. We're going to turn in the quest. We'll get a follow-up quest, which might be to pick up chthonic bindings. Maybe I should have waited until I got more? Or maybe they just want one, in which case, well, I got a couple on me, so... Let's see. Yes, I got early access. By the lovely crate-type people. Okay, there we go. No one else has got another quest for me yet. Okay. Good. And, oh, there's a journal we can... I mean, again, the XP you get from these is no longer... I mean, it does go up, but... Well, that's actually a fairly decent chunk of XP. I did pick up... Hang on, was there still a star? Seals. Okay, I need 3. I thought I picked up a second one. Maybe did I store one? Anyway, it's fine. We'll, and there it is, Regents, but it still counts as having it in my inventory, which I don't think it used to. I don't think you used to pull it from your bank to complete these, which was sometimes a little annoying. All right. Done with the Blood Grove. Through the mill, down here for one of the quests. Oh, Silent Night UK, thanks for gifting some subs to the channel. Everyone who just got a subscription over on YouTube, on Twitch, remember, you can join the Discord if you link your Discord to Twitch. Any Twitch subscriber, YouTube member, or Patreon supporter can get in on Discord, where we have all sorts of fun. And where you can more directly yell at me about my mistakes. I mean, but, you know, try to do it nicely. And spoiler-free for the games where I care about that. This is not a game where I care about spoilers. I don't have to go this way, but... Oh, no, I thought there was a monster shrine I might be able to reach. How do you... I can't remember what the path to the secret shop is. This isn't the secret shop. This is a thing. Oh, this is just the path to this totem. Which, might as well get. It's free loot. And these totems constantly respawn. Each totem is basically has 3 spawn spots. So when you're doing like farming loops of the totems, because farming totems is a very, very common thing to do, you will usually have these little plots that you will follow. So there's nothing actually under the waterfall, but you can still skirt through it, which is nice. So, this is my favorite thing, because unless they've fixed it, what's going to happen here, we're going to see a very funny set of things. So I'm at 2 of 18, great. Okay, I need 18. Oh, now I'm at 18 of 18. Oh, okay, they did change it. That used to be really laggy, because all the dudes you have to kill for it are in here. And you'd go and you'd kill everything, and it would still be saying, like, 2 of 18, or maybe it got up to 5 of 18, you're like, where's the rest of those assholes? And then it would keep ticking up on the screen. Tick, 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 slowly. So they must have changed it to update faster. Which is too bad, because it always entertained me. Really confusing the first time around. No more recipes. Yeah, the shop is close to the waypoint. I'm not sure, like, the path for it, but yeah. I don't feel I have a need to go there currently. Maybe I should, but nothing else to showcase. Maybe when you get to the next waypoint, I'll portal back to that one. I think you can, like, almost see it from the waypoint, but then you have to go slightly indirect to get there. Something like that. I don't think there's anything else I need to do at the mill here. I just want to advance to this village. I think. This is the place where I did lose a hardcore run once. because the boss you have to fight at the end of this little section, I think does a bunch of chaos damage, and until then you haven't really encountered a lot of chaos damage. And I think it's a surprising spike of damage because you're probably not set up for the resistances. I do have 38. Oh, that's vitality. Chaos is this one, 14. Now, in normal, you're not going to have stacked enough chaos resistance for it. But having some is good. There's tons of lore books in all these buildings as well. Super lots of lore books. I'm going to ignore them. Like that one. And that one. And then a lot... This is going to be a one that spawns enemies. I don't want to fight them and the boss at the same time. Alright, let's see how this goes. Actually, maybe I should open a portal, because I don't think it'll go away on death. Nope. Blindsided. Yeah, see, look how much damage I'm taking. Woo! Maybe it's vitality? That red shit is vitality. Or maybe... No, red shit's also chaos. Vitality's more... something else? My damage output is good, but my DPS is being... Oh! Slowed down. And I do have a curse on my head. Maybe it's worth waiting till that goes away. Slowed down by the fact that I'm definitely have to dodge and stay out of something. Make sure we're staying at full. Done, 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 done. Banshee's Misery. Didn't we already have one of these? Or... Our level 34. Well, if we stay cold, this would be great. A little tiny bit of flat cold damage. But small amounts of flat damage are still amazing because you end up stacking so many multipliers. And then percentage cold damage, spirit, energy, bone chilling cry is one of our things. Night chill and or ill omen might actually be what's it called? Nightblade? Which I'm probably going to take as my second class. Don't need Stormthrower. Alright. Now we'll do this. Definitely don't want to fight her while these guys are up here. I mean, it's a small fight. It's not a totem, but still. We have 3 devotion points. I guess here, I'll finish the Raven. And then we'll see. So the ghoul over here, this has got a lot of like life leech. This is going to be really good if we stay melee. But not good as a Raven. Well, I don't think it hurts, but... Yeah, 3rd and final expansion releases tomorrow. 1 new class Berserker, which is what we're showing up over here. And new map area. So we're not showing any of the new stuff yet, because I did start this character from scratch. And the expansion content is something you hit a little bit higher. Plus, I didn't want to spoil things, content-wise, for people who were eager to pick up the expansion. So this is all stuff that people have seen before, content-wise, but character class is new. And awesome! We've never had shape changers in Grim Dawn before. What am I stuck on? Just me, or there's a star there for a second. Oh, maybe I picked up... Oh, I've got all my chthonic seals. Then... I don't know what the follow-up quest will be, but I'm kind of tempted to go and immediately turn it in case the follow-up is relevant to the area I'm in. I don't think it will be. But let's see. The continuation separate campaign. Is this a continuation separate campaign? So I'm not entirely sure what you're asking. I started this game today. All right. So still no one else offering me an extra content. Okay. And I'm not going to use my personal portal here because I want to keep the one that was open so I can return to where I was. Go there. Personal portal. Let's go. You ever play Sacred One? No. Didn't we have the Druid Shape Changer? Not in this game. You might be thinking of Last Epoch, where we did play a Druid Shape Changer. This game did not have that. I'm not going to confuse myself. lore book. Somewhere in one of these dungeons, there's a torch you can activate for a side room. But I guess you can actually see this, that the side room exists pretty clearly. I don't know. It might even be this one. Be nice to showcase more of the secret stuff. I don't even know if this is the right way to go, but probably. Here, over here, through here. Very maze-like. I think we don't want to go through this exit right away. Right? I think this is the one that will catch you slightly off, because I think we want to come over here and kill a dude first, right? Am I remembering the right thing? Maybe I'm thinking of a different place, because this doesn't feel right at all. Yes, wait, yes it is the thing? Not that way. Oh, maybe you're answering a different question. I think I'm thinking of a different place. I think we would have saw it by now. Can you jump into the new content maps directly? You need to go through the OG story. I feel like you have to finish the main story for this content. Because Forgotten Gods, you can jump into it as soon as you finish Act 1. Because it's not as directly connected. But Ashes of Malmoth, you finish the vanilla main story to go into Ashes of Malmoth. And I feel like it's the same thing here, but I don't know. Let's do a totem. That's nice. Another War Cleaver of Force Waving of awesome. Immediately, so that we don't get a duplicate of it. I know there's a chest there, but I don't really care that much. I'm assuming I want to go this way. And yeah, we're going to do this today until my voice breaks down completely. Oh yeah, just physically can't no more. See how long we can go. Ooh, things are getting a little spicier over here. A little freakier. How do you go through here? Over this way. Ah, here we go. Fight, 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 fight. Some more shit coming in the room from back there. That seems rude. Alright, you are fine. I don't know what kind of damage you're doing, but it's not really bothering us. I'm just going to keep face tanking it. A little bit more there, because now our damage is going... What the... With the lightning strike. Some of the bosses do have different behavior if you're close up versus farther away. Oh, there you go. Second form. How silly of me to think the fight was done. How bad is that attack? No, it's fine. I don't know what you're doing. Oh, probably want to stay out of that area. Standing and stuff doesn't seem like a really good idea. Alright, you're a lot tougher in this form, I'll give you that. Whew. Home, sermon. Don't need that. Cool. Just a regular chest. Maven's hood. Did we already have one of those? I don't know, but we could build it. We have the blueprint for the Maven's lens. Plus one in Arcanist, yeah. So it's not really for us. Probably could have just left it on the ground. Mash. Yeah, there we go. There's a fast travel point somewhere over here. So, when we get to is it Fort Icon, the next place? Like I'm thinking at this point we're probably done with Act 2. That's interesting. And Fort Icon's the end. Actually, I don't like. There's not clear act divisions. Maybe we're already past that. We're gonna have to set up a poll for the Werewolf versus Raven decision, because we are leaving a lot of things now pending and not optimized because we're not committing our resources to one versus the other. These bulwarks are good shields, but I don't think we're going to end up with a shield. Either we're going to do a caster offhand, or we're going to do either a two-handed weapon or dual wielding. Both are valid. I think we're going this way. This must already be Act 3, technically. Raven. I mean, the Raven looks the best. And I don't think I've ever done a cold focus build. Anyway, tell you what. I'm going to start the straw poll now. I don't want to say too much because I don't want to influence people one way or another. Straw poll.com. Chugga. New poll. Grim Dawn. Werewolf versus Wereraven. Wereraven. Great poll. Go and vote. I want to influence people because cause is the only correct answer. But I could aru as well. We can caw and we can aru. Oh wait, did I do that totem? Nope. The Raven's a little bit more chill. Okay, this road I think has a sequence of lore books that is like some of the strongest. It is easy to miss the parts, which is a little bit unfortunate, but there's a really good one. There you go, the Trip South. If you are playing it for the first time, try to get the complete set of the Trip South book lore books and read through them. I think it's a good like microcosm example of Grim Dawn. Two. I don't know if there's like 3 or 4 parts or more. And I think the lore books are always in the same place. You can also, if you go to what is it, grimtools.com, right? That's got like build planners, it's got ways to like look up items and stuff. It's really nice, but it does have a really good interactive map as well. It's also got a good sort of check marking system. If you're trying to make sure that you got all the shrines and like the key quests and things like that, you've got a little thing that you can do to check off. And I think it also gives you the ability to upload your save, so it can sync it up for you if you need to, which is also great. Okay, we got a couple of things to return to homesteads. Let's do that now. All right, the poll is nice, 69%. Oh, now 70% in favor of Kaka. So I think we're gonna stay the Wereraven.
Why do you have to? I've already informed Creed of your recent.
Yep. Creed, go up over here, talk to you. Bum. At some point, I will have to do another playthrough for me where I do go and reread the lore, because a lot of it I don't necessarily remember. We've cleared the lumber mill, which is great. We do have a quest here to recover the lost cannons. That's in a conflagration area, which is actually a little tricky to get to. We need a lot of, I think, ethereal resistance to get there. So that's going to be one where we just go and knock that off for now. Might clean it up later. We'll see. That's true. We did name our character Corvinia, which seems to make, all right, a lot of sense on the bird front. And I think I will. So with the bird build, I would suggest there are a couple of different ways we can go. Remember, we do have the option of converting our cold damage to chaos. And if we do that, I think the occultist might lead to a lot of interesting like interaction, because it does a lot of chaos damage by itself. I don't know if it has chaos resistance thing, but I really think I'm gonna go. And I think with the Raven, the Necromancer is kind of cool. I think that's called Veil Warden or something like that. If we go occultist, you can go crow with a pet crow, but the hybrid builds like that don't tend to be the winners because like we'd have to invest in pet stats and our own personal stats. Or is it Shaman that has a crow? I think occultist is a crow, right? But yeah, I'm still thinking Nightblade, and you can click here. You can undo this while you're in this mode. You can still change your mind. Once you've locked in your class, then it is locked in. It's the only thing you can't respec in the game is you can't change what your classes are. So the reason that this appeals to me is a few different things. First of all, the Veil of Shadows is always a really good defensive buff. You run this, enemies get reduced offensive ability, so they hit you less, they get slowed down, which is nice. And if we go to Night's Chill over here, you can see it strips away Pierce and Cold resistance, which are two things that we do in the Raven form. I mean, these passives are always fine and groovy. You can see we can get stuff that increases bleed damage. So even if we went Werewolf, the Nightblade still works as a combo. So even if we decide later on to change back to a wolf, I think the Nightblade still works because it's got bleed things. Here's another one that could increase cold damage, although it does a few different things. So whether or not it's worth investing in Merciless Repertoire, I don't know. Sometimes it might be worth still investing 1 point in here, just because if you get a piece of gear that gives you +1 to all Nightblade skills, then it would benefit that because you invested in it. Pneumatic Burst is an interesting self-heal. It increases pierce damage, which we do. Right, we can change the cooldown stuff. If we're doing dual wield melee weapons, we can put a point in here, and then we get to shave cooldown time off of this. I don't know if we do Shadow Dance. We probably put 1 point in. I don't know if we commit a whole bunch. All the way up to Elemental Awakening, we get increased Frostburn and Elemental damage, which are things that we do. I don't think we'd end up doing Shadow Strike. I don't think we'd do Ring of Steel. Phantasmal Blade, no. Blade Burst, no. This entire branch here is no good for us because we don't proc. We don't do weapon proc stuff, so none of this would work. But Blade Spirit is nice. It's not an exclusive skill, so we could still go with Heart of Asterkarn as our exclusive still. We can still pick Form of the Beast because it's not exclusive, and we can pick Blade Spirit, which is a pet. It is a summon, but it doesn't scale with pet traits. This is a summon that scales with player damage bonus, and you can see it does Pierce and Cold and Bleed. And again, I think whether we went Werewolf or Wereraven, the Blade Spirit tech kind of works, and that's why I am thinking going Nightblade. The question is, like, do I still want to just invest in points in Berserker first in the short term? I think what I'm going to do is in Berserker, I'm going to do this. I'm going to unlock the end cap stuff. And I'll put at least a point, because the first point tends to have the greatest value in Form of the Beast, and a point in Heart of Asterkarn. And this is a buff that's automatically running. It's giving us a bunch more flat cold damage, percentage frostburn, physical damage converted to cold. I don't know if we do physical damage. Does piercing count as physical, or is piercing? But I think it's fine. Defensive ability up. Slow resistance, that's all good. So I can't take Bloodborne, but Bloodborne is if we went the Werewolf and we were going Bleed instead. So I think that's fine. So the argument to be made about switching over to the Nightblade now is it would let me keep investing points into a base class just to get a bunch more static attributes, which is always really valuable. I suppose I could finish Everwinter first. Maybe I'll do that. And then the question becomes, is it more valuable to put more points in this? Heart of Asterkarn is going to add tons of freaking damage. This is a percentage one, attack speed and stuff. This will be valuable later. I don't think it's important to put in early. I think early you're really looking for anything that adds flat damage. The first point in Nightblade, we could go and get, like, just unlocking even a tiny bit of Veil of Shadows would give us a nice defensive boost. Raven, Nightblade, certainly cool thing. I think I'm just going to lock in the Nightblade. I'm going to put the first point in here. So our class is now, we are no longer a Berserker. We are now a Reaver. And I love that. There's 45 different class combinations in this game, and they all give you a unique class name in the end, based on the pairing. Raven Reaver. Yeah. All right, up over here. Up the ladder. So, I still don't know what our point allocation is going to be. I feel like we're going to be less reliant on cunning. And I strongly suspect that the items we're going to be looking for, because I think we're probably going to be looking for caster offhands, and I think there's going to be a bunch of spirit requirements. So I strongly suspect we're going to be investing in spirit. First thing I'm going to do is adjust my loot filter. I'm no longer looking for physical or bleed. I'm just looking for damage that increases cold, and that is it. Masteries are good. I mean, we're going to get items, but I should probably enable a little bit more over here. Maybe I'd say something like anything with flat health. Also show me that. Because lots of things will have resistances. Cooldown. We're not really cooldown dependent. We don't land the crits yet. Offensive defensibility wouldn't be bad. So, like, right now, I suspect our hit chance, well, on these regular goobers is pretty good. And they can't crit us. That's kind of the important thing, is you don't want to be crit. But the regular random goobers we're running into aren't really a good example of that. But it's still not a bad place to be. So I might not need to, since, okay, cunning we would need if we were equipping firearms. And I think certain class of weapons might need cunning. I'm willing to bet we don't need any. We might be extra reliant on getting offensive ability from items, because we're not going to be getting from cunning. But I think it's probably pretty fair to say we don't need that. Also, let's equip this book. And we're now, oh, that's funny. The book we had was giving us enough spirit to equip this, but this doesn't have any spirit, so now it doesn't work. Okay, I'm going to go and commit to doing that, getting this back up. So we're over 10,000 DPS. How would this one compare? I think it would go down. Yeah. So stick with this. Cold damage from this belt, frostburn with increased duration. What does it cost us? We lose some pierce resistance. Although we get more defensive ability. Things will miss us more. The Aether resistance. Okay, that might be fine. So do that. Slightly increase DPS. There's a lot more armor on this chest. Less cold damage. Obsidian Stompers. Sounds like something out of Dungeon Crawler Carl. Not for us. Would have been maybe good on the other build. Okay, I think... No, I think we'll be able to dump just a lot of the stuff that we're carrying around right now. The next time we interrupt those things. Okay, let's go with something like this. And... Caca! Oh, right! You're right. I forgot the Raven does also do piercing. So let's go and add that back in. Yes, yes, yes. We do piercing and cold. I mean, what would be nice is if we get something that converts piercing damage to cold and then just do cold damage. I think that would be something we're looking for. Or I suppose if we could convert cold to piercing. That would be interesting. Feels like these Yeti should have natural resistance to cold. Well, right around here, I think, is one of the secret areas for that hidden item quest. But that's later. You want it because you get a couple attribute points out of it, right? Skill points? Maybe it's skill points, and that's what makes it so valuable. Why are you guys being unresponsive? Feels like I'm playing online. This nice thing about this is an always offline game. Yeah, I think this shrine here is the one I can't do right now because it's locked by a story. Yeah, there's a story element about unlocking this shrine. Very confusing the first time you get here as a player. You assume you're doing something wrong. It's like, no, it's fine. It'll be later. Lots later. Go, 10,000 DPS. And I do have it always showing the epic items, which maybe I don't need to anymore. Because normally I do that because I'm actively shopping for my other characters, and then I want to collect all these. But you know what? It might be worth leaving it on just to be able to showcase things. So this has some health, which is nice. I don't need more elemental resistances. I think I'll probably hold that off. I'm not... Oh! I think I can probably say something like, I'm probably not doing shields. It's possible we'll find ourselves... Maybe there's a two-handed, melee or range that is still going to be useful for us. I suspect we're going to be doing a lot of caster offhand, but I don't know. Let's take that. Yes? Should increase our damage. More spirit, casting speed, which is what we're doing. I'm assuming this is tied. Some of these things that feel like spells are tied to attack animation as opposed to casting speed, but it's got to be that. Oh yeah, it's giving us another like 500 DPS. Good. I mean, the DPS is the easiest thing to track. Obviously, not dying and things like that is also critically important. It's just a little harder to see at a glance, but... hello, boss. How hard do you hit? Can I just keep face tanking? Increase deeps? Well, that's not bad. I think you're doing some cold damage, and we are still capped on our cold resistance. Jeez! Oh, and now we're also fighting a hero at the same time. This comes out tomorrow. Getting early access. Hi, you're incognito. Yeah, so I'm not running through any of the new content yet. This is all old content. Obviously, the class is being showcased here. Oh my god. He must have some innate cold resistance. Horn of... Well, maybe. We don't have the level. Pants of cold, bone chilling. Actually, our current pants... Oh, they're just a lot of resistances. Although we probably don't need the elemental resist part of it. Our current pants have a lot of health. I think I'll keep the astral leg wraps for now. Not convinced it's necessarily better, but it's fine. Only early access? What do you mean early access? No, the game... I have early access, but the game releases tomorrow. Or are you disappointed because you can't get it today? Ah. Maybe I'm misunderstanding it. Yeah, it's not an early access game. Because I got a preview? I mean, saying that I got early access is the best way to phrase it, but the problem is that early access means something else to it at these points. So, another ruined shrine, do that. Oh yeah, we got to spend these things. What we'll probably do is do a respec. Hello, you. Where'd you go? I'm looking for the highlight. Yeah. And this is another one of the areas where you can... Like, what? Crumbling wall? This is going to be a secret area that's going to be useful later, I think. I mean, there's some stuff there now, too. Maybe I'm getting confused. Maybe there's another extra secret area as part of a quest over here, too, but it might be the same one. I'm not sure. Gold Frostburn. I'm not convinced about that one. Oh, hey, Resident Sentinel. So I'm trying not to die. From the larger GD community. Found your stream. Hello! I was just praising earlier how much... Clearly from the minimap, I can't walk through there. I should clearly be able to jump over this. I was just talking about earlier how the Grim Dawn community is so amazing. Like, I'm always on the subreddit. I don't post on the subreddit a lot, but... what I like about the smaller subreddits is that you tend to see them on your front page a lot more. Because the way that it's weighted is based on, like, the size of the community versus on how many updates, so it's always up there. And it's such a friendly and welcoming community. Shield Spellblade. Let's say that seems like it's going to have some things that could be relevant. We would lose some deeps on that one as is. Isn't there a way? Okay. So right here, you can see it's how it says minus 551 DPS. If I hold control, it actually says minus 657. It's because now what it's doing is taking into account my chilled steel component. So this is the actual DPS loss that would happen if I swapped right this second. But this, the minus 551, is the predicted DPS loss if I swapped, but then also installed the chilled steel component on this. I'm pretty sure what this is. And that's really handy to see both. I think that was a fairly new addition, because it used to be you'd look at an item and it would be like, oh, I would lose DPS if I swap to it. And then it's like, no, I would only lose DPS because I wouldn't be running the component. It's actually, I would actually gain DPS if I also added the components and augments, to become even more important later on. I don't think there's anything to do here other than to run through this area to get into Port Icon proper. I think. Let's kill more of these jerk faces. These will be different jerk faces depending on what faction you went with in the previous town. There'll always be jerk faces that you're up against. Oh yeah, you can talk to this guy. These guys, and then we gotta clear the drift gate. Oh, those are friendlies. Something in here's got a health bar. There we go. Does my cold snap also does pierce? Okay. Done. We'll be revisiting you later to make some decisions.
Apologies for my
Give me what's the situation? I'll find the missing scouts. Missing scouts through that doorway?
Good. You've arrived.
Yes, I've arrived. You need a thingy. You need some supplies, which I think we got a choice about where it goes. We got an extra blacksmith over here. So the blacksmiths, I think, can all create the same items. I think there's some of the crafting things. I think some of the prefixes they can generate are going to be slightly different, depending on the blacksmith. So sometimes there's like an optimal thing to do one versus the other. All right, I should sell off a bunch of this crap. So I'm still thinking we're probably going to be using caster offhand, not shields. We'll have to take a look at what that does later. That's bleed, so we're going to get rid of it. That was a bleed item we're keeping. Bleed physical. Bleed physical. Yeah, we can get rid of a bunch of this crap. Bleeding. I mean, I could keep those items if I wanted to do a secondary werewolf build, but just to keep experimenting with it, but no. I could always respec my character later. Everything, like my class here, the Reaver, I think is still an excellent potential for a piercing bleed-based werewolf. And we could always do a full respec later if in the game I find like an epic item that would be perfect for it. So let's put that in the third stack, because that's less likely to ever see anything. I'm same with you. I'll put you back there. I think that's a downgrade. Yeah, I had moved off of you intentionally, I think. Although you were part of a set. Although, no, that's the Arcanist set, so I'm not going to go and mess with you. This belt. New. Fireburn, new. Okay, Banshee's Misery. Let's see, if I equip this. So I'm 11,520. Okay, it's barely a DPS change. But the previous item didn't have any resistances. We lose that, we get this. It's got more energy regen, and it's got resistances. Okay, Banshee's Misery is going to be much better for us. What about this guy? We lose a little bit of DPS. It's got more regen. I like the health. Well, the cold resist doesn't matter because we're way overcapped, but no, I think I'm not going to equip this. What is this thing? This epic metal of bleed. Yeah, no, get rid of that. Oh, this metal. I like how defensive our previous one was, but this has got so many stats, energy, offensive ability. Yeah. We're going to swap to that metal for sure. We'll hold on to this ring and make a decision about it later. Sell you. Pierce physical. Well, we do pierce. That is interesting to consider. And I haven't, like, the Slith Primal Ring is from Act 1. Like, we haven't really upgraded this in a while. That's a slight DPS upgrade. At what cost? Ooh, I like that this ring has Vitality resistance and Poison Acid, neither one of which is capped. And this doesn't have anything like that. It's got some Pierce resistance, though. Huh. I mean, we're not going to use Belgothian Shears. I like gaining Pierce, losing Acid. I also don't like losing the Vitality. I feel like maybe I'll keep this for now, but I would be sort of surprised if we swap to it. You. You. What about these shoulders? I think no. Especially some of the current ones have some chaos resist, which is hard to get. Lightning damage. No. No. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna use the witch's effigy. Fire, burn, no. Obsidian Stompers, no. They're very cool, but we're not going to use those. We're not going to use that. Well, no, probably not. Okay, this guy, +2 to Wereraven. 100% piercing damage converted to chaos damage. Oh. Hang on. We could go to a chaos build. First of all, it's increasing our deeps. I guess because it's going to convert our piercing to chaos and give us plus 38% chaos. Plus we get the casting speed. Aether resistance is nice too. Oh, we're +2 Wereraven, staying +2 Wereraven. This is fascinating. So here it still says this does piercing damage, but presumably this is now doing chaos damage, plus cold. If we went and we put a point here, did I make a mistake going Nightblade? Because Nightblade doesn't have any pro chaos shit. I didn't realize, oh man, because we could just keep farming these as we keep leveling up. Wherever this dropped, we can keep getting it, so we'd always have this conversion to pure chaos. I don't think I'll worry about it right now, but it is very interesting. Do I put more into Spirit right now? More Physic, just to not die? Yeah, and the offensive ability situation is fine, although I wouldn't mind a little bit more. I think I'll just keep sitting on it. Wow. How do Ice Talons work with skill procs? Oh, okay. So, weapon, is this a good example? Yeah, the weapon pool skills like Blood Fangs and other things like it, or all the ones in Nightblade, for example, right? Like the Belgothian Shears. All these things with a percentage chance. These are, they don't work with either of the shape change forms. The Werewolf and the Raven both say cannot trigger weapon pool skills. So they don't interact with that at all. You can still go a Berserker build that's got it. You'd probably base yourself on Onslaught instead of shape changing. And then, like, dual wield, Onslaught, proc all the things. Probably really good. We don't have to go down here kill the witch things yet. What's this doorway for? This is where we rescue the scouts? I guess so. Oh, I needed to re-enchant my shit. I just noticed I'm missing one of my jumps. Yeah, hold on. Let's do that before we push forward here. So yeah, what I didn't do is I didn't plan the build around, like, what items exist. What am I looking for? My chest.
Got something you need stashed?
So this is great because it gives you both vitality and bleeding resistance. We don't do attack damage, but the offensive stuff is still good. Spirit offensive, casting ability. I mean, that is nice. I guess, you know what I want to do? Is I want to find items that increase resistance that we need. And it is tempting to put this on for the vitality and bleeding. Both of which I don't have maxed out. What else we got? Soul shard, increase the vitality damage. There's just cheaper things, like things we have more of. Oh, Mark of the Traveler we want on the boots, except our boots already have an enchantment, so I can't do that right now. Chaos damage, attack speed. Those go on gloves. Oh, we don't... What? Hold on. Okay, we need something for the weapon. Yeah, I think the weapon is just going to get shield steel for now. As is the offhand, probably. Yeah. Maybe everything else... Oh, you don't have anything. Is one of these got resistance? What are you? Right. I don't do the vitality damage in this, but the vitality resistance and energy leech resistance might be worthwhile. I guess there's also the corpse dust, which is much more common. It gives you health and health regen. Yeah, we should probably just throw that on. And then maybe another one over here. Yeah, we'll just do that. There you go. Vitality resistance up to 70%. That's really good. Okay. They're level giant cats. You get bonuses versus ravens. Do the different biomes hint at the main attack, defense, and hostile? Presumably. I mean, certainly there is definitely... Oh, shit. I still need to do this too. But I do have those on me. There is, like, in each... Like, different areas will be, like, more... There'll be more examples of damage of different types. That is absolutely a thing that's there. And the biome might hint for that. But, like, very early on, like in Act 1, it's nice to get, like, 20-25% of poison resist. Above everything else. Because there's not a lot of elemental damage in Act 1, but there's a few things that give you that. But mostly you do just want all the resistances capped at some point. And through normal difficulty, it's not the end of the world. Is this where I'm going? Frostvale Highlands. I mean, normally I would just go for the main boss. Where am I going? Is this expansion? Why do I have no memory of this area? This is new. Oh, okay, that explains it. I was like, I don't understand what's going on here. So I didn't get a breadcrumb, but I guess getting to Act 3 is how you can get into the new content. Okay, what I'll do is, I'm here. I'm thinking I'm going to push to the next waypoint just to have it. And then we'll have to decide if we're going to be exploring... This looks like an area. If we're going to be exploring the new content, or if people want to save it in case they're going to play and worried about spoilers. Honestly, the early game stuff might not be a problem, but I'd also want to go and read. I'm thinking maybe we just finish the one main game here. I think we needed level 35 from one of the items. These Oathbreaker things are pretty good, but not for us. This ring here. The Pierce and Vitality resistance. Let's do that. And I could even throw Corpse Dust on you. Well, then we'd be overcapped on that, so maybe I won't bother right yet. Am I just... Where am I going? Not going to see the new content because all I'm doing is going around in circles. Oh, I think there was a path there that I didn't quite notice. Okay. Over here, yeah. All right, this is new lore. I don't know that I got the voice for new lore. Whoa, it's super long. Oh, I'm not going to be able to do this if I'm reading new lore. Is there a separate category for it? I don't want to read it because I don't want to spoil things for people, but you know what? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna continue down here. I'm gonna go back to Fort Icon. We're gonna finish the normal game here. try to avoid doing anything that might spoiler things for people who don't want to be spoiled on the content. So we're just going to come down here. No, I do have to go back down, don't I? Because then I got to go through the gate. Oh, we have been streaming for 5 hours now. Maybe it's time to call it, but I don't want to keep playing. Okay, yeah, you can come through here. Oh, this is, yeah. I say that's weird. But yes, that's what I need the heavy explosives for. Scorching, those aren't going to be the right modifiers. They might have something that's nice, but not enough. I mean, so far this class has been really fun to play. Yeah, I can't wait to see the new content. But I'm going to want to do the reading. I'm going to want to take in the lore. For sure. And unless you guys want to watch me silently read. Supplies. So there's 2 different people I think we can turn them into. I think you can bring it all the way back to Homestead. But I usually just give it to the lady that's here because she's closer and, you know, that's better. Less walking. Around this way. Stomp, stomp. Lore books. Up. And then there'll be a guy coming up we gotta kill to get the explosives. Oh. Hello. Commander Luscious. So luscious. Don't stand in the green stuff. That's not a good idea there. Oh, that's a yellow one. Gotta avoid that or we'll get debuffed and take extra damage.
Hollow victory.
The lore. And we're not gonna wear. Okay. Go. Is that a Wereraven? Oh yeah. How great I look. Whee! Caca! Alright, we got the explosives. So now we can do this. I'm gonna push forward. We'll return to town to do some extra turn-ins in a bit. But we're here now. Saves ourselves a little bit of backtracking. Much more men here as well. No, that's nothing we need. There's the extra rift side area in here, but I don't think we need to go down there until we get a quest from our faction. Unless that's where we get the ethereal essence. If you see it, maybe we'll pop down there. I don't know. At some point, we'll have to go and do that side area I'd forgotten about. The Pine Barrens. Just to get those shrines. Okay, so here's the rift. You can spawn a few different areas. I mean, maybe we can go into it just for funsies, but yeah, I'm not entirely sure we need to go there. Find out. might not even be the rift I'm thinking about. Reaper's ornate robe of frostbite. Maybe. Is that the way out? Might be the way out, or it might be a deeper area. Okay, remember that there's a portal thing there. I mean, we're here. We're here in Act 4 of Diablo 2. So, you know, we may as well kill some dudes. What's this area? I think you need it for the special shrine quest with the rovers, yeah, to unlock the extra shrine. That's probably what the situation is. I think I'm just gonna go back. I don't think I need to be here. We got plenty of people to kill elsewhere. I'm not worried about farming this area for XP or anything. Unlike the Chaos Rifts, too dark, I always get lost. I've gotten lost in them multiple times. And it's always annoying if it happens like nowhere clear to a, or nowhere close to a rift gate, like one of the waypoints. You're like, well, I could waypoint out, but I'm gonna have to rewalk a bunch of stuff, and that's always annoying. Oh yeah, I should take a look at, what was this? Level 42, but maybe. Another rift thing. Plenty of time to explore all this stuff. We ran into Dahlia along here? Or maybe that's not something that happens in normal? Alright. Very near the end of the main, the vanilla main story here. Let me go back to Fort Icon now.
Good work down. We cannot.
I'll give you the supplies. There you go. Are you gonna tell me to kill the witch? You are. I think I'm gonna decline to kill the witch. I think there's like a sweet spot of like, you kill it the first time so you can farm stuff and then get stuff. I don't know, whatever. Got a mission to kill you. I've been siding with witches. You know, someone wants you dead. Why does he hate you? I should trust you? Alright, I'm in the fight. Alright, and then you'll give me some side quests. And I can turn this in right away. There you go. Congratulations. And then I can get another side quest. Excellent. Lovely. Then we could get some bounties for her later and stuff like that, and she's got stuff you can sell. So, again, there's two different ways to go, because if you kill her, you get a little, like, a little mini dungeon that you can go and you can farm her as a boss over and over, which is really cool. Or you can just get another faction. This is the new Angry Bird game, yes. Alright, gotta secure the inner rift gate. Kill. 50. Go. Getting rep with that faction that I chose. Oh yeah, that's right. You got 2 phases. Crystal. So there's all these little side paths, and some of them do have stuff, but I can't tank that ground. Music gets really intense in some of these areas. I don't know how much it's going to Twitch or YouTube stream, but good music also. Nice. Okay. It's nice to hear it, but not be overwhelmed, because sometimes these games are just a lot of noise. I think this might have a shrine in it. I think it's an optional area, but it might have a shrine. Dangerous area. Was it for like... Oh, no, there is a shrine in here. Oh, shit! They do a lot more piercing damage. Oh my god. What's my piercing resistance? 37. Well, that's not... I think we probably need a... Well, what I need to do is an offline planning session for what to do with my devotions here, now that I'm locking in on this. And even then, it's probably going to be the situation where it's like a temporary setup. Like, okay, well, this is what I'm going to go for now while I'm leveling, and I'm still doing Frost and Pierce. But if I switch to Chaos or something later on, what's that going to be like? You have to loop around this way. So it can come up here, but it doesn't get me there. No. And this pools of blood and dangerous. Turns out standing and stuff is a bad idea in these games. I know, I'm as shocked as you guys. If I could avoid doing that, that seems like a pretty good idea. Let me go with this way. I don't do a very good job of it, but I should probably try. Is it? I think it's when those crawler dudes die, they leave those. I think that's what's going on. There's no way that that's going to be. You are... Okay, there you go. Now you're taking damage. You might have been getting blocked by the wall before. Also, I do have a level to spend. Jesus. Woo! Mark of the Traveler is really nice boot enchants. At this point, what I'd probably do actually is bring out the Grim tools and try. I think there's a shortcut out of here. There it is. Love them secret doors. I don't remember what I was saying, but I'd take out Grim tools and like do a little bit more build planning that way. But again, it's not going to be end game planning in any way, because that's going to be very dependent on what kind of items you end up actually getting. Slash can build around it. So 6 points there. Right, I still want to go. I'm going to Nightblade. I'm going to enable the Veil of Shadows as a defensive buff. Do I want to stack? Is this something I'm going to max out? Possibly. Certainly Night's Chill is going to have to get maxed out. And actually, I've got +6 to that with all my items. You know what I think I should do? I think I should just power level up through Nightblade, just so I can get to Night Chill unlock, which is going to be good in general. Especially with the +6, that's actually nuts. So many items that are boosting it. Am I might just stay piercing cold. Or try to switch everything over to cold specifically. It's going to be a fight one. Broken Coats. Gray Skeleton, Hellhound. So, I've got a lot of devotion points. I've got 5 to spend. Tsunami. That is an attack. So I'd link this to my primary attack, and occasionally would send out these waves of cold and lightning. Cold and lightning booster. Wow, there is surprisingly few constellations. Well, I guess if I looked at Elemental, that might have some more. Because that's something else. Although you, Murmur, Mistress of Rumors, Cold and Acid, Avoid Projectiles, Chance an Attack to trigger Cold, Acid, whatever, lowering their Cold Resistance, and Poison Acid. Okay, and we might end up doing like some huge like respecs later. Oops, unlock that. So this thing here, we're going to click and we're going to link it to a skill. And I'm going to link it to Ice Talons because it's the thing I spam all the time. So 15% of the time, when I cast Ice Talons, it's going to also cast this Rumor ability. And this will, now that it's slotted in, does gain experience points as well. So, oh, that's not bad either. I mean, our Vitality Resistance is capped right now, but it does give us more room. I'll go here first for the Cold and Frostburn damage, but yeah, we're going to finish off Rumor over there. For sure. And you do a search after for Pierce, and then also you could just prioritize things with a bunch of defensive stuff. Because it's never bad, because it turns out it's hard to do damage if you're dead. So anything that boosts your survivability buffs your damage indirectly. Maybe dangerous to take a drink in the middle of combat, but that's fine. Okay. Hello, Ulgrim. Fancy meeting you here.
It appears that the...
Yep, let's stop the cult together. Okay. Destroy these wagons. Now, there's one of these wagons I always miss. I have such a hard time finding all of them. Eastern one, I don't know how, I don't think it's this far eastern. Friendly with the outcast. The outcast is that witch I just saved. There you go. That's the eastern one. Can I leap up here? Nope. Oh, yes. Okay. Or maybe I couldn't leap here, but I could leap there. Oh, hey! Just for luck. Oh, yeah, we've played some of this together. Bridge repair site. Yeah, I don't have enough material for that. I'm not sure what it leads to. Does it lead to a secondary dungeon? It's nothing we need for the main quest. Maybe it just leads to another shrine? It's that sort of thing. It's like the sort of thing that it's nice to do, but isn't required. Wraithblade. No. The Blood Frenzy. Electric. Burn, Crossburn. Elemental damage. More armor. Pierce resistance. I think I might switch to that. Let it cold. No, I think our current ones are better. I like the Aether resistance. Right, my metal doesn't have any actual resistance. Well, it's got a little bit of bleed resistance. But this doesn't have any damage boosting that would be useful. But these pants... DPS goes up ever so slightly. But more importantly, the loss of the elemental resistance from this doesn't matter. Our poison resistance is getting kind of low. What's the better balance? I guess I'll do this, because we also need that. And these pants are adding a little bit of extra DPS, so we'll say that that's the way to go. All right, spirit for these. Hang on. Let's go. We'll invest in some spirit. So if I equip these, damage is 14.6. Oh, now I don't have enough spirit because it was self-sustaining. There we go. 15.2. Okay, that's a damage upgrade. What about this one? No, that's a downgrade. So this is better for damage. Now, unless there was something else in one of the others. The leap. I do like that the leap has an extra charge, so I can leap twice now. It's cheaper. The piercing damage converted to cold, which doesn't matter too much, and the +2 to leap. Lots of energy regen on this thing. That is very nice. I think I'm happy to be wearing that. You know what? Part of me wonders, is it going to be worthwhile? But let's do this. Okay. Oh, that's one of the roguelike dungeons. Okay, across that bridge that we can fix. All right. See one quest marker from there. Nice to leap down there. Here. Oh, yeah, there we go. So that was the western wagon, and the northern wagon is actually quite a bit more central, I think, is what it turns out. And I think that's what I miss all the time. It's like I do that northern loop, and I'm surprised that the northern wagon isn't there. You know what? I'm betting the star did show up earlier. Probably as I'm making this loop, or there it is. See, how's this the northern wagon? You know? All right, now we got to stop the summoning of some god. I'm sure we're gonna get there in time to do it. It's gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. Dark and intense. And it's got that real Diablo-esque vibe in this area. But, you know, there are a lot of variations. I mean, don't get me wrong, obviously the Diablo games have plenty of the variation as well, but... Let me tell you, if I don't have to do the, like, some of the Act 2 desert stuff in Diablo 2... Some of the jungle shit in Act 3 of Diablo 2, if I never had to do those again, oh. And if I never have to hear Rakadishu! Said he was frozen. I believe that to be very true. Around this way, I guess. Hello, Desecrated Shrine. All damage, elemental resist, apothecary set. I don't think I'm going to be using that. But now we can come and finish Rumor. It's going to give us more affinity points. We could even, at some point, we'll probably be able to, potentially even now, we could potentially rip out all the crossroad affinities. Oh, there you go. Take that. Defensibility, vitality resistance. We're now well overcapped on vitality resistance. But that's good. It's going to give us more flexibility for items after. Rikinishu, best boss of Act 1. Oh my god, that lightning shit. Why do cultists never try summoning a dark dog instead? What was Berserker paired with? So, I mean, I haven't really done it much yet. Actually, I've got some points I can spend, but I'm going with Nightblade. So we're a Reaver, and I'm going Nightblade because it's got a lot of synergy with Pierce and with Cold. And with Bleed. If we decide to change our mind and go back to Werewolf. The only thing it doesn't do, it doesn't have synergy with Chaos. So if we did convert the... like, because you can go and convert your Wereraven or your Werewolf stuff to Chaos, in which case you'd want to take a different tree. So we're, at this point, we're kind of committing to not converting to Chaos. I think Occultist might be the ideal pairing for Chaos. I wonder what the name of Berserker Occultist is. Whoops. I'm taking a lot of damage here, and I would like to not take a lot of damage. Steel Claymore, yeah, we're not going to use that, but another recipe is always nice. And the recipe unlocks are account-wide. Like, I deleted everything to start fresh. Account, I mean, it's offline play. But all your characters share all their recipes. So recipes you unlock for one character are available for everyone else. And there are a lot of recipes out there. I wonder if we've got, like, a cold or piercing focused relic we can switch to. And this one's got elemental damage, and I like the movement speed. Hard to argue with movement speed. But I bet you there's probably a better relic for us. I mean, this game isn't as zoomy as Path of Exile, but there's still a lot of mobility available to you. Oh, I got frozen. That's rude. That's not how this is supposed to work. There you go. See, and the rumor is leveling up. Those things you slot in from the motion. There's a lot of builds. Like, so you're picking 2 different class combinations, and inside of that, there's lots of different ways to build. Even if someone else went Berserker Nightblade, there's probably at least 3 or 4 different ways that they could build on skill points. And then you've got the monster intrinsics, or monster infrequents, and epic and legendary items. Don't get slapped by the tentacles. That further tune your build in odd ways. Oh, this is blocked off. I got to take... Wow, that's an awkward path. And then you've got all the shit that happens with the devotions that can lead to a very different feeling build. I really think this game has a lot of build variety. Not Path of Exile amounts, because nothing does. But I think it does have a lot. And I feel like it's the right mix of, you know, you've got to hunker down and focus on a build, but you're also not locked in. You can respec and change your mind, so you don't get punished as a new player, or if you just want to go for the flow for a little while. All right. Oh, I'm gonna get murdered. You know what? Can I open a safety portal here? I don't know if the personal portals go away when you die. It might be more of a multiplayer safety portal, but do that anyway. Bloodlord Thelonus. Oh, hello, Glacier Relic plans of cold damage. Ice Surge buff. Okay. We're going to want to craft that thing, I'm sure. Maybe here's the thing of, like, before you go in the door, you want to go this way just to pick up the extra lore book. Stop trying to swipe at me. We can pop out and pop back in over here, but now this is the end boss of normal game. Okay, Olgrim's here to help us. Only problem with this form, it's a little bit big, and it... Oh, shit. Okay. So I haven't fought this boss since the whole, like, dodge mechanic and, like, the vulnerability. I don't know what that effect is called. The thing where you get hit by a yellow boss ability, your screen gets all glowy and you take more damage. I don't know what they actually called that mechanic. Here's a red glow, but... yeah, anyway, I haven't done this since that was added, which was a while ago, because I think that was patch 1.2. And I actually don't know what ability the guy does. Oh, it might be... Is it that? I don't know what it is that is inflicting that on me. Let's open up. Kill some dudes. Oh, yeah, it is those things. Okay. It's okay, I'm super good at dodging things and not getting hit all the time. Obviously not. Those... Bad tentacles. Go away. Do not want. Still hurting on the energy regen. Oh, shitballs! No! No cooldown, no cooldown, no cooldown, no cooldown, no cooldown. Need all the cooldowns. Don't stand in there. Don't get hit by that shit. Keep running. Get hit by that shit. Keep running. Don't stand in those circles that chase you. Stuff, kill that stuff. He's probably gonna shoot some little orbs at me again here. Ooh, there it is. No! Dodge, 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 dodge. No, I got hit. Okay. Run around. Don't die, don't die, don't die. He's so low. Energy regeneration. I don't think the werewolf had a issue. On the other hand, the werewolf would have to keep getting in people's faces. It's shit. It's a good thing the werewolf does have like health stealing ability on its attacks, because it needs that. Because you're gonna have to be right up in front of people. So the constant healing while attacking is gonna be key. Okay. Come on, just finish this guy. Yes! Haha! Take all the loot. I deserve all the loot from this guy. You can now access Elite difficulty. Now, generally speaking, I believe what people tend to do is you go and clear everything, all the expansions and everything like that on normal difficulty, because you're looking to unlock all of the different factions and stuff like that. And then usually Elite difficulty, you just quick burn through the main quest to unlock Ultimate, and then you go to Ultimate and you just do that. That's usually the way people do things. Whew, okay, I think I grabbed everything. I mean, there's still some items, but they're not filtered. And I guess we do this. Why does everything always end up being crab? Yes. And then I can go to Fort Icon. Blam, blam. Jumpity jump.
You've returned.
Ace is banished. Ulgrim is pulled into the void.
Our great moment of triumph is soured with tragedy.
Hey, our first legendary.
The cult's defeat
He's level 50.
marks humanity's first major victory in this conflict.
It's not useful for us.
Proving that we are not going to simply lie down.
How can I help? Colonel. Grab that.
Good, you're back.
Sure. Continue, continue. What do you have in mind? Oh, is this the play intro to the expansion? Or maybe it's just play intro to this area that we never saw.
Arum Ital, Loith Soleo, Loith Bismil, Molum Ulgrum Thonokolo Utoklein!
This goes hard.
This is too dangerous. Need to find another way.
The Rift Gate! Something's coming through!
Inquisitor Creed, Devil's Crossing was attacked.
Take it easy, John. What's happened?
Some new kind of ethereal. Just smashed right through our defenses. We need reinforcements. We're in bad shape.
I'll send help, but I can't spare much. We're equally pressed here. The loss of Ulgrim to the Void may be more serious than you realize.
Ulgrim is dead, Creed. You must know that. My people need help now.
Yep, everyone who dies in a fantasy game is always dead permanently forever.
From Malmoth. That thing that attacked Devil's Crossing. I escaped the city with a small group 2 weeks ago. Most died crossing the burning fields. My father was pulled into the bog by cannibals. I had to leave him. I was the only one who made it to Devil's Crossing. Malmoth has been a living nightmare since the Grim Dawn. I was part of the resistance there, if you can call it that. The Ethereals toyed with us, as if we ever had a chance. They let us fight on because they needed us. Needed our bodies for the grotesque things they make deep beneath the city. You think you're safe here, behind your stone walls. But those things from Malmouth will keep coming, and they will find you. And no fortress will ever be able to save you.
A chilling tale, indeed. In our fight against the Chthonians, we've overlooked a growing ethereal threat. We must find Ulgrim. But maybe we can aid Melmoth at the same time. You've already done a great deal, but we must ask for your help once again. We need you to strike at the heart of the ethereal invasion, far to the east, in the ruined city of Malmouth.
I don't know why that cutscene is so much louder than everything else. Woo!
Good, you're back.
Yeah, all right. What do you have in mind? Done.
Excuse my father.
I'll find your dad too. Okay. Right. Still really want to get to Night's Chill, so we're gonna keep putting the points in here. And yeah, when we get to Blade Spirit, it's gonna be amazing in Nightblade. If all we picked up in Nightblade is the Veil of Shadow plus Night Chill and the Blade Spirit, I think we'd be in pretty good shape. But we'll probably, I don't know if it's worth taking this just for the percentage cold and frostburn. I mean, we probably put a point in Merciless Repertoire. I don't know if we put more than that. And it'll be interesting. Yeah, do we go Pneumatic Burst for healing and bonus pierce damage? And Frostburn, maybe. I think I can probably also drop the Implements of War. I don't think we're going to go dual wielding. I think it'll be probably one hand with a caster item, as I suspect what it is. So we can probably reclaim a point from that. Because we're not using it right now anyway. We put 1 point in here so we can dual wield. The rest of it, like, and at the time we put it in when we were a werewolf and the bleeding damage was helpful. So yeah, probably that goes away. Oh, I just remembered though, the one annoying thing with having done this, I should go and turn in the witch's quest while I'm here. Is that now, if I want to respec, I can't respec quite yet. I can turn in, oh no, it's got the star marker, but I guess, where's the Bone Hunter? East Marsh. Oh, right. Destroy the ethereal barriers leading north out of Berserker State. Yes, okay, so that's part of the main quest. But yeah, if I come over to Devil's Crossing, which is where we started the game. Yeah, things are all, that's the thing that in attacked here. It's all smashed up and beat up. And if I went back here, because I wanted to respec and get that point back, she's gone! She's moved! Very rude. Ooh, what's involved in making this glacier? I need a molten skin. Can I craft a molten skin? Yes, craft a molten skin. Now I can make a glacier, which seems like a good idea. What's Haunt? Yeah, that's not going to be for us. But these are the next tier, because these need level 25, these need 35. But if we look at Haunt, one of the things it's going to need, it's going to need a Spectre, which is one of these relics, which we actually don't have the recipe for. But... oh, we need an Ancient Heart. Oh, so I still can't make a glacier. Okay. Well, then I'll just keep running the Equilibrium for now, for the elemental damage. That seems fine.
I'll see what's left of my wares.
You know what? I'm not going to keep this around so long. We're going to find a better thing. Review. How does this affect our combat map? No. So yeah, these purple leggings, physical damage, chaos damage, internal trauma. I'm just going to sell them. Because I'm not going to be doing... I'm not going to be banking things for alternate characters. Elemental damage. Chaos resistance. My current amulet doesn't have any resistance. Well, bleed resistance. Yeah, increase their DPS. Yeah, sure. Okay. don't think this is going to increase our DPS. I think we're going to... Well, it's about the same. Winds of Asterkarn is not an ability we're using. It is one of our abilities, but it's not one we're using. I'll just sell you. Elemental Bleed. I mean, the Lich's Band is pretty low level. But it's amazing. Some of these items really do last a long time. I don't know. I might... Ooh, it does increase our DPS. And it gives us some chaos. Some bleeding resistance, which we do need. Didn't need the elemental stuff, but no, that seems fine. Get rid of you. Right, we replace you, you. Part of the FPS loss is probably just not being able to equip this, but that's fine. Okay, you're very high level. Reed's Pendant. This for later. So I guess we got a fourth tab now, so I can do this. Do we have any garbage anywhere else? No. Okay, good. Ulgrim's. We're not keeping Oathbreaker or the Amulet of Scorched Earth. Okay.
See you around.
Oh, can you respec in the starting town of Forgotten? Oh, maybe. That hadn't occurred to me. What is this? Oh, that is actually quite good. We want that. One of the stats you want is you want to max out your armor absorption at some point. There's a place... I don't know where that's listed. Energy absorption. Oh, it's part of this. Yeah, higher armor rating, the less damage you take from physical attacks. Bonus on skills and non-armor pieces added to all. So you can see the armor rating and then armor absorption. If I go and do this to the chest piece. Yeah, so armor absorption goes up everywhere, and it is a really good defensive thing. Just remember that's the thing. There we go. Probably has a cap, but I don't know what it is. We don't have anything on the belt yet. We'll do retaliation. Armor, we don't need the fire resistance. I do like to put the armor on the belt. You know what? It's fine. They're going to get replaced at some point. Let's not stress too much. Offhander. Oh, let's get some ectoplasm on the things that can have it. Still going to use this to boost up our energy regeneration right now. Later on, you don't need to do that, but we definitely need the boost from this. Okay, I'm going to officially bring myself up to have invested 10 points in spirit. Keep this as a little bit of flexibility for items, and because I'm not entirely sure where I want them to go. But I kind of wouldn't be surprised if we end up putting a lot in spirit. It does boost our magical damage. I wonder if we just... I don't know how much to put in spirit. I think the thing in this case, I think what I want to do is enough spirit to be able to equip everything, and then probably the rest goes into physique to not die. Even though spirit does increase your damage output, I think that's probably where we want to go. Oh yeah, these new stash tabs are insanely good. And then this over here. So good. Yeah, I need an ancient heart. Okay. Let's check. Okay, in the Forgotten Gods, can we respec over there? Because maybe rather than start either the new expansion content, which maybe I might end up doing that tomorrow, or if I have no voice, I might do it on Friday. Rather than do that or start on Ashes, I think what we'll do is we'll look into doing the respec. Oh, Spirit Guide's over there. Ah, I've never respec'd here. That's great. Okay, because I'm going to take this point out for sure. I think the rest is all fine. I don't think there's anything I need to take out. It's when we crit, which, you know, it's worth putting 1 point in, because then you can just pick up other crap. But then, yeah, do I respec the devotions, and what's the plan there? I really don't know what the devotion plan is. don't have any points right now. And it's less about, so there's not that many things that necessarily directly boost cold. So Harpy over here, Pierce and Cold. Okay, so we want Harpy. Cunning, I don't know about Cunning, but energy regen, Pierce, Cold. Okay, we want Harpy. Oh, we need 1 purple point. I guess here's the thing. Do I just spec out of Jackal? I mean, it's not bad. Energy regen, offensive ability is always good, and the total speed's amazing. Sometimes I just get the first 2 for the total speed, but may as well get the bonus to physical resistance and all damage. If I can unspec from some of the crossroads because they're self-sustaining. There you go. I can get rid of this one and that one because they're self-sustaining. There we go. So then, if I'm looking for Harpy, I need 1 purple, which is there. And there you go. Piercing and Cold. We're going to work through Harpy. Annoyingly, it's not another thing that's got a skill that I can latch onto something. But that seems like it's going to be useful. Okay. You know what I could do is I could do the Pine Barrens now. That's still base game content. There we go. So I think if I go for another 30 minutes, it'll work out nicely for raiding a Kiss for Life. I don't remember how to get there. Oh, looks like I can get over here. This is going to be pretty low level. Maybe I should have done it right away. I don't know. It was so hard. Got 400 hours in, didn't ever manage to get all the bosses. Oh yeah, I have not done a full clear of the game. I've never completed the main story in hardcore mode. I mean, I've completed the main story on normal and hardcore, but I've never done everything. We're just looking for the matriarch now. Who? One of these? Are those all normals down there? A little annoying. Some of these quests, there it is, where it's like pick up an item. It highlights everyone who could drop it, even if you've got the one you need. I'm level 41, actually. There is some amount of, I think there's some amount of scaling based on your level. I think there's limits. It's not great. Right, still want to go up Nightblade. I think that's going to be really nice to get. Right, so now we're done in this part of the zone. Why do I sometimes do a shitty hop on it? You know, I could afford to do this because I'm over capped on resistances. Oh, it's higher level, but let's see. Is this the weird zone? Is it the one where I don't actually want to go through here and I actually want to go through like that one of the unnamed caves? That actually, wasn't I just sitting next to one of these caves? Hang on. Did I not see one and then ignore it? I feel like that's the case, but I don't remember. What you actually want to do is come in through the cave that doesn't have a star on it, because it gets you something, and then leads you right back into this anyway. And too long. There's a shrine to our left. That's annoying. Okay, quest boss dead. Something of the winter storm. There are more spiders. What's the of the winter storm? Let's see here. Decaying gaze of Ugla. Okay. Fire damage converted. No, it happens to have some cold damage on it, but it's not actually something we're interested in. Yeah, I feel like if you take the other cave, it like just drops you in here. Oh, right. Can't do it from the local map. Yeah, we didn't do that one. And then you want this. Should I look? Okay, Bloodbriar. Shaded Basin, southeast. We're in the Shaded Basin. Yeah, I think this is exactly it. So what we're going to do is hunt around, find an unlabeled cave. Like, it's not going to show up with a star, I think. Okay, there's another cave to the bottom here. Yeah. Or wait, that's where I came in. There it is. See this one? That's what we needed. So this is the Bloodbriar's lair. In addition to just needing to come here in general, I think it dumps you into the other layer after. So it's just a lot quicker and more efficient to do this first. But oh well. Win some, lose some. Ectoplasm. Hello, old Bloodbriar. Die. Ooh, we're taking some damage. We are standing in some crap. So that's going to be a pet boosting one. There you go. And I think what happens if we take this... There you go. It drops us off. Okay, at one end of this. But then from here, you just back out. Okay. So now, if we do this, we can turn it in, and then we'll... Either he'll be done, or he'll also give us a quest for the next area. Okay. So that one's done. Now we can have it in Tyrant's Hold. Yeah, one day we'll have to do a full soiled trousers build. Just because it's funny. Oh, because the mouse is on the upper part. That's why it wasn't jumping the way I would expect. What is this? Oh, treasure trove, right. You can blow these up with dynamite and they have good stuff inside, theoretically. Lots of crafting material, that's for sure. On your starting players, it actually might not be worthwhile doing those chests because your dynamite is so precious. I'm guessing this is going to drop my DPS. It does. Okay. What was our devotion plan here? Did we start on something? Oh, we did start on the harpy. There. Oh, because it was looking like it was filled already for me, but no. There we go. Do that. And then one more point over here. Piercing cold, and we'll grab this as well. Certainly, it's always nice to get resistances out of that as well. I don't think there's. I don't need to go that way. This way. Yeah, Waz is a thing in this game. I'm stubborn, old school, something. I don't know. I really like just mouse control for movement in this game. I've tried it in Poe 2, and I still was like, no, I'll just use click to move. It's fine. Although what's funny is in the tutorial that I'm still working on for Godot, and hopefully it'll see the light one day, which is like action RPG multiplayer mini tutorial, like a mini example of it. In that, I did incorporate both click to move and WSD, and in that one, I liked WSD more. I don't know why. But I think it has to do with a little bit of something of like how the abilities are designed, how the interface is designed. I think because there's so many different things, and I'm not using a lot of buttons here. I do tend to go for low button builds. But I think depending on how much you need to rely on the keyboard to hit action buttons versus moving, because if you're WASDing, you're basically committing your left hand to mostly do WASD. And that because to take your fingers off of that to hit a key to do something else means not moving the same way. Whereas here, I can devote one hand entirely to movement, plus right-clicking for this attack, and my other hand is all for activating abilities and potions and shit like this. And that's why the design of it does kind of matter. Yeah, I think I'm here for... I think I'm in the correct place for stuff. Even though it's a dangerous domain. The modifier's running. More fire damage. Okay, well, that's okay. My elemental resistances are maxed out, so that should be fine. I don't know where I'm pathing to in this. It's a proper maze. Promise? Journal. Dining hall. Oh, this is maybe the one where it's like, no, don't take this door. Yeah, there it is. That's the one. Don't take that door. You're not done yet. Come over here. All right. I'm happy I didn't miss that one because I was worried, like, what if I did one of those and I did take the door when I wasn't supposed to already? Whoop, that's some damage. I think a big thing with the WASD as well is it a game where you can move while attacking at the same time? And if it can't, like Hellclock, I think was an example of that. At release, you couldn't, and it felt bad. Go, quest complete. Dynamite. But then with Hellcock, they did change it. Dramatic Eviscerator. Two-handed axe. Not for us, but very cool. Okay. I think that's just the exit. Right, which actually ends you up quite close to that rift, but you can still save time by doing this. There's a range for auto picking up crafting material. So there's I have it maxed out over here. I don't know how big it is, but it's quite big. And so nice. Okay. So we're done all these. We got some extra rep. We got the extra devotion points, which have been spent. Good. Okay, what I'm going to do is I don't think it's really going to hit a lot of the story. I'm going to pop back to Fort Icon, and I'm going to start heading back up that route, which is the expansion content route. And if I come here and I just say, yeah, I can hide you, hide you, hide you, hide you. This is the quest that we're working on here. So actually, let's say, you've spoken with Scout Avens at Fort Icon and learned of dire events taking place within Asterkarn. While Inquisitor Creed cannot spare further troops, it falls to you to uncover the cause of the missing scouting party, an occurrence event in the Asterkarn region. You must venture northwest from Fort Icon into the Frostvale Highlands in search of missing Black Legion troops. Hopefully it is not too late to find them. Okay. Now, we already did a little bit of run over here. I didn't actually get a waypoint, right? I, bailed? Yeah. And that leap cooldown is crazy, especially with multiple charges. Other leap. This one that lasted with a smash, that's a Berserker leap. This one is just my my enchantment from Gods. Those thorns icons? The green bits? I can't remember. You can always tell when an expansion was released later. Like, they try to keep a lot of the same visual style, but a lot of times they have a slightly higher polygon budget because, you know, computers have gotten better. Those are pretty great birds. And of course, the Raven looks awesome. Red Lord's Frostplume Crest of Mending. Okay, what is Hailstorm? So I'm feeling like that's something that is new and probably very relevant. Hailstorm is one of my abilities. I kind of wish you could do a search on this page. There's Winds of Asterkarn. I do have some points available, which is going to go chook, chook. And then we're going to have to decide. Oh, I guess I got rid of one of my items that was giving me an extra +2, because we used to have a +6 over here, Night Chill for my gear. But still, that is a nice, freaking nice boost. Yeah, we did a straw poll for Werewolf versus Raven, and it was something like 70-30. It was a landslide in favor of Raven. And I have to admit, it's pretty fucking fun to do all the big, giant explosions all the time. I mean, the leap explosions we'd also have as the werewolf form. And the werewolf would have the charge and run up. Like, we'd feel even faster. Oh, here. I was like, what's the path here? Ooh. Oh, I'm feeling chilly. I'm happy I've got my toucan. Oh my god, like whiteout blizzard conditions. I better seek shelter in the cave. Dangerous domain. Am I even supposed to be here? I'm not sure about cold against this guy, but sure. Okay, he seems pretty easy. Not a proper boss. Great Wolf, slay Sith Icehowl in the Frostvale Highlands. Okay. Pierce Cold. This is a ring. That's a lot of health. I'd lose some DPS, but wow. Pierce and bleeding and poison. Okay, hold on. I think we're going to have to wear that. Plus 6% total speed is pretty nice. Okay, level 40. So yeah, I lost about 1,000 DPS. And I did lose some vitality resistance, although it's not too bad. But Pierce is better, Poison Acid, which I basically have none of, Bleed. Maybe it's better to keep this for the DPS. And then the vitality resistance. And then this will give me some Pierce. Again, I would lose some... Well, the total speed will help to offset the loss of percentage elemental damage. Although that had casting speed. And chaos resistance. And bleed resistance. No, I think I'm going to keep my existing amulet after all. Okay. Dead enemies do no damage, yep. And, okay, this is it. This was definitely not the actual path. But, nice little bonus anyway. Oh, I guess I just come down from this. I guess that's one of the reasons the tree path was a little hard to see here. Okay. I think we're going to be wrapping up here. Oh, I don't suppose a Kiss for Luck started her stream earlier, did she? So I can hand off? Yeah, she's got the starting soon. Perfect. What the hell is Go-Go Town? Her stream title is Tracks and Timber. Sounds great. Hashtag City Builder. Hashtag Tourism. Hashtag Cozy. It's something called Go-Go Town. I don't know what Go-Go Town is, but I like the description. So we're going to go ahead and give her a raid. I'm going to go and try to stop talking for a change. I don't know what's going on my YouTube chat, but there we go. I couldn't send a message. Can start asking. Yeah, the crate was kind enough to send a code that I could play a little bit early, and yeah. So this expansion will be available tomorrow. I'm happy to stop here because I didn't want to go and spoil this story. Depending on how I feel, I might do another stream for this tomorrow. Or it might be Friday, or we might just be streaming on Saturday. We are going to be going back to Oxygen Not Included as well, but I do want to play the add of this. This is me playing for myself, hence the extra long stream today, like sort of bonus extra stuff. I really like this game. It's one of my favorite games of all time. So I'm going to wrap it up here. We're going to raid a Kiss for Luck. We're going to see what the heck her game that she's playing is. And stay tuned. Keep an eye out over here. If you're on the Discord, if you're, again, Twitch subscriber, YouTube member, Patreon supporter, you can be in the Discord. I'll talk about my plans there. We'll see if I can talk again. See you soon. Bye-bye.